start a little formally today, so I need everybody to take their seats, please.
I figure I got it because I have the busiest first right.
Please stand and silence your cell phones for the posting of the colors.
Guard, halt. Ready, face. Ready, step. Ready, post. Ready, dress. Ready, step. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Present arms. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arms. Ready, face. Forward, march. Left, 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 left. Guard, halt. Ready, face. Forward, arms.
Today, June 6th, on the 75th anniversary of the day Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, let us remember the Americans who gave their all to free the world from tyranny.
Raise, red.
Thank you.
Guard, attention. Forward, arm. Left, face. Forward, arm. Left, left, left.
Thank you.
All right, yay, America.
Thanks very much to the staff and to the color guard. That was great, especially on D-Day. So, and also I wanted to just start. We all know we have our new director, so I just wanted to take a minute to thank, and I'd ask you all to join in standing with me and clapping for the greatest acting director I know. Read up. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes.
Do thank yous or something.
Any corrections or changes?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Daniel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Haskett. Do this by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Commissioners, any corrections to the agendas or anything on the consent agenda that you'd like to remove and put on the main agenda? Great. Seeing none, we'll proceed with the current agenda. That takes us to Commissioners' questions and comments. Will you tell us what you've been doing in between meetings around conservation and the agency? Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank our new director on day 3. When we knew this was happening, I sent him a little text and said, "Can you be in Leadville next week?" And before he had a scheduler controlling his life, he said yes. So by way of a little bit of context, last October, some of you know, the college, along with the Governor's Office of Outdoor Recreation, Outdoor Industry Association, and Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado hosted a big outdoor industry summit, workforce summit, in Glenwood Springs. And as one of the action steps for that, a diversity, equity, inclusion follow-up to that was one of the key takeaways. So that occurred last Wednesday and Thursday in Leadville. And it was co-hosted by, make sure to get this, the College Get Outdoors Leadville, which of course is part in the family, funded by GOCO, the Colorado Outward Bound School, the High Mountain Institute, Climax Millennium, Lake County Schools. We also had the Salida School District Superintendent and a whole host of others attend that meeting around how we continue to think about diversity, equity, inclusion in the workforce pipeline in the outdoor industry in Colorado. And Director Prenslow greeted the group and spent some time with a lot of really excited folks in Leadville and in Lake County and Chaffee County. So I just want to say thank you. It was great to have him on day 3, I think, day 3 and 4 maybe, and spending a little bit of time with the group and just setting the tone, I think, that this is an important component to the work that we do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really haven't got anything other than I want to give congratulations to Director Prenslow. I think this is a great moment for this agency. I've been around a long time. It's really, really great to see a career Colorado employee rise to the top. It's very well deserved. I thank Director Gibbs and Governor Polis. They made a very wise decision. We had other excellent candidates. There's no question about that, but congratulations, Dan. I couldn't be more happy.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that very much.
And one further note, Chairman alluded to this, but I want to give a shout out to Jeff Versteeg for his absolute perfect choice for this interim period that this agency went through. His knowledge of the agency, his dedication, his professionalism is known not only in Colorado, but in WAFA circles and everywhere else. Jeff is a leader. His calm demeanor, we couldn't have had a better leadership through this time, and thank you, Jeff.
Commissioner Garcia, did I not? Or was
We'll just go right around the
Commissioner
horn.
Vigil.
Yeah.
You go ahead, Commissioner Vigil.
Well, I want to echo what Commissioner Bray said about Jeff, and welcome to Dan. But in addition, I want to thank those commissioners and the staff that participated in the tour of the Crazy French Ranch yesterday. And even though it was 100% forecast for rain, we didn't see any rain. And it was sunshiny and beautiful, and it was a great tour. And I wish we could have had the meeting in Trinidad to cap it off. But other than that, I want, Laura, do you have that picture? Can you PowerPoint? I want to brag a little bit about Trinidad area, and Trinidad Lake State Park. I think I mentioned at one of the last meetings, it may be in the last one, that Trinidad Lake is really an underfished lake. But this 10-year-old boy knows how to do it. Look at that. It's a 28.5-inch sawguy that he caught on May the 5th. It's a gorgeous fish, and I am really proud of that young man. I mean, a 10-year-old, to be able to catch something like that. Now, a lot of people said, don't show that picture around because we don't want to flood Trinidad Lake State Park. That's the kind of fish that are coming out of there, so just wanted to brag a little bit.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman.
First, my congratulations on the appointment of Director Prenslow as well. It's wonderful. I know when I started reading the book on the history of the Parks and Wildlife that I saw a picture of Dan's father. And so, second generation, and it's wonderful. So congratulations. Again, thank you, Director Gibbs, and to the governor for that appointment. First, the opening of the new visitor center at Stanton Park. Commissioner Adams was there. Had a wonderful barbecue. It was a great event, and it's going to be just even better park than it already is. So wonderful day there. Second, Commissioner Hauser and I were at the most recent GOCO committee meeting. It was more of an orientation for all of the new board members at GOCO. It looks like a pretty good board, and I think it's going to be a good group moving forward. And finally, I represented Parks and Wildlife on May 24th in Hot Sulphur Springs. This is the 105th anniversary of the Powell expedition through the Grand Canyon. And 5 of the people, half the expedition, were from Middle Park. And so they're having another celebration tomorrow night, along with a pie baking contest, if anybody'd like. I'm going because I want to go to the pie baking contest. But there's another celebration there tomorrow night, and I will be there for that as well. So thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I echo the comments around our new director. I'm very excited to have you on board, and just really grateful to the CPS staff who have met with me as I'm onboarding into this new position. I really appreciate your time and energy in helping me to orient so that I can serve this community and this state as best as I can. I wanted to echo appreciation for the Staunton Park Visitor Center sneak peek opening. I had an opportunity also to participate in the track chair program that is led by Friends of Staunton Park, which is a nonprofit organization that supports the park. And I don't know if you're familiar with the track chair program. It's one of the first in the country that offers wheelchairs that are able to access, I can't remember the percentage, but I think it's something like 60% of all the trails on Stanton Park are accessible through this track chair program. And they currently have three chairs available. As you can imagine, the reservations on those 3 chairs are strong. The wait list is very strong. I would imagine the demand to be very high. So I'm excited to think about and strategize on how we can increase accessibility of our trails by those who may have a disability. So that was something that was very inspiring. They also have an adapter that allows children to be able to fit in the chair as well. So he's told the story of a father who has a son who's 5 years old with cerebral palsy and was never able to take him on a hike before. Sorry, I'm going to tear up a little bit. And it was the first time he was able to take his son on a hike. And even though the child was nonverbal, the person telling the story was sharing just how you can see his face light up when asked how he felt the experience was, and tears in his father's eyes, and when he shared just how grateful he was for this program. So I look forward to increasing and scaling up that program through the very many resources that we have here in our state. I also wanted to say that I look forward to an increased presence of Indigenous communities in the Visitor Center at Staunton Park. It was very exciting to learn about the Staunton family and the tradition of homesteading there. And as I was talking to the team, they said that they are also working on increasing the visibility of the Indigenous communities that are also roamed those lands well before the Staunton family arrived in Colorado. I also wanted to take a moment to give appreciation to the CPW staff who hosted the Lake Lehigh Fishing Clinic earlier this week outside of Littleton. I was able to participate with that clinic, and it was a partnership with CPW and Mercy House, which is a affordable housing community, and we were able to also welcome Malik Wilder from Fishing for Hip Hop. He actually is from New Jersey, paid his own way to come to Colorado because he was so excited about sharing his love and passion for fishing to communities that have been historically marginalized or did not have access. So I want to just thank the Crystal Eagley for spearheading this event, and I look forward to deepening and strengthening community engagement, and not just as consumers or receivers, but also in leadership positions and helping to design the program. So Malik is an African-American man, and so it was very powerful to have him being able to share and provide access to fishing to other African-American children. There were other races and ethnicities represented there as well, so it was really beautiful to witness. So thank you very much for that. I also appreciated the land acknowledgement that was at the beginning of that event, and I feel like that's something, a culture that I would love to see increased and expanded in all of our work to support our inclusion initiatives and increasing access. And if you have a chance, please check out CBS Fox 31. They did a wonderful video piece and a story about the Lake Lehigh Fishing Clinic as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams. Anything else, Commissioners? Let me just thank Executive Director Gibbs. I got to work closely with him on the director search, and the public doesn't get to see the cooperative experience that we had. And I just really wanted to thank you publicly, Dan, because it was a great experience, and it was, I've been through a lot of searches in my career, and that was, on the one hand, very hard, and on the other hand, very easy. So I thank you very much. On behalf of the commission, all of us. Great, and so you're up next, so I'll embarrass you and then ask you to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, it's great to be here in La Junta and see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. And I'm Dan Gibbs, the Executive Director of the Department of Management myself. I was appointed in this new administration in the middle of January. And before that, I was recently elected as a third term as a Summit County Commissioner. I live in Breckenridge with my wife and two tiny little kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 22-month-old. And look for opportunities to bring the family with me for these meetings. In our Parks and Wildlife, this is passion. I'm an avid hunter and angler and former rafting guide and outdoor adventure guide. So I'm most happy when I can be outside, just like many of you in the room here. I want to echo some of the similar thoughts that other people have shared. Former acting director Jeff Versteeg was, you've been absolutely wonderful to work with from really day one when I learned that Bob Broscheid was leaving, and I knew that there were some really qualified people that were willing to lead the organization during the interim. And the more I got to know Jeff, the more I thought he was the right person at the right time that could help lead the organization during this time of transition. So again, Jeff, thank you so much. And I've shared this with Dan as well, where, for me, I don't want to be surprised. And let me know what's going on in this huge organization where, daily you have situations that many of us in the room are not aware of terrible, acts of violence at our parks, or mountain lion attacks, or just situations that are just some out in the open in the media and some not. So for communicating with me, thank you so much. And Dan, you're doing a fabulous job. So welcome
Thank you.
Dan, too. And we had, as you all know, we had really wonderful candidates for this particular position. I thought it was pretty unique that the folks that we interviewed were all Coloradans. And in my opinion, selfishly, I always thought this is a real Colorado position. And but hats off to the folks that applied, that we interviewed. They're all, as you all know, total rock stars, and they're leaders now, and they'll continue to be future leaders as well. But Dan, you really, knocked it out of the park. Your experience, your passion for the outdoors, for wildlife, your passion for Colorado, really, with me and the governor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A few updates for the DNR. Let me start with, I mean, you can experience it here, right? We got a lot of rain yesterday, where the whole state is experiencing, you know, really good moisture. We actually took the state out of drought emergency with our resolution we just passed recently to take us out of the drought task force. So that's a really good sign for the whole state of Colorado. You look at statewide averages for snowpack, we're still we're about, Colorado Basin's about 500% statewide, it's about 400%, and the San Miguel Basin's over 700% of average still. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we've had a lot more snow than average, it really means that the snow is not melting when it normally melts, and we have, you know, a huge amount of snow in the high country. And that's created a situation in some of our communities around the state. Some of you may have read about Lake City and Eastdale County. There's potential for flooding there. I was just there last Friday night and Saturday morning. We're down on County Road 20, which any of you have climbed Oncompagua 14er. You literally have about 28 different avalanche chutes that come down on this County Road 20 that lead into, and much of the avalanche debris and so forth is landed right on top of on the creek there, on what's it called, Henson Creek. And that's potentially creating this situation where the debris cannot flow through properly these two kind of historical hydro dams. So you know, I've been a little surprised some of the crisis management that I've been involved with, but we are in the process of removing one of those dams to help assure that the flows of the debris and so forth can go down without creating a dam that could lead, if that dam failed, you know, you could see, you know, feet of water, you know, hitting a small community. So we're working aggressively to remove that dam. And we hope to have that down, you know, in the next 10 days. We're expecting peak flows in that part of the state to be around June 18th. As you all know, a lot depends on temperature, of course, but that's kind of what we're guesstimating right now. Lots going on with oil and gas. Senate Bill 181 passed, and that was signed on April 16th. And what that did, that reconstituted the commission twice. So we have an interim commission that was just recently appointed, and that will be the commission that will go through this rulemaking process. And we have 12 different rules that we will be discussing. It will address everything from cumulative impacts of oil and gas drilling, flow lines, 500 series, alternative site analysis, local government provisions, technical review board, just to name a few. And we hope to have the rules done by within a year. Then after that, there will be a new board that would be appointed by the governor. Those new board members, there'll be 5 people, and it will be very similar to what you have in the Public Utilities Commission. So those will be paid positions. Their full-time job will be looking at, you know, managing oil and gas in the state of Colorado. We have quite a few oil and gas what's called 2s and 2As still kind of in the backlog. Those are looking at permit to drill and just the application. So there's over 6,000 2s that are in the queue and 525 2As. So we are continuing to examine and approve some of the oil and gas permits that meet the standard of Senate Bill 181 as we move through this process. Just like Commissioner Kate Greenberg will probably share with you our WIGs, every department has what's called wildly important goals. So these are goals that we're actually going to be measured on monthly, I believe, on our performance. And so all the departments, again, have these WIGs, these goals, and want to share with you what the DNR's 3 goals, let's say, you know, moving forward. Number 1, conduct a study and establish a baseline on outdoors familiarity with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and develop a plan to engage specific groups to increase sustainable revenue sources for Parks and Wildlife by June 30th, 2020. So as we all know in the room, you know, Huntington fishing licenses are the driver behind the budget of CPW. But we're going to put together a process to really try to broaden the tent, if you will, in the state of Colorado. And with that, it's going to take a lot of education. It's going to take a lot of stakeholder groups to meet, you know, around the state. But we're going to kick off a process here relatively soon, and I'll need Parks and Wildlife, obviously, to be a really important part of making that happen, and partnerships with the commissioners as well. It's not finalized exactly how we're going to move something forward. It will likely be an executive order that will put together a framework, but we're still finalizing that. Number 2, appoint and confirm interim oil and gas conservation commission and complete initial rulemaking by June 30th, 2020. That's a pretty ambitious time frame, but a lot of stakeholders that are involved, including the oil and gas industry, you know, really want to see some assurance to understand, okay, where's the ending point in this, and understanding what the landscape looks like in terms of the laws and regulations for oil and gas moving forward. And number 3, increase acres of public access easements, leases, and other agreements from 900,000 acres to 100,000 total acres by June 30th, 2020. And that's something where CPW will work closely with State Land Board and possible, you know, other partners to look at ways that we can increase, you know, public access for folks to enjoy in Colorado. So with number 1 and number 3, I definitely need the support of Parks and Wildlife staff and commissioners to make that happen. And I'll email this out to everyone just so you can all see it too. This will literally go on a website that the general public will be able to see and see, okay, how's Dan doing on these goals? And so you can make sure that you're keeping me accountable too, to make sure we're achieving these. On the waterfront, it was a historic year on water. There was about $30 million that passed, $20 million that was in the water projects bill, and $10 million that was part of water plan implementation. So water was not a partisan issue this year, which was great. You know, you see folks from the Santa Cruz Valley, Eastern Plains, Western Slope all coming together to recognize that we need to fund water in the state of Colorado. We're going to be kicking off a demand management working group here in the very near future. And these working groups will look at everything from law and policy, water rights administration, environmental considerations, economic and local government. We also have the tribes involved too, with the Southern Utes and Ute Mountain Utes in this process. So that's really important to move forward as well. And I'm trying to think. And also, climate change is very important to the Department of Natural Resources. Tomorrow we're going to be announcing a major change to the Department of Natural Resources, really highlighting climate change. We're going to put climate change front and center in everything we do in the DNR. So we're going to give you a little heads up on that. And before I leave, John, thank you for your nice words. You know, it's interesting, when we first met, it was actually, there was a sportsman's caucus, and we chatted on the phone before that about, you know, the process to kick off, to hire the new CPW director. And I said, you know, hey, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's, you know, there's been a process in place before. Let's make sure we have stakeholder groups. Let's, you know, CPW commissioners play such an integral, important role in this whole process. Let's make sure we're aligned and we communicate and everything. And then, you know, I'm doing some research to make sure that, you know, we're going to do things how we used to do things. So I talked to, you know, Bob Randall, the former director, talked to Mike King, another former director. I said, you know, how do you do things with Rick Cables? How do you do things about Boshai? And, you know, unfortunately, they're a little bit different. And it wasn't just kind of like, okay, we can do things the same. So we did it very similar, and I think the stakeholder groups, I think, were an important component because folks could, you know, participate in that way. But it has been really wonderful to work with you. You know, being in your position, as you know, you see folks that have very strong opinions on a lot of different, you know, issues, very sensitive issues, and to navigate that is not easy. From my short time here, you've done a really phenomenal job of looking at challenging topics, just thinking of Bobcats just last month, or was that 2 months ago? My weeks and months are coming together. But to make sure folks are heard, to make sure that we're sensitive to understanding where people are coming from, and I think you've done a really good job to open up the table, if you will, to have a diverse discussion. So thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Let's give the chairman a round of applause.
Thanks very much. Back at
We
you.
still may enlist you in your, once you move and slide it or something.
Oh, yeah. I would look forward to that. Commissioner Greenberg, welcome to the commission meeting. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Thank you, Chairman. Director Prenslow, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, commissioners. Good to see you all. I look forward to meeting all of you who I've not yet met. It's good to be down here. I'm sorry I missed last night. I was out at the FFA convention with 1,300 teenagers in a big auditorium. So it's been a good time down here in this neck of the woods. But glad to be following Director Gaines. I'll also give a brief introduction since I've been out for a little bit. I actually had knee surgery not long ago, and life has been a little more chaotic than even before, given my state on crutches, but good to go now, so should be seeing more of me these days. So for those of you I haven't met yet, I'm, like Dan, was appointed by Governor Polis back in December, began in January as commissioner, and I come from Durango, so Four Corners is my home basin. Before my appointment, I served in the role as Western Program Director for an organization called the National Young Farmers Coalition. So I spent the last 6 years working with farmers and ranchers across the Intermountain West, out of Durango, working on issues of the next generation, really focusing on policy, organizing, and supporting businesses, so providing business services. I had a strong focus on water, worked heavily on Colorado River Basin policy issues, as well as the state water plan development, the first go-around. Prior to my time with Young Farmers, I was working on seasonal jobs on the land, so farming in the Pacific Northwest. I actually moved to Mexico and worked in the Colorado River Delta, so kind of been on the Colorado system, headwaters to Delta, both working with a shovel and also working in policy on that system. And from there, it's kind of brought me up to Headwater State here to Colorado. Got more on the policy side, worked quite a bit with our farmers and ranchers in DC, as well as here in Denver and other state houses. So that's sort of been the summary of the last decade. It's a real honor to be in this role and continuing a lot of the work I've been doing, of course, with the new hat on. So we have a lot of irons in the fire at the Department of Ag. As you can imagine, like Dan mentioned, we have our own WIGs, our wildly important goals, that we are working on tirelessly across our divisions. So I'll kind of give a brief overview of that and then share some other exciting updates from the department. So we are in the middle of a strategic planning process that includes the WIGs, but also includes a lot of other things like customer service and other metrics that we all track. But our big three, and I'll talk about 4 initiatives that we have, the big 3 WIGs that we'll be tracking with the governor. The first one is supporting the next generation of farmers and ranchers. So we are, basically what we've done to build our strategic plan is for each of our 3 WIGs, we've created cross-divisional working groups across our 8 divisions, volunteer-based with our staff. We've got 2 co-chairs for each WIG, and actually one of our co-chairs, Wayne East, is here. He's been helping across the board on our strategic planning process in addition to his day-to-day work. So thank you, Wayne, for all that work. So our first big goal is supporting the next generation, and this really touches on an issue I'm hearing out in the field, and of course have been working on for the last many years, is the question of who's going to be on the land down the road. And I know, Eden, this is something we have plenty to talk about here too. But the question of succession, of both what do farm families do when they don't have the next generation to take over, but also how do we address the issue of young people who are looking to get into ag but can't afford land, can't access land, can't find affordable financing, are really facing all kinds of barriers to beginning a career in ag. So kind of looking at both of those angles and seeing what we can do directly as a department, but also as a partner to address that. So a couple things we are doing within the department. We have our team is really focusing on scaling up our succession planning resources for farmers and ranchers. So we actually brought in representatives from 37 other states last month to have a succession summit in preparation for a much larger public summit, and where we'll be training CPAs and lawyers on how to support farm families in farmland transition. We also have the Ag Workforce Development Program. It's the first year that we have been able to administer funds for this. It was passed out of the legislature and signed by Governor Hickenlooper last session, in 2018 session. But the Department of Ag provides cost share grants for ag apprenticeships. So we've got about 20 apprentices out in the field this year that are getting paid. Businesses are getting their overhead covered. So we're connecting more young people with more ag businesses and making sure they're compensated for it as well. So those are some exciting things on the next generation front. The second big wig of ours is supporting high-value ag and diverse market opportunities. This kind of touches on the financial side of agriculture, that farmers are feeling crunch from all sides. Of course, you've got commodity prices and trade and all of that. That's putting all kinds of pressure on agriculture. Our team, we have a whole markets division at the Department of Ag, so we've got a team that's doing international work, as well as a lot of work on local food systems here in Colorado. It's the 20th anniversary of Colorado Proud, so we'll be celebrating Colorado grown, raised products. You'll see a new logo out in stores on packaging that will celebrate our Colorado brand. So more market opportunities for Colorado producers is something we're continuously pushing for. And on the high value side, we're really focusing on hemp and organic, and I'll talk about those here in a second. Our third big wig is stewardship, and I talk about it as soil, water, and climate stewardship. For me, it all starts with the soil in ag, whether you're on an eighth of an acre or 7,000 acres. Soil health matters, and there's ways that you can engage in building the health of your soil. And the co-benefits of healthy soil are immense. For those of you who are not geeks on soil, I encourage you to become one. But really thinking about water conservation, nutrient availability, the bottom line impacts of healthy soil, there's a ton of opportunity for us to support producers in building resilience and stewardship on their operations. So we're looking for ways to do that. On the climate front, of course, it all, same as Dan mentioned, so much of this comes back to climate, both mitigation and resilience, and ag has incredible opportunities to be at the forefront of climate mitigation, and also I see the Department of Ag is having responsibility to help producers build resilience to extreme events, to big changes, whatever we see coming down the road. We want to make sure ag is both a leader and equipped to deal with change. And on the water front, we are starting to do more work on water quantity, engaging with the demand management working group that Dan mentioned. We've got a lot of work on water quality, but we're expanding our brain trust to be able to be at the table as things like the water plan redux take shape, things like the drought contingency plan, demand management questions take shape. We're going to be there along the way. So looking forward to that. I also want to mention that we are continuing our mental health initiative. Commissioner Don Brown, my predecessor, initiated this to address the rising rates of farmer suicide. We're continuing that initiative to make sure producers have access to the Colorado Crisis Hotline. We've trained call takers on the hotline to speak directly with farmers and ranchers. We are expanding our outreach and our partnerships on mental health across Colorado's rural communities. This would be a place I would also love to partner in addition to our other wigs, especially our stewardship wig. I think there's lots of opportunity with commissioners in your neck of the woods to look at ways we can build synergy. A few more quick updates. A quick legislative recap. We had a really strong legislative session. We had 3 sunset bills: seed potato, public livestock markets, and PACFA, or pet animal care facilities. Sunsets all went through. Thanks to Doug Vilsack, who wore 2 hats for DNR and Department of Ag down at the Capitol this year, so we could not have done it without him. We also moved Food Safety Modernization Act bill through so we can continue our food safety compliance work. Surface water, we are now adding surface water monitoring to our groundwater program, so that's a program we'll be building out over the coming months. And Les Owen and our Conservation Division Director is leading the charge on that front. And lastly, we passed our hemp alignment bill, so now we can align our hemp program with the Farm Bill, which leads me to our other hemp announcement. Last week, after the governor signed that bill, we announced what we're calling the CHAMP plan, the Colorado Hemp Advancement and Management Plan. So this is our effort across divisions, including our cannabis cabinets. We actually have a cabinet working group across state agencies working on cannabis issues, hemp being a big one of them. So we're working with about 9 other agencies, the governor's office, the AG's office, tribes, Department of institutions of higher education, and industry to build out a supply chain framework for how we grow a hemp industry in the state of Colorado. So this will turn out both our USDA state plan for hemp as well as a much broader regulatory and advancement framework for hemp. So please check that out on our website. We have 8 stakeholder working groups across the supply chain. So it'll be stakeholder, we're going to 50-50 regulatory and stakeholder industry engagement here. So looking for folks to be a part of this big effort with us. A few other exciting updates. We, on noxious weeds, we've administered over $735,000 in grants for noxious weed management across the state. Our team continues to engage heavily in public lands. Again, Les and Adam Wayne and our animals division, led by Dr. Keith Rohr, are participating in a number of efforts around public lands management with ag at the table. So really appreciate their work on that front. We are also continuing our renewable energy development on ag land. We have a program that supports farmers and ranchers in implementing renewable projects from solar and wind to microhydro. So that is continuing as well. We are also investing in our organic program. We've had a moratorium on organic certification essentially because of limited capacity. We are going to be changing that, building more capacity there. We hear from producers statewide when they go to certify, they want to certify with the state. So we're going to try and make that happen for them. And then lastly, our labs, I guess 2 more things. Our labs, we have a brand new laboratory in Broomfield for our animal health, biochem, and metrology labs. Next week, the 12th through the 14th, we're having open houses for all 3 labs from 10 to 2 up at our Broomfield headquarters. Really incredible building. We're going to be able to do all kinds of great things there and really support our team in our lab work. And then lastly, I've been out on sort of an ongoing, indefinite statewide listening tour, trying to get to as many places across the state as I can. Been to about a dozen from, up in Fruta, Grand Junction, Delta County, San Luis Valley, Pueblo, Strasburg, Lyman, Yuma, Wiggins, Fort Morgan, and beyond, and basically getting out in the field, meeting producers, and hosting listening sessions and town halls. So thank you to anybody listening who's hosted me, and if I haven't gotten to your neck of the woods, I look forward to doing so some point in the future. That's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any comments or questions, Commissioners? Got the Executive Director of DNR and in the Ag Commissioner here. So. Commissioner Adams.
I am so excited. First of all, I love your wigs. I'm excited. I'm available for any thought partnership and support. But specifically, it reminded me of the People's Gathering that I went to in Denver earlier this month, which was around food sovereignty and cooperative building. And so just would love to follow up with you to hear more about the possible alignments with those communities, particularly the urban farmers. Thank you.
Great. Director, you're up. Congratulations. It's nice to say that.
Thank you again. I'm not used to that. Sounds like I need to be way far away, partly because of my voice.
Power.
So thank you, Chairman Howard. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous here. So I want to start with thanking Executive Director Gibbs and the Commission, and of course Governor Polis for selecting me for director. I guess through that wonderful process you talked about. I believe, I think there's a southern saying that even a blind pig can find an acorn now and again, so I guess I demonstrate that. So thank you very much for that. I really do want to reiterate for Jeff Versteeg, thanks for him holding the helm. We had a great relationship prior and will continue to have, but I think he's smiling from ear to ear to only do one job and not five, and so I really do appreciate that. Excuse me. I was trying to think of what I would like to say, and I'm going to keep that short and just stay on business, but I would say that I am proud to sit here. I have worked for 33 years for this agency, and in 2011 we merged as an agency, and I've had as much, if not more, fun working on that to this date. And so you'll hear some more about some history things that we're going to work on that regard. But with that, history matters, and so I believe it's a little centric, but I'm the first active law enforcement officer to be director since John D. Hart was a director in 1940, and I believe I'm the first director from the park side that's ever had a active law enforcement commission. So that, I'm a little bit proud. Here's the good news, though. I'm not just an officer, I'm the director for the whole agency, so that's just a little history. I do have a history with old Division of Wildlife with my dad, and against my better judgment, and my dad is not happy about it, this Saturday we're going to do a little video. You can thank or yell at Lauren Truitt for this, and Bill Vogren, who's the Southeast Regional PIO. We're going to do a little thing at Garden of the Gods for Father's Day about Parks and Wildlife and legacy. So look forward to doing that, or I would say Lauren looks forward to doing that. I'll do that. So I've had a very, very busy week and a half. Commissioner Hauser was correct. She got me on day 2. I fixed that loophole since then, but I loved it, and I'm sincere about that. It was a lot of fun. I actually started prior to going, I went to the Zimpow wedding. Michelle Zimmerman had I don't know if you know, but got married a week ago in Utah. Now, here's the problem. My wife and I, Brenda, dropped everything to go to that wedding, and I can tell you that's where this cold came from. This is not a Colorado bug. Colorado does not have bugs like this. So for Commissioner Greenberg, this is a Utah bug, and I'm not happy about it. It was only about 30 miles from Commissioner Bray's house, but this is a serious Utah bug. And if anybody knows how to shoot a Utah bug, I'd like to hear it, because I've had it for a week and a half now, and I apologize for that. So congratulations, Commissioner Zimmerman was a beautiful bride. If you get a chance, ask her to see her picture about her shooting clays off of the deck in her wedding dress. It's an awesome picture. I hope she frames it. Again, thanks to Commissioner Hauser. I went to the Diversity Inclusion Summit in Leadville. I spent the night there, and Commissioner Hauser was gracious enough to give me a couple minutes of time on the mic, and I really enjoyed that. I also, we're treading the same ground, but Commissioner Adams was nice enough to invite me to the Mercy House thing on Tuesday morning for the kids. And if I would try not to get emotional about that, but Malik and Commissioner Hauser, Malik came from New Jersey, and his pay, so not only did he pay for his own way and didn't take any payment to run this fishing clinic for kids that really need this help, but his price for admission for him was to take 5 kids fishing. That was what he wanted for payment. And so I don't see how we can turn those kind of events down. I wish I could have spent some more time. I suspect they all caught some fish, and he taught them knot tying and et cetera, but it was an uplifting event. And when you do this for a while, but to see those kind of events, those are wonderful. And what a blessing to be given the privilege by Director Gibbs and the Commissioner and the Governor to actually move that ball for this agency and for Colorado Parks and Wildlife on all of these fronts. So with that, and thank you. We did have a wonderful tour of crazy French, catch me on break, I'll tell you the real story about how that got named, but Fisher's Peak Ranch, and I would be remiss not to say thank you to the Nature Conservancy and Trust for Public Lands, as they're the owners still. We're going to be the manager there, hopefully sooner rather than later, but it was a wonderful event. It did not rain. We'd like to got a little more exercise, but it's a beautiful place in Colorado. It's a wonderful partnership with the city of Trinidad and GOCO, and we look forward to that. I really think it's a different way of thinking about affecting a community. It's a mining community that is really known for cannabis now, but at the end of the day, they're retooling for recreation, and we can be a part of that. I think that's important for Colorado Parks and Wildlife to be front and center of that. So I don't see Corey Chick in here, but I believe Corey was mostly successful in completing the big game draw this week, and if people's phones aren't binging if you drew or didn't draw, and so we're really happy about that. We've gone through that. At least I haven't gotten any calls about train wrecks on that. So I understand Commissioner Haskett drew a 25-point bull tag. I did not get my moose tag, so I'm depressed. She's happy, so that's good. Later today, there's an overview in the Natural Areas Program on this agenda. Before we get to that item, we will be asking the Commission to appoint a commissioner to serve on the Natural Areas Program. Raquel, who's in the back here, can tell you more about the responsibilities of that position. If you're interested, Raquel, raise your hand. And so hopefully we can get that done today, Chairman, or in the near future. Two other quick things. Park management planning. You heard about Sylvan Lakes Management Plan at the last meeting, and thank you. We've got good feedback from the Commission on that. And after our break this morning, I would say if Chairman Howard allows us to have a break, I'm not used to sitting up here, so I need lots of breaks. I've worked back of the crowd for 13 years, so this is a big change. So if we get a break, after that, you'll hear about the Arkansas River headwaters from Park Manager Rob White. Today, it's a multi-year effort with our federal partners to manage that state park. You'll also get an update from Park Manager Joe Brand on State Forest, State Park Plan. We're also kicking off a planning effort for the Lathrop State Park in southeast Colorado. That's not on the agenda, but that's how much park planning efforts that are going on within the agency. Excuse me, last Northeast Regional Manager Mark Leslie, who's in a banjo instruction, he's an instructor up in Montana, a bluegrass banjo. He'll be back next week. Anyway, he provided an update on the El Dorado Canyon Visitor Use Management Plan. We now have an interagency team, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Boulder County Transportation and Open Space, and also Boulder City Open Space, and a task force, representatives from agents from local communities and park user groups. And that planning effort will have some open houses later this summer, conducting a traffic study to deal with park capacity issues and that park plan, because it's everybody has an opinion of how that should happen, and we're in the middle of that. So we look forward for Regional Manager Leslie to pull that off. So last but not least, I would encourage the chairman and the commission and staff to sooner rather than later start the discussion or continue the discussion, I guess, on continuous improvement on the qualifying license and licenses that might be available. Sportsmen and sports people around the state, there was a pretty good sense of frustration on the change. So I would encourage this commission to just continue that improvement and start that discussion early so the public has a chance to weigh in and give your thoughts. I think that would serve this commission and this state well, and the staff that continue to hear about that. And so with that, thank you again. I'm excited.
Director, on that last point, I think, and this is just this is a suggestion, but I think if you were to present the stats on the draw and how everything turned out, I think that would help kick off that discussion. Because the first thing is to understand, did it have the intended effect that we thought, or an unintended effect, and to understand that. So that would just be a suggestion from me.
Perfect, thank you. I believe I sent you an email, or Jeff Versteeg did last night, and so why don't we put our heads together, maybe we can put that on the agenda for July as a kickoff, and then I would encourage the commission to review that email, and I'll talk to the chairman and the chairwoman as it comes up. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions for the director? Mr. Rutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commission. My name is Justin Rutter. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Do want to start off just by acknowledging that the Finance Subcommittee was canceled this morning by the Chairman Vigil. Logistics stopped us from meeting, but we will pick that up again next meeting. I bring a financial update, as pretty much always, to you this month. This one has a couple extra bells and whistles, but I present this information to you in support of our desire to increase trust within CPW by communicating financials, which is one of our strategic plan goals. Also, the governor's wildly important goal related to financial sustainability includes strategies that relate to communicating and identifying the gaps that we're trying to close in the future. I do believe that this monthly information and the chance for the public and the commission to review kind of current status gives context to that long-term conversation, because there is a lot of assumptions that needs to go into any projection. When we're talking about biological systems like wildlife herds, the assumptions get even more assumption-y. So this first slide is the one that you're familiar with. I do want to thank Commissioner Adams for meeting with me and my staff last week. We discussed broadly budgets, not necessarily this in particular, but she shared some ideas on how to better orient the commission on finances. And so I will likely be bringing some information to the Finance Committee via email about some of the feedback I received, and will potentially be presenting in July a more broad budget look on how the commission can orient themselves to how CPW budgets and help them understand, help you all understand where we're at. On this slide, as I typically do, we're starting at the top, move to the right, and then down, kind of in a clockwise fashion. We have expenses and revenues at the top through May. That's period 11. So when I pull this chart together, what I typically do it as close to the deadline for the PowerPoint as possible. I believe I pulled this together last Friday. And so I pull all actual transactions and put it through a filter. One caveat that creates is that the period 11 does not actually close until towards the end of June. So in previous years, you may see some activity that was recorded in June and then the transaction occurred in June, but the revenue or expenses accrued back to May. So that does cause some noise. You also will see that we appear to have a drop in revenue in the current year. Mostly it's attributable to the Wildlife Cash Fund, and that is not an actual result of less revenue coming in. It has to do with accrual accounting and the timing of entries. So because some of our sales across fiscal years, we need to recognize revenue across both years. And I have not done the deep dive into data to confirm that, but that is most likely the cause for that drop. I have been pulling live data out of the IPOS system through approximately the same time frame, looking at year-over-year comparisons and license sales. I'm not seeing major changes through that data, and so I would not look at that and think that we are heading for a cliff. This is just an issue of timing where revenues are not yet recorded. But I do not believe the cash coming in has changed substantially.
Justin, do you know what is causing the timing change?
I have not dug, my apologies, but I have not dug in far enough to get to that. That's, I think all these are a little challenging trying to do live, because it could be the difference of a day. I could have pulled it a day later. If you look, so we've been digging in a lot on how we used to report data out of the TLS system and how we're reporting data in the IPOS system now, and getting really into the details. And trying to chase down the discrepancies gets difficult, because you can literally have $30 million shift between two periods just because of when our accountants were able to get to the entry. So if we're a little bit behind, we record 1 week later than we usually do in our past period close date, then it looks like we missed out on $30 million until you get to that next month.
You know, one of the things that would be interesting, we were talking about, did the qualifying license, deliver? So if this timing issue relates to any of those changes, that would be an interesting thought, I would think, to know in the future. So just an easy example. Thanks.
And I hope to have I will have better information at year end when we're able to do the lengthy and time-consuming analysis that kind of gets into those details. And just take home for this slide is we're not worried yet. Yeah.
Commissioner Vehil.
Because of the nature of the agency's business, camping fees really come in all at one time. It's very seasonal, same with hunting licenses. So you're always going to have that issue of accrual accounting versus real cash flow. And we have to recognize that. So looking at month to month is not very important in a very seasonal business like our agency. So I just want to get that out to the commission. When you look at revenue for that period from 2018 to 2019, it looks disastrous. But I think Justin is saying that it's not going to be a disaster. It will bounce back when the accounting is done. And we don't have a lot of control over the accounting because that's done by the Controller's Department, not our agency. So we have to live with what we have. Over time, it will level out.
Thank you for that. I do agree that over time will level out. Our department does do the entries, and the individual entries. They can go through our division does the entries, the department approves them, State Controller's Office approves them. So we're working on getting consistency, but fluctuations and workloads and demands on time can complicate that. To your point, I think we discussed the Parks Cash Fund last year, and I've been working on, because we are so close to, we don't have much in reserve, and we were close to a profit or loss, I've been working on a cash flow model, and it is mind-numbing trying to accomplish 30% of the revenue for Parks Cash comes in June, which means that by the time I know how much money I have, the year is ending, and I don't know how, and I didn't have a chance to change how I'm going to close my books. There's no action I can take in June to account for a drop in revenue.
Hey, Justin? Commissioner McDaniel?
Commissioner McDaniel.
I think we heard at the last meeting, just wanted to give some level of comfort with regards to Corey talked briefly about the number of applications actually increasing even though the qualifying license change was implemented for the 2019 application period. So that should give us some comfort with regards to revenue and more indicative that it could be a timing issue. And then second, and I could be wrong about this, but maybe I just ask Jeff, isn't Corey chatting about the draw results tomorrow as part of the big game workshop? So I don't think we have to wait till July. We'll get it tomorrow with regards to draw results. So, and that would also be helpful and support this idea about revenue.
Thank you, Commissioner McDaniels. Anything to add, Justin, on that?
No, I think similar to the detailed data, I think there's a reason to have comfort that it's a timing issue and not a drop in purchases of licenses.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Vehil.
Thank you. One thing that I do want to mention is on that first page, the second slide down on the right, the GoPro grants for parks. It's somewhat encouraging to see the orange going up, which means we're spending a little faster than we used to. And that's been an issue in the past, not only from GoPro, but from the auditor's office. And they audited that and said people aren't spending faster. That's an unusual situation to be in, but we're lucky that we get the funding that we do from GoPro. So I want to encourage the agency to keep up that funding as fast as we can. And I know timing is a lot of it because it's not easy to build a visitor center or do those type of things or rehabilitation on a dam. It takes time, but we're getting better.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
and Commissioner Vehil on that. I think it would be a good idea if we share the GOCO financial information, it's public information, with this commission, because I think those numbers could even be bigger. So I think it'd be a good idea for us to start taking a look at those numbers. And so, Justin, if maybe we can get together and make that happen. The other thing is, and I was going to say this to the end, but I would like to start seeing some forecasting. We're going to be, and we're talking about future funding. That's something we've got to get moving on. The governor wants to get moving on it. I think we can get ahead of that by starting to do some of our own forecasting. We've talked about we may have a much better feel now with the qualifying license and those type of issues, what the future funding looks like. I think it's time that we start putting those numbers, and I'd like to do that for our July meeting. I'd like to start looking not just at current numbers, but I'd like to do some forecasting by the time we get to Telluride in July.
Commissioner Beal?
In my experience in the 7 years, the only time we've done that is when it's panic time. So it's a good idea to start doing that. And generally, we do 5-year forecasts, right?
And so I appreciate the thoughts, and I agree. Fortunately, since you are looking for a July meeting, that's not a product I'm going to have to create from scratch. We do have that working in the background. As part of the Future Generations process over the previous 4 years, we had put together an 8-year forecast. I presented the summary level data of that in Lamar, maybe, approximately a year ago. And that's something I can bring back. We've been somewhat reluctant to get that out in front of the public again due to some of how dependent the assumptions are on the details of which licenses are being sold and the reporting challenges that we've had. We've made a lot of progress there on that, and so I think we can probably take that and update it and discuss the assumptions with you again at this point. And it's, I'd also like to compare it to our projections to past practice to see how much of a useful exercise it is, because there is a lot of noise, but I think we have some good broad brush assumptions in there that, at least when I've looked preliminary, we're on track for what we thought we were going to do. And then the data from this year's draw will, of course, be hugely important, because that's going to be major changes in pricing for those products, and we're going to have to account for that. To Commissioner Vehil's comments on the GOCO slides, I also am encouraged by the upslope, and to Commissioner Garcia's comments, I think it is eye-opening to see kind of where we sit within the world of GOCO on expenditures. I think it's challenging for one agency to spend half the GOCO dollars, and I think that's part of the reason that we are slow at times, is it's a smaller number of people pushing a larger amount of dollars through a system compared to, say, a local or a open space organization that has a small number of people but also smaller grants they're working on from GOCO. So I think one thing to point out on this slide, besides the fact that I missed that I lost half my labels again, is there's a slight drop there on the month leading into March. That's where we deobligated current grants, so grants that were completed or canceled or for other reasons we're no longer going to continue having as a grant from GOCO. We deobligated that. That changes the blue amount, which is how much we've obligated, how many grants have been obligated to us, but also changes the expenditure amount, because those grants that were live did have expenditures against them. So I've always struggled a little bit to how to show this properly. We'll see a huge jump when the investment proposal gets into this data, when we have new grants coming online. And then I did want to mention that for the June GOCO meeting, there's a number of memos in front that we had sent to GOCO requesting authorization of new grants. It's extension of a couple grants, the new Directors Innovation Fund round of grants, some shooting range grants, because the leadership team and the director have authorized a number of internal shooting range projects that meet part of the future generation goals of increasing availability of shooting ranges, and that GOCO is going to hopefully partner with us on. It also includes about approximately $4 million of additional capital grants. This is, when everything's put together, if we were just doing a year-over-year request to GOCO of the amount available, I'm over-requesting slightly. I'm asking for more money from future years to be allocated now. This is also somewhat unusual for us for the past few years to request a large change in our grants after the investment plan. Typically, we would wait till the next year. We'd take whatever money had been reverted, put that in the new investment plan, and carry it forward. Going forward, to the Commissioner's points, we are going to be budgeting a bit more aggressively. We're going to be asking for perhaps more money than we are due, just so that when those reversions inevitably happen, we are not falling behind on that expenditure pattern, and using it to accomplish things in the current year instead of waiting and putting a delay in the process, which was one of the other findings of the GOCO audit, was that we have the ability and the flexibility with the GOCO board to go in off-cycle and do these kind of things. So I've heard the criticisms from past audits. I've looked around at the agency, and we're going to put the pedal just slightly further down and try to get that money moving even faster. I do think that a lot of the GOCO grants are coming across as capital, which has its own challenges as far as weather, permitting, and then also staffing. I can't, if GOCO were to offer me $100 million tomorrow, I can't jam it through my capital program. So we're trying to find that balance of spending appropriately and not expecting staff to do miracles. And then moving around to that bottom left corner, not a lot to say here. We're slightly behind on, well, not behind. We're on track on personal services to spend approximately our budgets. It looks like from those numbers that the operating budgets will be underspent. We're doing a period-by-period analysis. We tend to see a sharp increase in operating expenditures at the end of the year. Those that were holding back funds for emergencies might make a purchase that they've been planning on for a while. It's also getting into the busy season. There's a number of reasons for that spike, but to the slides, partly to a point to the slides that I'm about to show, we monitor our spending authority closely at the end of the year because both Parks cash and Wildlife cash are appropriated by the General Assembly. We want to make sure to stay within those boundaries. Last year, it looked on a Friday, we were good, had plenty of breathing room, came in on a Monday, and we had overspent the Parks cash spending authority, a swing of $1.4 million, and that was not payroll. So these mid-year looks are difficult. There's a lot of people doing a lot of activity, and things can change significantly.
Justin, can I press you on a question? I think I ask you this once a year. So on that Parks cash, we always, I mean, it's also on the wildlife side, but on the park side, a lot of times when we have these capital projects, things like weather. So you're doing a dam in the high country. Weather is a limiting factor because of when you can actually work on it. Sometimes you'll have federal or state regulations that slow a project down because of some reason. But how much of it is a staff issue? We don't have capacity to do all the work, whether it's planning or on the ground. I mean, is that something, with our new legislature and governor, that is that a limiting factor, or is it really just all these other types of issues?
I think, thank you for the question. I think for any endeavor of that size, staff's going to be one of the choke points that you look at. The other things you mentioned are slow down, but I think we have looked at our capital staff recently. We determined that with the Future Generations Act coming online, that we needed additional staff in that unit to even begin contemplating a larger capital program, which I think the Future Generations Act envisions with the focus on dams and hatcheries and backlogs. So we went to the legislature this previous cycle and asked for an additional 4 FTE. All engineers to work on the capital program. I believe it's 1 dam engineer, 2 project managers in the field, and 1 design engineer at this point. It's something that the leadership team is discussing. I think it's a lot of our business. We're putting a lot of money out through that conduit, and so we are evaluating staff resources for the current upcoming fiscal year. We went from approximately $18 million parks capital budget and $3 million wildlife capital budget to roughly $20 million parks and $10 million wildlife. It's a swing. We're going to evaluate how the staff resources deal with that, and potentially go back for further increases or decide that we need to change the model, or there's a number of paths we could take from here, but it's something we're evaluating currently.
Because I don't think that issue, having been through the GOCO audit, is Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hauser will have to do again, I think. So that issue, I think, Director, I don't know if you have a comment, but it's not going to go away. And to me, somehow being able to spend that money faster, it fits all the goals we heard from the director at DNR. I think that's a strategic problem. I always have, so I'm just curious if you guys think, is it people, is it something, what else are we missing?
I think, not sure I know all that, but I think as Justin talked about, the FTE will help a bunch, and then part of that is just picking those projects that aren't, when we select projects, that they're, I hate to use the word shovel-ready, but they're more ready, whether it's a NEPA analysis or some federal review, that we can get out the door quickly. So we're not done. Talk about continuous improvement, that's one that we ought to. The engineers need to hit the ground running. The dam engineer is a good example, but we're also redesigning those field engineers so we can, I would call those line engineers, that they're actually out on the ground making those projects happen. And so some of that will happen is a contractual basis where we don't really need to have as many design engineers. We may, that's a structural issue we'll talk about at a staff level, but we can contract design and then put it out on the ground and get there quicker.
Because I think government is different. I've learned that in my 4.5 years, but the bottom line is, in the corporate world, if you don't spend the money, somebody else takes it. And I don't think that's necessarily going to happen in this legislature, but we've seen runs before, and so I just fear if we don't spend that money, someday someone will take it, so. Commissioner Vigil?
I would second that. I mean, one of the things I've talked about for a couple of years is wildlife catch reserve. We have to start spending. We have a limit of what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's not a fixed limit, it's a range. But we're really far exceeded it. And there are things that we need to do. And I've talked about whether it's CWD or ALC recruitment or something. We need to get some of those things done quick. And if it takes contract help to get them done, then we need to do that. And dams is the other area. We have some, we had a dam presentation a few years ago, and it was scary when we looked at some of the conditions of our dams. So I think we need to really take a look at that, spend some money.
I know you're a victim of your own success. The agency's done so well in cutting back, but now I've talked about this before, just because it's my background in corporate world and the restructuring. One of the cultural things that we always find in a company that's been in decline is that they are in a culture of austerity, and you think it would be easy to suddenly turn around and start spending money, but you're changing a culture, not just a spending habit. So I think this is a strategic challenge for you on a lot of different levels, but an important one, and one that you're very well equipped. I just think you need more people, more other things too. So I'd be totally supportive, even though I don't have much sway anymore. But anyhow,
you have plenty of sway, Chairman, but and it's very insightful. And we did have a meeting like that. And Justin and I met last week and talked about a pre-planning meeting. Usually we wait for the budget cycle, because that's what good government does, is wait for the budget cycle. But we're already planning a meeting preemptively this fall to have that. And I will tell you, as a personal note, that's old age and wisdom is sometimes it's wise and sometimes it's not, but it is a retool. For 33 years, I've never heard the word, what should we invest new resources on, or different resources. It's always been, how do we plug the holes? And so as we're doing that, we are starting, and we're actually farther along than just starting that conversation, but it is a retool. It's actually an exciting problem to have, in air quotes, but it is a retool. So we're aware of it, and we'll get there quickly.
Commissioner Vigil.
Just for those of us who've been around Commissioner Bray, Commissioner Zimmerman, and myself, we went through a real austerity problem about 6-7 years ago, where we had to take $10 million per year out of the wildlife operating budget. And it was tough. It was tough, but we did it, and it was so successful that now we've got the money that we need to spend. Because I just don't like the cash reserve sitting there. We're not getting a lot of interest money on it. And we have a lot of deferred maintenance on a lot of our state wildlife areas, and more coming. So we gotta get after it.
Commissioner Adams.
Justin, I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me. It was very helpful to see behind the curtains, and very impressed by the way that you and the team work together, and to see behind the curtain all of the complexities. One of the things that we did discuss is doing a finance deep dive as a broader orientation for the new commissioners. Not to be presumptuous on what your needs were, but our orientation was abridged due to the bomb cyclone. And so would love to revisit specifically this issue and explore the updated slide deck, and perhaps inform an update of a broader commissioner's handbook to really roll out the different policies and procedures, roles and responsibilities of the different facets of this very complex organization. So look forward to an update of that, and I feel like this is spearheading that update, so thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I just wanted to give the suggestion, or maybe perhaps an alternative, especially the second Commissioner Vihil's comments around our base reserve cash. But when you're looking at GOCO money, or grant money, it's more difficult, obviously, because it's not I'll call it a more firm or forecastable funding amount. And when you have, rapidly changing funding amounts, it's hard to set a staffing level for that. From the agency's perspective. So I'd encourage us to look, especially in the short term, since it's a more immediate need, to look at outsourcing more of that work. Because you can outsource project management. I also think it's kind of a cultural thing that we want to do it ourselves, especially around project management and or design. But we could move a lot faster. You can bring on a lot of FTEs, so to speak, very quickly. You can also ramp those down very quickly when a project ends, and then move on to the next project. That's much more corporate thinking than you would get in a government agency, but it's something that you could probably execute in 2019 and really move very quickly about. So I don't think it's our commission's responsibility to look at, staffing levels. I mean, that's something for the agency and the director to manage, but just an idea around managing workload. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioner? Anything else, Justin?
Yeah, so I do have two thick slides coming up. These will be fairly quick, though. Commissioner Vigil has regularly asked me about reserve amounts, and Commissioner McDaniel just referenced them again. For some of the I think some of the conversation we just had informs the caveats on these two slides, which is this was taken Monday, in fact, as a snapshot. So all the mid-year changing issues apply here, along with recording issues and timing issues. The slide in front of you is Fund 1720, which is the Parks Cash Fund. So this is our 10-year history that we typically give as part of the financial update. I chose to bring it to you in this format mostly for poorly chose to bring it to you in this format in case you had interest in the details, but the important bottom line is that blue line at the bottom, the net change to reserve or working capital. So reserve is in the blue, and then the change is the other blue below that. So based on where we are currently, Parks Cash Fund is looking fairly decent with an increase of over $2 million to reserve. We will see where that ends up over the next 4, 5, 6 weeks. But you can see, looking back through the history, that we've gotten really close to having no money in the Parks Cash Fund at the end of the year. The other interesting thing about the Parks Cash Fund, I think it was Commissioner Vigil referenced to the seasonality of this fund in particular, and it's interesting to see. I think this is an area that the Finance Subcommittee could dig into because we do not currently have a Parks Cash Fund reserve policy. And if you look at the year-to-year cash on hand, we typically go negative over the winter. So we have to go to the Treasury and ask for a loan to continue operations out of the Parks Cash Fund because we do know that we have seasonal revenues and we will be in the black by the time the fiscal year closes. But it's interesting to watch over the course of a year, we can bounce in and out of the negative. We can go negative for a few months. It's why I was working on a cash flow model, is because it's not where want to be, as a business or as a state agency, constantly dipping into finance funds. But that means we'd have to build a reserve, and we've been so tight for so long that we have not done so. So I'd take that $2 million with a grain of salt, but it's at least an encouraging sign at this point.
Justin, can I ask you a question on your timing issue? You brought it up a couple times, and I just have never thought about it. But have you ever, I mean, and again, it may not be possible in a state agency, but have you ever thought about securitizing those park? So you'd have, you'd be able to draw on a letter of credit or some other credit facility, and then it's secured by the receipts that come in later in the year?
It's essentially, well, not at that scale, but essentially what the Treasury allows us to do is...
So you can't do it because it's
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then moving on to the next slide, if everybody's ready. This is Fund 4100, which is the Wildlife Cash Fund. And if you look in the bottom right there, you see that it's projecting a drop of over $4 million in reserve. Again, based on all the conversation we just had, I do not believe that's accurate. There's a timing issue with the recognition of revenue at this point in the year. But without a lot more research, I can't tell you where we're likely to go. Looking back 1 year, prior to the new fees, we see an increase of $10 million, which was substantial and put us at I believe it was $22 or $24 million total. Looking at the $41 million just above that $10 million figure as the reserve, that includes the Habitat Stamp Fund, the Commission Reserve Policy, because that fund is earmarked, removes that amount. It's about $20 million. So it would have been $21 million reserve, $22 million reserve. We do about $7 million of revenue in Habitat Stamp Fund. I have not seen new figures. So based on the current data, we're going to drop in the reserve. I suspect at the end of the year, we're going to see another increase in reserve. We did go to the legislature this last cycle and ask for some changes in spending authority between Parks and Wildlife, some related to our small cap program that the leadership team approved a $3 million last year, $5 million this year, small cap program to start addressing the backlog of maintenance on our state wildlife areas. There have been some changes that will start heading that way, but to the chairman's point, and to the director's point about 33 years without thinking of what he'd like to invest in instead of what he'd like to save, I think it's going to take a little while to get in gear. And I think our even during good times, our attitude has always been, I don't want to put something in place that I'm going to have to take out next year. And so it's always been this kind of incremental, non-permanent program growth. And I think the leadership team has moved past that and is going to have to get the agency thinking about long-term where we are investing our dollars to get that reserve spent down.
Commissioner Vigil.
One final thing, and then I'm going to shut up. On the cash reserve, if you're going to be presenting that, we need to know what is unallocated cash reserve, because that's the only one we have freedom with. A lot of that reserve is allocated. So I think one more line below that, if you're going to use this as a regular chart, should be, I don't know what you want to call it, unallocated or free cash reserve, whatever.
I appreciate the suggestion. Probably want to work with you on the word unallocated for a while because there's some assumptions in there as well. But based on I will add this line, but based on the Commission's current policy, I would subtract Habitat Stamp funds and call that unallocated. I think there's some risk factors to calling all that money unallocated because there are multi-year obligations that we have that can draw on future revenues, but if they came due today, would draw on that reserve as well. So I'd like to discuss that maybe perhaps with the Finance Subcommittee further.
Anything else, Justin?
That's it for me.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Just before we go on break, let me recognize former Commissioner Peisel in the back. Dale, raise your hand. He's here with us. We'll be recognizing him tonight at dinner, but I would encourage all the members in the audience, as well as anyone else that doesn't know Dale, to talk to him today. He's a fascinating character, and I'm hoping he'll have time to give the director some PowerPoint lessons before he goes. So grab Dale in the break. He's definitely worth a good chat. So thanks. We'll take a break, come back in, let's say 10:15. Mr. White, you're up. I've been very much looking forward to this presentation for a long time.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. Good morning, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Rob White. I'm the Park Manager of the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area, and it's my pleasure today to be able to present the management plan. Before I do that, though, I would like to recognize two people who are in the audience. First of all, I'd like to recognize Jim Pitts from the U.S. Forest Service. Yeah, we moved a little bit. Jim Pitts is the District Ranger for the Salida Ranger District, and Caleb Leonard from the Bureau of Land Management. And Caleb is the Associate Field Office Manager from the Royal Gorge Field Office. As you know, the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area is a partnership between CPW, the BLM, and the U.S. Forest Service. And it's that partnership that really makes the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area known as one of the greatest partnerships and recreation areas in the whole nation. And not only is it the agencies working together that achieve that, but it's also the people. So I especially want to thank Jim and Caleb for working with us through this management planning process. What I thought I'd do first, because maybe perhaps a lot of you haven't ever been to the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area, or maybe you've been there but just had a short visit, is to show you a little video that we put together so that you better understand what it is that I'm going to speak about when we talk about the management plan. And so Laura, if you're ready.
Welcome to the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area, co-managed by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Bureau of Land Management, and the U.S. Forest Service. The Arkansas River Valley is a lush and varied ecosystem, ranging from the cottonwoods and pines lining the river to pinyon pine-covered slopes and culminating with 14,000-foot snow-capped peaks. When you think of the Arkansas Headwaters, what comes to mind? That's right, world-class white water. Whether it is a white-knuckle Class 5 ride through the Royal Gorge, a thrilling float trip through Browns Canyons National Monument, or experiencing a milder section of the river, the Arkansas Headwaters has something for everyone. People come from all over the world to reach the Arkansas. Rafts, kayaks, you name it. Explore on your own, or hook up with one of the many excellent whitewater outfitters. Either way, you'll have the time of your life. Like the satisfaction of catching your limit of brown and rainbow trout? Well, you've come to the right place. You may even land one of those trophy lunkers, hiding in the crystal clear pools lining 102 miles of AHRA's gold medal water. Try visiting during the caddis and stonefly hatch in the spring, or when things slow down a bit in the fall. You may even have better luck. Fishing regulations vary, so check the regulations in the area you'll be fishing. We promise you'll be hooked. If motorized sports are more your style, there are easily accessible off-highway vehicle trails and playgrounds both in and adjacent to the park. From backcountry exploring to wild action, we have it all. Carnage Canyon is one of the toughest 4x4 routes in Colorado, but you better have an extreme-built rig, no wimpy trucks allowed. Or how about some throttle-twisting, high-jumping action? The Big Bend OHV recreation site caters to an adrenaline-filled crowd, whether you use motorcycles or ATVs. And that's not the only place. Texas Creek has miles of trails to explore as well. Just remember to stay on the designated routes. Speaking of heart-pounding action, whether it's from climbing a scenic single track or the thrill of a fast downhill, mountain biking in or near the Arkansas Headwaters will get your heart pumping. We have trails for the tenderfoot, as well as gnarly technical sections for your real shredders. Accessing these trails from the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area is easy, and there are hundreds of trails nearby. Like the 4-mile travel management area near Buena Vista, or the world-famous Colorado Trail that parallels the Arkansas Valley. You shouldn't miss either. Okay, still not exciting enough for you? How about hanging on a handhold on your way up one of the incredible granite outcroppings, like Turtle Rock, Granite Rock, or any of the other nearby climbing areas? Plenty of routes, some 5, 6, and above, are all listed in guidebooks, which are available at the AHRA Visitor Center in Salida. Bouldering, sport, traditional, you name it, but be sure to wear a helmet. No matter what your adventure, you'll be traveling through some of the most scenic areas in Colorado. The river valley is guarded on the west by some of the most impressive peaks in the Rockies, Mount Elbert and Mount Massive being the two highest in Colorado. For 152 miles from just below Leadville, through Buena Vista, Salida, and Canyon City, all the way to the boundary of Lake Pueblo State Park, you won't stop staring at the scenery. History abounds along the Arkansas River, and the entire family can have fun going on a modern-day treasure hunt scanning for gold. You can even use a small sluice, but be sure to check the specific rules in your area. Looking for a great place to get started? Try the Point Bar Recreation Site. You may not get rich, but you'll have fun trying. No matter what you do during the day, spending the night under the stars caps the real outdoor experience. And there are plenty of developed and undeveloped campsites nearby. Try one of our many state park campground locations, or pick your own spot alongside the river or in the backcountry. Facilities and services vary, but give us a call and we'll help you find the perfect site. Remember, leave no trace. Got your attention? Want to know more? Our visitor center is located in downtown Salida. Or you can call us or visit in person, and we'll be happy to help you plan your next adventure.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you to the BLM who provided a lot of that footage. And thank you for Crystal for putting together the video. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what we're all about. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about the management plan and the planning process. The Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area was created in 1989 by House Bill 1253. Basically what happened is there were a group of citizens, commercial rafters, who got together and approached the governor and asked if Colorado State Parks at the time could become involved in the management of the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area. Because at the time, the BLM had one employee to cover 152 miles of river, and all of the revenue that was being collected from the federal agencies was going to Washington and not being put back on the ground. And so in 1989, that park was established. The first management plan was 1989. The second management plan was 2001, and this would be the third or the second revision. The recreation area spans 152 miles, basically from Leadville to Lake Pueblo State Park. We have 9 full-time state park employees, or Colorado Parks and Wildlife employees, and a total of about 30 Colorado Parks and Wildlife temporary staff that works for us. As I mentioned, it's collaboratively managed by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the BLM, and U.S. Forest Service. Basically, Colorado Parks and Wildlife does all the on-the-ground management and fee collection, and the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service help us with our environmental issues, making sure that we're doing things properly on the ground. I might mention that the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area is one of, if not the most commercially rafted rivers in the United States, if not the world, and also it has 102 miles of gold medal trout waters, which when that was designated just a couple of years ago, more than doubled the amount of gold medal water throughout the state of Colorado. Having the public involved in a management planning process is very important, and this plan has been going on for a number of years to make sure that we got it right. Public scoping started back in 2016. We had an open house in Buena Vista, Canyon City, Colorado Springs, and Denver. We're getting some scoping information. We collected written comments. People could provide their comments online. And we came up with 4 different alternatives. There was a no-action alternative, an alternative 1, which was low development, an alternative 2, which is kind of higher development, more use, and then we came up with a proposed action, which kind of was a combination of what we saw in alternative 1 and alternative 2. Additional public meetings followed in 2017, 3 days of public meetings, and also continued work with our citizen task force, which assists us with management of the area. And then the management plan comment period closed in November of 2017. Taking all those 3 documents together and all the public information that we got, we came up with the management plan. And the management plan has 3 supporting documents, 2 of which are extremely important, 1 of which guided us. So along with the management plan, you'll see that there is a cooperative management agreement. The cooperative management agreement is really what drives the management plan. So the management plan itself outlines what we will do in terms of park development or land acquisition, river management in terms of both commercial and private boat use, and the cooperative management agreement dictates what the agencies will do. So what Colorado Parks and Wildlife will do in terms of on the ground, what the BLM and what the Forest Service will do. Another very important agreement that's part of the management planning process is the programmatic agreement. And the programmatic agreement provides stipulations and guidance on how we will deal with cultural resources that are both found and discovered within the recreation area, and guides our future development of the land. The other thing that we obviously took a lot of time taking a look at and making sure that we had it right was to follow the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Strategic Plan. And I might mention that we wanted to make sure that we touched on all the goals, but the goals that were most affected or realized by this planning process are goal number 2, which is managing state parks for world-class outdoor recreation. Goal number 3, which is achieving and maintaining financial sustainability, Goal number 4 is maintaining dedicated personnel and volunteers. Goal number 5 is increasing awareness and trust of CPW. And goal number 6, which is one of the most important, which is connecting people to the outdoors and making sure that people, both residents of the state of Colorado and visitors, have a great place to recreate when they're here. One of the most important parts of the management planning process, and probably one of the most complicated, was what do we do to address the numbers of boaters that are on the river. We have a citizens task force that helps us with this because there are competing interests with a limited resource. So we have private boaters, commercial boaters, anglers, private landowners, water users. And so in this plan, you will see that we have adjusted some of the boating numbers, both commercial numbers and private boat numbers. Number 1, to protect the resource, and number 2, to make sure that people have a good quality experience while they're at the recreation area. So some of those numbers were lowered in various sections of the river, some of those numbers were increased in other sections of the river, and the river is divided up into various sections depending upon what its best use is for. So for example, in Browns Canyon, it's one of the most popular whitewater boating areas. You'll see that we have high numbers of boaters. But in the lower sections of segment 3, which is more for fishing, we have low boat numbers. I think the most important aspect of this management plan in terms of changing both boating numbers or launch times or windows or various seasons is that built into the plan is a process so that we can make changes if needed. So no one really knows when we started out with this plan, there were a lot of guesstimates that were made back in 1989. As we've continued to learn through various management strategies that not all those guesstimates were as good as they possibly could be. And some of the numbers that we've come up with may not be perfect either, but I think what's most important is we have the ability to adjust those numbers down the road if we determine that we've let too many boats on the river or not enough. I'll just touch upon some of those changes, and some of the most important aspects of this plan are, when I started management of the recreation area in 2000, there were more than 65 different commercial outfitters, boating outfitters, that operated on the Arkansas River. At the time, the management plan called for us to get to a number of 45. Currently, we have 52 commercial boating outfitters, and the new management plan calls us to get to no less than 25. And that's basically through attrition or incentives or prospectus. We're not forcing anyone out of business, nor do we have any desire to force anyone out of business. But the fact of the matter is that the top 20 outfitters actually control about 99% of the use on the river. So if someone wants to sell their company, then oftentimes we'll retire the agreement because we found that we don't necessarily need it. We've also realized that we may at some point in time need to place a limit on the number of commercial float fishing exhibits, is what we call them, or companies that offer that service, primarily because we want to make sure that we have a quality fishing experience for both the private angler, or those people who visit on their own, as well as those commercial companies that continue to operate on the river. You don't want to get to a point where around every bend there's 2 or 3 different boats, and so that would ruin the fishing experience for everyone. We've also noted that we may need to put a limit on our upland activities, for example, rock climbing or mountain biking. And again, those are commercial activities that occur within the recreation area. And again, it's just mostly to make sure that we protect the type of use that we have, protect the resource, and make sure that there's a quality recreation experience. The one thing that we have noticed is we currently have 15 walk-and-wade commercial agreements, 15 commercial walk-and-wade agreements. And we think we could potentially go to 20, because oftentimes what happens is an outfitter will have 2 or 3 or 4 different rivers that they operate on, and depending upon the water levels or the fishing conditions on those rivers, they will move their clients from one spot to another. So it's not like every outfitter that has an agreement with the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area fishes that river every day of the year. It's more like a quiver of arrows in your pack. You pick an arrow for a particular condition or species, and we think the same could occur here. And so we're going to slowly move up, probably go from 15 to 17, and if that works well, then maybe 18 to 20. We do have a waiting list of probably 10 commercial outfitters who would like to get on the Arkansas River and offer walk-and wade trips, and we think we can do that responsibly, and so we would like to move in that direction. I want to emphasize in terms of the management planning process that the most important thing that we've considered is to protect the resource. We feel that that's the key to being able to continue to offer a quality recreational experience and make sure that we have the ability to pass on this tremendous resource to our children and grandchildren in the future. And at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions the commission may have.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple questions regarding the commercial use aspects. Is there a adaptive management plan with set triggers as part of the AHRA management plan?
In terms of?
Whatever monitoring that does occur, is there an actual feedback loop to then change the management prescriptions regarding either the commercial use permits or set up a process to, change those use days?
Yep, exactly. So each section of the river has limits, both commercial limits and private limits in terms of boating. And when on a particular section of the river, if those capacities are exceeded, that triggers what's called rationing for the commercial use. So what we then do is look back in history, 5 years of history, that commercial outfitter or all commercial outfitters have the use that's occurred on that section of the river, and then allocate each one of those commercial outfitters a certain number of trips based on their historical use. So that's how we do it on the river in terms of both boating and both private and commercial. In terms of upland activities, we continually monitor basically it's just continually monitoring the resource and feedback that we receive with surveys if we need to place a limit on that. And so on our survey data that we collect basically shows that the number of commercial outfitters out there and the use that is occurring is coinciding with public and private use and not doing that detrimentally. So we haven't had to take a step. And the way we do that is both through surveys, and also we have staff members who interview people in the field, and we have staff members who count people who are on the river or using the river corridor.
Then a follow-up, I know that the Browns Canyon Resource Management Plan process just sort of kicked off. How's it potentially going to fit in with the larger recreation area plan itself?
Yep. Good question. So there's actually 3 management planning processes going on. There is the resource management plan for the BLM. There's our management plan, the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area Plan, and then there's the Browns Canyon National Monument Plan. Our plan, the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area Plan, is more or less like an implementation plan, so gets down in the weeds, so to speak, in terms of how things will happen. The Browns Canyon National Monument planning process is more of a big picture planning process in terms of how the Forest Service and the BLM will work with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to ensure that both the uplands are managed by the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service, and the river continues to be managed by the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area.
Commissioner Garcia.
So the allocations, do they vary by flows as well?
The allocations are somewhat timed with flows because of the fact that, when you get to a pinch point, for example, in the Royal Gorge, when flows are low, then you can't get as many boats down the river as when flows are high. And so if you look at that allocation table in the management plan, you'll see that the numbers of boats increase when the water is higher, and as the flows start to recede, we in turn decrease the amount of boats.
Okay.
So yes, that is true.
So it's, when I'm walking and waiting, I prefer not to have them, right? So.
Exactly. So in the spring, there's lower boat numbers, right, when the flows are low,
Right.
when the fishing is better, before runoff starts. And then in the fall, when the flows start to recede, especially after the flow program, August 15th, then there's less boating numbers, correct.
Commissioner Hauser.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. Question about sort of a daily private user, a stand-up paddleboarder, a kayaker, particularly in like whitewater parks. I'm just sort of hearkening back to our Highline Lakes Park and the bikers that come in and $4 a day, and how do they show their pass, and some of the practicalities of sort of the individual user, whether it's a rock climber or something like that. Any takeaways or lessons, or how's that working? Having spent quite a bit of time in that area, has the word gotten out? Do users recognize that that's part of the new fee program? So, sorry, a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, no.
Big question, but.
Yep, the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area was actually one of the first parks to establish an individual park pass. And the reason that was done, and it was before my time, is because the previous park manager learned that there's so much highway access, there's so many roads close to the river, that people were parking on the roads and then walking into the recreation area and not paying. And so we established an individual fee, which works really well, because now there's really not an incentive for someone to park on a road and walk in or bike in or boat into one of our recreation sites, because they still have to have that pass, all right? It's currently $8 if you drive a vehicle in, $3 if you walk in, now $4, but it's worked really well for the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area. People have come to accept it. In whitewater parks, many of our whitewater parks, which attract a number of people, they're in cities, Buena Vista, Salida, Canyon City, and they're not at one of our fee sites. And so because they're co-managed by Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the city, a fee issue has not been a problem. So you don't have to pay to get on the river. You only have to pay a fee if you're using one of our recreation sites. So people who launch on private and take out on private don't have to pay a fee.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. So for the open houses, just curious if there were translators available for Spanish speakers, and also if the survey was available in Spanish.
We're currently doing a survey in Spanish, both Spanish and English. At the time of the open house, I'm not aware if we had a translator. We may have had staff that were familiar, but I can't actually say that that was necessarily the case. I don't think there was an issue at any of our open houses because of that, but I think that's a good point to bring up.
Right. And I also think, again, it's not an issue of, oftentimes people can speak English from, as a second language, but the depth of the conversations that happen often are beyond the comprehension of a person who's speaking English as a second language and may have more comfort. So although you may not have noticed, or nobody may have commented on it, I think it's something that we need to be mindful of. We also need to make sure that we're advertising that translation services are available, so that we're drawing people in. Another thing is, I'm noticing we're doing a lot of outreach where we're asking people to come to us. I'm just curious if there's opportunities where we actually, and when I say we, I mean CPW staff, go to different community centers or churches, or kind of where other people are. So just curious if it's a two-way communication, or if it's always come to me.
One of the most important things I think we do is work with inner city groups to bring inner city folks and people of diversity to the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area. And so we have two of our commercial outfitters who basically focus on doing that. So I think that's been very beneficial to us and to them.
Awesome, that's wonderful to hear, and happy to help in thought partnership around how we can strengthen community engagement from a perspective where we're going to where they are and not always asking them to come to us. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. City Wild is the group in particular that I'm thinking about.
familiar.
And I think one of their challenges is funding, and so our threshold for commercial use, the fees that they pay on the Arkansas Headwaters is pretty low to make sure that those type of groups can continue to operate there.
Let me just follow up on that. It's a great series of questions, Commissioner Adams, and we've got GOCO here, but we have one of the best success stories on this in Leadville through the Inspire program up in GOCO, which is essentially exactly what you're asking about, where we went to the community to engage the community because that community was not super happy to come to us, or it was intimidated. So I'm just listening. That's a great story for us to build on, and it's right in the valley, right there on the river. So another opportunity. And of course, obviously, GOCO is interested in helping us fund those things. So it's a great opportunity that comes up. Commissioner Garcia.
And GOCO is going to be celebrating that next week. So.
But just in general, I think we need to have some standard practices as it relates to communication with people that are more comfortable in different languages besides English. And as I said, happy to support that. And I went to the People's Gathering, which is a food sovereignty and cooperative building session a couple weeks ago in Denver, and I was blown away. I mean, even just in a conference of maybe 150 people, they had translation services with like fancy little head earpieces, and I'd never been to anything like that before. So again, the finger I point at you is three back at myself for being like, wow, there's a lot that we can do to start to standardize and normalize making sure that we are being responsive. I also think it's important to acknowledge some of the historical barriers that make it sometimes uninviting for people to come to these types of sessions. So, for example, law enforcement, some of the other issues that are happening, I'm not necessarily going to be eager to put myself in a situation where, me and my family and livelihood could be jeopardized. So I think we just need to be strategic about that and culturally responsive. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Garcia.
So when you talk about when these outfitters, when they're putting in at a private spot, they're not paying any park fee. As we're looking at additional user-type fees, is there any way that you can say to an outfitter, we want to impose an additional per-person fee that you would tack on to your fee when I go and I float the Arkansas to fish? I pay a certain amount to float with that outfitter, and they tack on a fee which goes to Parks and Wildlife. Is that a potential for us?
Yeah, first of all, let me clarify. If you're a private boater and you put in on private and you take out on private, then you don't pay any fees, okay? However, one of the biggest differences between the creation of the state park and how it was previously run under the BLM is that House Bill 1253 allowed us to collect a fee commercially if you utilize the surface of the river. So it doesn't matter if you put in on private or take out on private, you still pay a percentage of gross. The current percentage of gross is 5.25% for commercial boating outfitters. Do I think that there's potential to increase that? Yes, I do. But we do collect a fee from those commercial outfitters irregardless of where they put in or take out.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Quick question, clarification. So with regards to the boating permits, is there a restriction or on size of the boat? So if they get fewer rafts, will the rafts become bigger to carry more boaters?
Yeah, I think the resource itself limits the size of the boat because of, the hazards associated with boating whitewater, the rocks and being able to squeeze through different areas. So most companies and most private boaters utilize a 12 to 14-foot raft on the Arkansas River, and anything above that is a little too big. So I don't think we have to worry about that.
And an excellent analysis and plan here. Would you say that we are nearing capacity on the headwaters is in terms of recreation from, for example, Leadville to Canyon City, not so much Canyon City to Pueblo?
I would say that a couple of things. Number one, we've seen tremendous growth in the amount of camping. Our campgrounds are full, and a lot of the dispersed camping areas that used to be unknown in the past are now receiving a lot of use, and we're getting to the point where we're having to go from dispersed camping, where people can camp anywhere they want to on public lands, to designated dispersed. So I think that's a pressure that I've seen a big increase in. In terms of boating, the commercial capacities that we've established and the private boat capacities that we've established, I think will help us address that. And as soon as we exceed those capacities, then commercial companies are rationed and private boaters are permitted. So I think we have a good handle on that. And the type of use that we have seen, although high, I mean, if you're in Browns Canyon in July, you will see boat after boat after boat after boat. But the use surveys that we receive show like a 98% complete satisfaction. And as long as those family members or friends can stay in a pod, no one interrupts their pod, their friends are boating with each other, then it seems to be a great experience. I think people know that if they want to see other boats, they go in Browns Canyon. If you want a more solitary experience, you go somewhere else or a different time of year. So I think there's still tremendous opportunity for growth, especially in the weekdays. I think weekends, we're getting at capacity.
I'm a frequent visitor to Chaffee County. I've been going up there along the headwaters for probably 20 years. And the explosion of activity and density of the population in that area is really amazing. And especially in the last 2 years in terms of development, both commercial and residential, makes me a little fearful about how fast we'll get to capacity.
Yeah.
Because especially that stretch from, again, between Leadville and Salida, I tell you, just from my experience and what I've observed, just unbelievable influx of folks, both either permanently or just temporarily, recreating on the river. So it makes me think, well, where is capacity in terms of, people being able to enjoy themselves in this area, which is fantastic, one of the best in the state.
Yeah, thanks. Good point. I agree. Salida, Buena Vista, that area has certainly been discovered. And I think one of the best things about this management plan is the establishment of those 4 whitewater parks, Buena Vista, Canyon City, Salida, and now Florence. And the whitewater parks, we allow unlimited use. So it's a little stretch of river where people are, stand-up paddleboarding, kayaking, that type of thing, and they can do repeat trips. So they they boat down the river, they go through all the features, they get out on a walkway, walk back up and do it again. And so we're seeing a shift from people who would traditionally maybe boat longer sections of the river, and they're just going to the play parks to have fun, get wet, be with their friends, and then get out of the river.
Thank you.
Rob, could we have your 2 guests come forward? We'd like to thank them.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for coming. It's great to have you as friends and colleagues of the agency, and we appreciate all the cooperation and work you do for us. So I think the director would like to say something as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. AHRA and the cooperative we've had with the 2 federal agencies is really a model, not only in the state but in the nation. So we appreciate your partnership, and as the commission can see, AHRA is a complicated thing. It is a financially money-making park, which is not what we focus on, but you can imagine with this many, I think Rob tells me 30 or 50 separate commercial contracts, this is a complicated thing. So I just want to highlight that. We appreciate that. There's been a lot of work on this plan, and I look forward to signing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Congratulations on your new position. And we're just excited that the plan is hopefully going to get signed soon, and we can move on to bigger and better things now. So.
Browns Canyon National,
National. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairman Howard, and thank you, Director Prenslow. Congratulations on your position, and I think it's only fitting that the first management plan that the commission gets to hear is from your former region.
There you go. Proud to sign it.
Okay.
Joe Brand. Welcome, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Howard, Director Prenzlow, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a brief update on the State Forest State Park Management Plan. In 2017, we completed and signed a lease with the State Land Board to renew a lease that had expired. And part of that lease agreement stated that we would update the park management plan. The original park management plan was created in 1985, and then there was an integrated management plan that wasn't necessarily a recreational management plan, but did delve into a portion of the recreation, but how all the agencies that are involved in the state forest would work together. But there was no other management plans beyond those two. I appreciate the planning team, especially Casey Miller, and the stewardship, resource stewardship team, especially Matt Schultz, who were integral in completing the park management plan. It was a rather rapid process with the timeline. The State Land Board articulated that within 2 years of signing the lease that we would complete the management plan. So we will be going to the State Land Board to present this plan to them next month. I wanted to focus on basically a couple of the key projects that we'll see over the next 10 years at State Forest. North Park Campground, as you can tell from the building in the picture, it looks awful lot like a KOA style building, and you'd be right. About 50 years ago, preceding the park, the creation of the North Michigan Reservoir and the North Michigan Reservoir Recreation Area by Colorado Game Fish and Parks, the KOA tacked onto that and became the first commercial campground just outside of that North Michigan Reservoir Recreation Area. Shortly after that, there was a large tour of VIPs and legislators and agency members that looked at the park in 1968 or in the Colorado State Forest and determined that this should be a park for all users of Colorado. And so in 1972, they signed a lease. The KOA recently, the owner about 3 years ago, got out of the business, wanted to retire, and it was sold to the State Land Board. The assets were sold to the State Land Board. The land was already held by the State Land Board. And in 2018, Colorado Parks and Wildlife took over operations of that facility. We're currently reviewing the facility through different assessments and surveys to determine infrastructure. We're finding that there are, over the time, the history of the development, codes have changed, so there's now safety codes that Colorado Parks and Wildlife would like to update. And so in turn, what we found out is that the majority of the infrastructure that supports the campground needs to be updated. So we're in the process of realigning it so that sites are spaced out more like what you would expect at a state park, and that the infrastructure will support those sites and potential future expansion for additional sites as demand increases in years ahead. So that master planning process is just getting underway now. The assessments and surveys are just finishing up, and we expect to begin construction on at least the infrastructure portion of it next year in 2020. Another project that is a rather large-scale project is the North Michigan Dam repair. So the dam, as you can see in one of the pictures in the lower left-hand corner, there's a spillway that you can see a kind of a white water in the middle of that. So that's from a crack in the spillway. And then there's also a historic seep in the abutment of the dam that uses natural materials. That seep has been documented since back in the 1970s, shortly after it was created in the mid-60s, and it has existed. We do have piezometers in place that are monitoring it, and the seep is not getting worse, but it is something that the dam safety engineers would like to address. It was slated to begin construction on that next year. However, a survey with modern surveying equipment showed that there was actually structures and downstream roadways and communities that were potentially in the floodplain, so it was elevated from a low hazard classification to a high hazard classification. With that comes, rather than repairing the spillway, we have to replace the spillway. We have to have additional monitoring equipment, automated monitoring equipment to monitor the structure, and so the price tag on that went up. At the same time, the Sylvan Lake project needed some additional funds. We didn't have enough to do the North Michigan Dam project, and so that money was reprioritized to the Sylvan Lake project, and then we'll be looking in the future to figure out additional funding options to restart this project. So currently the project is in the design update, and once that's completed, then they'll have a better picture of costs. Additionally, we are working with the Water Resources Group and the State Land Board managers on Ranger Lakes. Ranger Lakes was a Colorado Game and Fish, not Game Fish and Parks, but Game and Fish facility that was used as a rearing pond in the 20s, in the 1920s. And all the historical research, we cannot find where there was ever a decreed water right related to the two ponds that are very popular recreation ponds near Ranger Lakes Campground within the park. And so we're working with the State Land Board and our water resources folks to acquire water rights, adjudicated water rights on that. So that's currently in water court. I wanted to highlight just a couple of our partnerships. We have a lot of partnerships on the state forest. It truly is a multi-use park with a lot of different stakeholders involved in it. But one of our partnerships is our partnership with private businesses. Jackson County promotes private business partnerships, and it provides an opportunity for us to, as Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to offer recreational opportunities that the agency may not be able to provide but would like to provide. And so we bring in the expertise of private concessionaires to offer opportunities. One of them was the recently signed agreement with the Never Summer Nordic concessionaire, which is a yurt and hut concessionaire that operates on state forest. And that agreement had been renewed the maximum number of times, so it was bid out in an RFP process, a request for proposal process, and awarded again to Never Summer Nordic. During that process, we also were looking at opportunities to try to expand our education. And so this summer, we'll be going out to bid another bid to try to encourage a private concessionaire to offer guided trips and education classes to encourage people to get involved in the outdoors that may be a little bit fearful, that have seen it, want to do it, but they just don't know how to get started. And so we're looking at opportunities to encourage these new groups, both youth and adults, to come into the park. So we're looking for a private concessionaire to be able to run that. Another concession opportunity is that up on the northern portion of the park, we have, in the picture you can see a wagon train that goes into a base camp area, and that's primarily a hunting camp, but we're looking at expanding that to opportunities for people to get into the backcountry in a more structured environment or way, in a unique way. And so that'll be a third RFP that we'll be going through this coming up year. The northern portion of the park has seen a lot of activity. The North Sand Hills and the East Sand Hills are areas of the park that are sand dunes that are on the edge or partially within the state park. And those sand dunes also have a plant called the boat-shaped bug seed. which is actually a rare plant and is being reviewed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for potential listing. That listing is slated to come out in the earlier 2020s, and that 21, 22 is the expectation that it potentially could be announced, if not delayed, on whether that's going to be listed or not, which could come with some stipulations on how to manage that. The North Sand Hills is a popular OHV recreation area. It's a cold weather sand dune, high altitude sand dune, which is pretty unique. And it's the only sand dune within the state of Colorado that you can ride on the actual dunes. Now, the National Monument, you can kind of have, there are some sandy roads that you can ride on, but you can't actually ride on the dunes. And in the North Sand Hills, you can ride in the dunes area. So that's a popular recreation area. And Memorial Day weekend, we typically will go over 3,000 visitors. To put it in context, the Jackson County, the entire county, the population is about 1,200 residents. The town of Walden's about 600 residents, and we'll have 3,000 just on the sand hills on the northern portion of the park. And there's been numbers as high as about 5,000. So we're working with the Bureau of Land Management, where the predominant portion of the sand hills exists on land just outside of the park, on a joint management plan to manage that entire recreation area, which includes the northern portion of the state park. We are also working with the State Land Board and the current operators of the Sherman Creek Ranch, which is a new lease property by the State Land Board. I'm trying to determine ways to reopen recreate the UPass access trails and the East Sand Hills, which is also a natural area, the East Sand Hills are. Currently, we do not have a simplistic access point. It'd be either an epic cross-country travel over very rugged terrain, or a long travel through the wilderness area to get to that area. So we're trying to work with those partners on trying to figure out how to solve some of those problems, to bring people back to those areas. As we look to the future, this picture here in the slide depicts Lake Agnes. Lake Agnes is the most popular scenic hike in the park. In the summertime, summer being like July, not June, you can drive up to within about a mile of the lake, and it's a reasonable hike, about a mile, just less than a mile, and up to the lake. And it's the kind of that quintessential Colorado, the high alpine mountain setting with a mountain lake there that you come out upon. And so it's very popular because it's a closer access. It's often, many alpine areas have long distant travel, and you have to be a rugged outdoorsman to be able to get to them. This one you can get to relatively easy, so it makes it very popular. So we're looking at, in the future, on like a Saturday afternoon, parking is very difficult. We're seeing people starting to take liberties on where they park, which is causing some resource damage, some crowding and traffic control issues. And so those types of things that many parks have already seen along the Front Range, like we talked about El Dorado Canyon earlier in the meeting, on the struggles that they have there with the number of people that would like to visit that beautiful canyon. We're starting to see some of those capacity and crowding issues in some of our specific locations on the park. So we're asking ourselves, what do we need to do in the future to manage those capacity issues? Looking at things like potential permit systems, or restricted access during certain times, busy times of the day, trying to get information out to the public on better times to visit. But I also wanted to point out in this is the small inset map in the corner there shows the roughly 71,000 acre state forest state park, and that's our zoning map. So you can see that the majority of the middle of the park is colored green. And so green is slated as more of a natural area. And then it's hard to tell on the small scale of the map on your screens, but on the eastern and southern eastern sides of the park, there's a lot of white. And so the white is a protected area. It's also white around the East Sand Hills, which is again another protected area, which has a lot of restrictions on what can and can't be done and what kind of development can occur. So the majority of the park is actually zoned out by us to try to protect the natural environment that's there and what draws people to go up there to keep that quality of experience up. The dark purple zones are the zones that have the majority of our developed facilities, amenities like campgrounds and OHV, trails. Those kinds of facilities are restricted more to that purple area. And then you can see up in the very northern tip that the North Sand Hills is also labeled purple as a developed area. So the majority of the park is being kept, and that it was expressed by the public in the gathering stages of, information gathering stages of what they wanted to see. They wanted to have access, they wanted to have camping, they wanted to have RV access, all those amenities that you would expect on a state park, but then they also wanted to be able to get out into the park and have that quiet, peaceful experience. And so we're trying to make sure that we make that balance between developed and undeveloped or less developed areas. So with that said, I just open up to any questions or comments or suggestions about the plan.
Commissioners, before we start asking questions, through the magic of my phone, I'm being told we're not being heard, so please try and make sure and use your mic when you talk. Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Vigil.
First, I'm not sure what message Jake and Commissioner Hauser were sending you with the apple there, but I just want to make sure that I want to make sure that we welcome everybody to the Moose Festival on August 18th.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Vigil.
Joe, thanks for your presentation. And I read the management plan, and what I really liked about it was the management zones that's established there. And just for the future, I think that's the process we need to use on Fisher's Peak Ranch. Exactly what you're doing there. There's protected areas, there's hunting areas, and recreation areas. I think that's a great model, and it would be adapted really well for Fisher's Peak Ranch.
Thank you, Commissioner Vigil. The zoning map, if you look at also the resource stewardship map in the plan, you can see where a lot of the zones were related to sensitive areas or critical habitat, wildlife, things like that. So it really is a good blending of trying to figure out what critical resources we're trying to protect and preserve, and at the same time, trying to provide for those recreational opportunities.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions I have, you mentioned the joint management agreement with BLM, State Land Board. As far as I'm aware, that's been long discussed for that area. I was on the BLM's Northwest Resource Advisory Council years ago having those discussions, and I know there's been a lot of management challenges, as you mentioned. I can't even convey what Memorial Day does actually look like out there. What is the status of that agreement, and what benefits would it bring for CPW?
Thank you for the question. So the agreement is gone through the public process where they've had public open house meetings. They, being the Bureau of Land Management, took the lead on that as the primary land owner of the, or land manager of the North Sand Hills. And they've had the public meetings and open houses. The draft plan has been started to and is in process of being completed. They're trying to firm up a few final things, mostly related to the recommendation to create a fee area. The fee area is the most contentious of the North Sand Hills management agreements. It's always been an area that has been open with no fees on the BLM portion of the land, and then there was a state land board parcel that was leased by no recreational management agency. That was kind of no man's land, where we were seeing a lot of the resource damage. And there's been reluctance to allow a fee area into that area, but in recent years, with the number of users, the resource damage that is occurring in the area, and some major incidents, like for instance, this year we've already had a dual helicopter evac on the Sand Hills, where they actually had to land on the dunes to take a critical patient out that may not make it, and if they do, their lives are probably going to be altered. We had a stabbing last summer up on the dunes. We've had fatalities in the past. So the kind of leave be and let it be approach is really gotten to the point where it's not really working because of the volume of people. And so that's why finally the Jackson County Commissioners were on board, which were one of the ones that were concerned about establishing a fee area, because we all realize or can recognize now the importance of trying to provide some additional management. So I believe the goal of the BLM is to have this plan out this year.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have two questions. One, the boat-shaped...
Bugsy, yes, very good.
Should have written that down. So are we doing anything to try to get ahead of the listing to make sure that we can continue to utilize the area the way we want to?
Yes. The boat-shaped bug seed is predominantly associated in close proximity to the actual dunes. It's actually mostly on the interface area of the dunes, so right on the edges of the dunes. And so that's being studied both by the Bureau of Land Management. The Bureau of Land Management portion was an incident study area, designated as an incident study area to look at that plant as one of the things, along with the cold climate dune itself. And then also Colorado Parks and Wildlife, through the Natural Areas Program, is also monitoring and tracking it. And right now there's some questions on, and there has been some questions on, is the species between the East Sand Hills and the North Sand Hills exactly the same? Is there any genetic diversity on it? There was some rumor that they thought maybe it was partially hybridized. Now there's some thought that maybe it's not hybridized and they're more similar or the same. So there is work that's being done to try to determine, and our Natural Areas Program has been the lead for CPW's portion of it, and then the BLM's doing their own incident study area on that plan. And then, sorry, to answer your question, is anything being done other than studying it? The BLM on their sections has fenced off a lot of the critical areas so that the route into the main dunes are restricted to certain access points, so that kind of edge effect area is preserved and protected. And then the East Sand Hills, it's much more remote, and we don't allow, Colorado Parks and Wildlife does not allow motorized activity out on the dunes, and so that's some of the ways we've tried to help protect that plan.
Both you and for Wildlife as well. What spurred is Commissioner Vihill's question, or note that the management areas, the kind of different zoning, if you will, to use a planning term, since we are talking about a management plan. The counties that you mentioned, Jackson County, of course, with Arkansas Headwaters, with JP County, are we, as CPW, as we start to even apply zoning, so to speak, onto our management plans, are we coordinating with the counties, with Jackson County and nearby counties, as they, obviously we're in a growing state, you mentioned it with Arkansas Headwaters, as we continue to experience growth, these counties and these communities, I imagine, are doing a lot of growth planning. And as we're doing planning on how we are going to manage our parks and our wildlife areas and our recreation, I would imagine they are also doing similar exercises. And are we coordinating on this?
That's a good question. So yes, Jackson County has expressed specific interest in zoning in the park and related to the county zoning and for development. And so a copy of what we've been doing has gone to all the county commissioners, and we've had discussions along with the county planner or county manager. And we're waiting to hear additional feedback on that if they have any concerns or interests or desires. But they have specifically asked for that document. And we have provided it to them.
That's great. I would just encourage us to continue to engage with our neighbors and that house us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hauser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious about the name, the heritage of the name, State Forest State Park, and if you could tell us a little bit about that. Thank you.
I can tell you a lot about that. I'm not sure if Chairman Howard wants me to, but basically to try to make it fast, the Colorado State Forest was created when Section 1636 through the State Land Board were given to the state by the federal government. The federal government said, well, now we have all these sections that are within our national forests. That's not going to work for management purposes very well for either entity. And so they basically, to oversimplify, added all that up, said that comes to about 71,000 acres. How would you like to have the west side of the Medicine Bow Range? And of course, State Land Board said, sure, that'd be great. And so they did a transition or a land swap, a transfer, and basically Franklin Roosevelt actually signed the land transfer, and it was in the enabling legislation declared that it would be called the Colorado State Forest. It's the only state forest designated in the state of Colorado, and that it would be used for logging and other natural resource purposes in perpetuity. And currently, the Colorado State Forest Service manages the forestry operations within the Colorado State Forest. Colorado Parks and Wildlife manages the recreation and we don't actually have 100% of the Colorado State Forest. There's a few small parcels, about roughly 1,000 acres, that are not part of the lease agreement, but the state park basically overlaps the majority of the Colorado State Forest. And so the original name was Colorado State Forest State Park. And that was a pretty long name, so then they looked at one point at shortening that, and they came up with all these creative names, but they wanted to keep that history of it being the Colorado State Forest, so the shortening part of it became State Forest State Park. So that's the long history of the name.
So the heritage outweighs the marketing value, is what you're saying?
Oh, you don't like the name State Forest State Park?
Didn't say that, just curious.
The one lead name was Never Summer State Park, being that it's close to the Never Summers, and it is winter up there quite a bit, usually more than 8 months. But currently, it's still State Forest State Park.
Got it.
Commissioner Hauser, again, through the magic of my phone, do you have an announcement? Or I can't remember who I got it from. Was it from you? So I think it was about Leadville and an event.
Oh, we can do it later.
You sure?
It's not germane at the moment.
Okay, very good. Anything else then? Oh, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. So I noticed in the plan that there is a budget section, but it's the past. So curious related to, Commissioner Vehil talked about, or was it Commissioner Garcia? One of them talked about projections. So just curious if there is, and maybe it exists, but it's just not in this plan, but curious about the related cost projections based on some of the changes that you're recommending in this management plan.
Yeah, so we're in transition right now with the North Park Campground. That has been a request of the public for a long time to have full hookup campsites in the park, and what we would call a camper services building, which would be like showers, laundry, facilities for longer term stays or visits to the park. And so that is a new facility for us, and it's in transition of being developed. We put together some projections on what we thought based on past revenues by that private entity, and to kind of project where we would be in the future. In the past, prior to having that property, we've been just shy of about $500,000 in revenue, and we expect to be probably up around $750,000 after the construction of the North Park Campground, which is the old KOA facility. And but all of that is dependent a little bit on how we're able to develop out that campground and what facilities will be available there. We are also seeing with reservation-only systems that have gone into place at State Forest. That's a relatively new program to to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's only about 2 years old. This is the first summer that we're on that, but we're seeing an increase in reservations because a lot of people don't want to risk coming all the way up to State Forest without being assured that they're going to have a site available. So we're actually seeing an increase in reservations in the parks. We would anticipate a revenue increase from that.
Awesome. So, and just to the rest of the commission and to our new director, curious if there's an opportunity down the line to do a deep dive on state park management plans and just state parks in general. That would be really helpful to just unpack the different structures of the plan itself and maybe revisit the proposed budget component and what components should be included in the state management plan. So thank you for that added information, and it kind of like makes my heart beat a little bit less when I hear, oh, there's going to be more money coming in. So appreciate the sustainability lens that you're using as well.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you. I'll just finish. Thanks, Joe. Very well done, as I expected, and talk about capacity issues. So not just a history lesson, but I started my law enforcement career because I couldn't work for wildlife because of my dad through nepotism. So I started my career at State Forest State Park as a temporary ranger. And I will tell you, working there all summer, I never got to the sand dunes because nobody was there. And that's the difference between then and now. So I find that really interesting. You can have 3,000 to 5,000 people, and I never even got there because nobody used it really at OHV. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, directors, thank you. Commissioners, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Jacobs.
Sorry. Good morning. Director Prenslow, Executive Director Gibbs, Commissioners, Chairman Howard. My name is Fletcher Jacobs. I'm the State Trails Program Manager, and I'm here today with an action item requesting approval of recommended funding for the Off-Highway Vehicle Trails Grant Summary for the 2019-2020 cycle. So since the Trails Program mainly comes up in front of you to request grant approval, I thought it might be worth just a moment to talk about the Off-Highway Vehicle Program. Off-Highway Vehicle Program, and just for definitions, you saw Rob's great video earlier with a couple of examples of what's going on in the Arkansas headwaters, but includes motorcycles, dirt bikes, three-wheelers, ATVs, dune buggies, side-by-sides, basically the vehicles that are using public lands and trails in Colorado. If you're a Colorado resident, we require you to register those vehicles. If you're an out-of-state visitor to our state, we ask that you get a user permit. Both of those registrations and permits are $25.25. Our estimates from last year, around 170,000 of those OHVs registrations and permits were put in place in Colorado at $25.25, gives us roughly $4 million to put out to fund the Trails Program, as well as this grants, as well as some of the registration costs. So the overall purpose, as you can see on there, basically is to improve OHV recreation and opportunities, and I think it's worth highlighting this, and that's why I have that photo up there. Similar to our constituents, our hunters and anglers, the OHV community has put this into place to put these funds, pay into this trail system, and basically pay to play and put these monies out in the ground. And some of the benefits for that, obviously for the owners and operators, they have this
have access to trails, as well as the education and stewardship ethic that we're able to fund. It also allows towns and counties that want to attract these OHV, the economic impact. Looking at the SCORE plan from 2019, OHV use was actually the 8th highest biannual spending activity, actually just behind fishing and actually ahead of road and mountain biking. So we know that local towns and counties are certainly interested in this from an economic driver standpoint. It also benefits the general public because as we get more ethics and educated riders out there, we find that they become better stewards of the land, and obviously getting these trail projects out there for our land managers who are better able to manage the natural resources. Since this program was put into effect in 1991, we've actually put $58 million out on the ground through these various projects. So that's kind of the big picture. Jumping into the trail grant itself, we have kind of a four-tiered system. It's very similar to the non-motorized, which I know the Commissioner, you heard about that back in April. But basically, all of our grant applications, and this year we had 58, start off by being reviewed by CPW field biologists as well as our regional staff. So we make sure that these applications, we know that trails and wildlife, as we seek to balance recreation and conservation, that's an ongoing conversation. We do our best to make sure that we're getting that done early, we're getting those folks brought to the table, and any concerns, and I'm very happy to say I'm standing here in front of you today without any wildlife concern projects to come up for funding. When we do have concerns, we ask them to go back to the applicant and have that conversation so we can resolve any issues or concerns as soon as possible. These applications are then evaluated and scored. We have a subcommittee via our Trails Committee. It's made up of 16 different constituents. 8 of them are motorized folks. One of them is one of our Trails Committee members. This person actually appoints the other members, 7 of them. We also have 3 non-motorized members, so that we have kind of both sides of the table from our motorized as well as our non-motorized. We also have what we call a diversified user who uses both motorized and non-motorized modalities when using the trail recreationally. And then we also have our 4 regional trails coordinators as part of that. And I think it's important to know that from the subcommittee standpoint, these are all volunteers. These folks put in at least 48 hours, and I know that because I used to give them park passes every year for becoming Colorado Parks and Wildlife volunteers. So these are folks that care deeply about the trail recreation issues in Colorado and want to make sure that these monies that this OHV user group has put into the system are put out in the most appropriate projects. So during that part of the grant review, the grants come in December, and we have 2 public meetings, one in January, one in March. The first, as we just discussed the grants overall, then we have a presentation from our various applicants. During both of those processes, as well as during the time after the grants are put on, we put them up on our website, so that way we invite public comment and make sure that the subcommittee is aware of those and see if there's any big things that we need to try to address and talk about. So after we get the funds themselves, based on available yearly funding, the Trails program works with our subcommittee, who then takes it to the Trails committee to evaluate the applications. We give them in a ranked order, and I'll talk about that here in a second, and put forth the recommended funding strategies. And then the last step is where I am here today to request the final funding approvals. So just from this year, big picture, we had 58 total grant applications requesting $5.5 million available, and then there at the bottom you can see we had $4 million from our OHV registration and permit funding, and then we also had an additional roughly a little over $500,000 from our recreational trails program. That's a federal highway funding mechanism that actually comes from an excise tax on the gas use of off-highway vehicles. So this is literally these users' money that kind of gets put back in there, which I think is just really important to highlight. We have the total, obviously, never quite meets what's fully requested there, but you can see, I want to highlight this, the good management applications. We had 23 of those this year. That's a program that started back in 2001 as a partnership between Parks and Wildlife and the U.S. Forest Service, and has now grown to, we have 23 requests for crews this year, and those are a partnership between the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, where these are crews that year after year, they've proven to the Trails program that they're managed well, thus the name, but we know that we have kind of a criteria of 3 years of good performance. We check their daily logs, know what they did, and we actually give them, once they're in the program, they're guaranteed funding, which is a huge bonus to our federal partners, because that's a consistent source of funding they can count on. It really helps them plan out their year when they think about how do we manage these trail networks. So we had 23 requests for those, and again, those are, when those come forward, we basically review their prior year report logs to make sure they've done that, and occasionally we do, and I'll talk about that here in a little bit. We sometimes request that one of those is no longer eligible for that automatic funding and put them down in the competitive standpoint. And then our competitive grants are like any competitive grant, we then score those. And I will apologize, I had a little oversight putting this together. I did not put this scoring list on there I want to talk about. We score these on, it's a 100-point scoring level, and the 4 different ones are the need and benefit of the project. We put 25 points toward that. Asking if the applicant described the objectives of the project, how it will benefit and protect riding opportunities while also protecting resources in that project area. The second part we look at is the partnership, support, and leverage. Did the applicant provide evidence of support, demonstrating a broad spectrum of support, letters of support from the land manager, from other potential partners in the project? The third area is the resource protection, enhancement, and restoration. Did the applicant describe how the project aids in protection or improvement of the environment, addressing problems, or minimizing impact? And then the final one we look at is just kind of that travel management plan implementation. And I think it actually kind of fits in well from the previous conversations about park management plans. These travel management plans are things our federal partners, the Forest Service, BLM, have their own management plan for the way they manage these designated routes of where they want to allow OHV use and where they don't. And so we actually help fund some of that, and we score them on that of how you're describing, promoting active OHV management on these lands. So from those 4 different categories, we give them a score and put them in kind of the big matrix. And you can see that, I believe it was Appendix B on your iPads there, if you want to do that just from a pure PowerPoint logistical. It was a little bit difficult to get all of those to show up, but we can certainly talk about those, as I know you have them there in your materials in front of you. Just real last thing on this slide, I think it's good to see what kind of the need, what our request is. Roughly half of the applications, we're talking about program maintenance, so actually getting out on the ground and just clearing trails, making sure they're rideable, trying to fix any issues. About 25% is for equipment. Youth Corps, we actually do allow hiring of Youth Corps crews to come help actually do this work. About 20% for that planning and travel management plan implementation, so actually going out, doing some of the work, planning, inventorying some of the trails that are out there. And then about 13% is the visitor contacts and enforcement. So we actually have our, the good management crews are allowed to, they check registrations, they talk about that education to make sure that the riders really understand what's going on in the area and why it's important that they make sure their stuff, their vehicles are registered. And that's why they'll be able to stand there and make sure the trails are open. So that's kind of the big picture summary. Just a different look at it here, which I think is interesting just as far as the different agencies. So you can see in the top line there, the U.S. Forest Service had 33 applications this year. Then it goes down to the BLM. State Parks had 1 official application. Then we actually partnered in the AHR area with the local ranger district there to share a good management crew. And then we also had 1 county in town who put in an application, and then 12 different nonprofit clubs. The majority of them, since the majority of OHV routes are on federal lands, are different nonprofit groups that are going to be working directly on federal lands. So just kind of a sense of where that money's going. And you can also see we have the regions there, if you look at the bottom, kind of in bold there, of where these various areas are going and where these dollars would go out as far as our regional breakdown. So that brings me to this slide, and one of the reasons set it up this way, sorry for the multiple dollars, but to me this kind of made sense. This is our recommended grant funding, and because of the dollars this year, we actually are recommending that we fund 57 of the 58 different grant applications. You can see the breakdown by agency. The U.S. Forest Service requested 16 good management, 18 competitive, 6 good management, BLM. You can kind of get a sense of where those dollars are going. And I did want to highlight one of the projects for each, just to give you a sense of the good management crews. One of the projects from last year, just to give you a sense of where these dollars actually go. The statewide trail crew is a crew that is statewide. It's a 3-person crew, but they're based out of the Sulphur Ranger District in the Arapahoe National Forest. And last year, they worked at 13 different venues across 4 service districts and BLM field offices across the state. Roughly, I think it was about 6 months they were on. And in that time, they cleared over 1,000 miles of existing trails, removing 1,700 down trees across trails, cleaned 114 drainage structures, and built 64 new ones, while making 275 public contacts where they had those registration checks, had the enforcement. On the other side, on our competitive grants, just to highlight is the group, the Stay the Trail, which is a nonprofit group that CPW really helps fund every year through this program. That's a huge piece of the collaboration along with BLM, Forest Service, as well as our nonprofit partners on the off-highway world. They make sure that they went across and attended 65 events across the state promoting their educational trailer, talking about stewardship, the trail maintenance, the ecological restoration, the impacts that we can have when we go off the trail on an OHV, and really talking about the importance of that, as well as funding fencing, on-the-ground signage to make sure our constituents were aware of that. And they also updated all their outreach materials, including the maps, stickers, children's coloring books, including ensuring that we had Spanish translations of those materials that they could give out as well. So from that, I guess I would move to request if you have any questions, and then about those, be happy to answer any of those.
Commissioners, I have some public comment. Why don't I take that, and then we'll do all the questions, both of the public and of staff, at the same time. Mr. Banowski. Welcome, Mr. Banowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Prenslow, unlike your bug, mine was born and raised in Colorado, but I will try to get through this.
Good luck.
I'd like to express thanks to Mr. Chairman and the members of the commission for allowing this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Steve Banowski. I'm from Lakewood. I'm here today on behalf of the Colorado Mountain Club. The club was founded in 1912 and is the oldest and largest outdoor recreation and outdoor education entity in Colorado. We're based in Golden, and I've been a member for 37 years, trip leader for 33 years. We wanted to address for you today OHV grant number 16. This is the Colorado Motorized Recreation Plan. When this came up at the OHV subcommittee on March 1st, we had a considerable amount of trepidation about this grant, shall we say. We weren't sure what it meant. I was there along with a couple of other members of the conservation community and had a very lively discourse, shall we say. In general, most of our comments, or concerns rather, were resolved at that time. I've since talked with Program Manager Jacobs a little bit about it. We left that meeting with a question that we wanted to pose to the State Trails Committee, which we did. And again, we also want to pose it to the commission. Commissioner Bray kind of hinted at this situation a little bit in the April meeting when you asked, what is access? And so the question we came out of this with is, what is a motorized recreationist? As actively presented, people were thinking, well, ATVs, dirt bikes, and some of the other variety of off-highway vehicles that Mr. Jacobs has already mentioned. What about 4x4 users? What comes to mind right away is an entity like the Mile High Jeep Club or the Jeepers Creepers out of Durango. And taking it even further, what about non-motorized people who use 4x4s to get to obscure backcountry trailheads? Myself, I'm a non-motorized user. However, my elderly 4x4 sitting out in the parking lot has been to any number of strange backcountry trailheads you don't often see people getting to, like the South Colony Lakes before it was closed. So the question we posed to the State Trails Committee and the thought we also posed to this commission is we encourage everyone to be worldwide and universal in your thinking. Again, what is a motorized recreationist? It's my hope that myself and some of my trip leader colleagues can get to some of these open houses and present that point of view. When we're talking motorized recreationists, again, it's just not the enthusiasts, the people who pay the fees. At one time, I did pay a fee, and Fletcher, I think I need to give you some money again to register my vehicle. but didn't bring my checkbook, sorry, not today. But anyway, that's the thought I want to leave with you on behalf of the Colorado Mountain Club, since down to about 10 seconds. Think universal, and going forward, think universal as to exactly what is a motorized recreationist. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, comments or questions? Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you so much. I appreciate taking the time to be here and to speak to us, as well as to attend the subcommittee meeting. Can you give any more information about when you guys did bring up some questions and then most of them were resolved? Did the applicant change their proposal? Did they shift trail usage to avoid? Did they ask for some closure? How did they address some of the concerns of the conservation and wildlife community?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zimmerman. We didn't really have that many discussions with the proponent. Most of our discussions were with the BLM, Jack Plotke, who I've known for 20 years, so it was a rather friendly conversation. One of the concerns we had, and I think it's still to be resolved, is what happens if someone wants to put a motorized route through an area that's been determined as lands with wilderness characteristics. And I think we kind of resolved that from the fashion that to put in new routes, NEPA is required. Anytime dirt is moved, I think everyone knows that, NEPA is required, and so that offers a very extensive public process. The other thing that we didn't quite resolve either, but it was good enough for our satisfaction, is with this type of proposal, is this going to raise expectations among some folks in the motorized community that will be unrealistic? And I won't say that there's a minor difference of opinion where people are on the Front Range want more opportunity, more trails. People in the far back country seem to be a little less concerned about that, wanting more trail maintenance and saying that some of their trail systems are underutilized. And I mean, it may be come as a surprise with the growth that our state is seeing, but I can easily find motorized routes that just don't get a lot of use at all. In fact, I'm leading a trip to one next month, a club trip, just to let my folks see what it looks like and also let them find it for me, because the map is wrong. Trails Illustrated does make mistakes. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's, I think, as close as I can come.
Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Zimmerman, maybe you can help me. I look at all of these, and it's really on-the-ground dollars. Where is this money actually going? It's a committee. Are we paying somebody?
Thank you for assuming I can answer that, I think. Fletcher Jacobs or
Yeah, I can answer that. So those dollars, yes, we are paying staff to go out and do this work. We are paying for equipment occasionally. I think this year we had 6 different requests for equipment. We pay for signage, and then we pay for the staff to actually go out and perform the work itself. And so for the good management crews, 16 of those with the Forest Service, 6 with the BLM, and then the one joint, we are literally paying those staff to go out and perform that maintenance, as well as have that education enforcement piece that they go through there.
On number 16, though, we're...
Oh, sorry, sorry, I thought you were saying big picture. 16, my apologies, sir. So 16 for the action plan, the one in question. So that is an action plan that the BLM is requesting planning money to actually take a look. And the BLM shared with us where they've done this in other parts of the country. They shared with us Nevada's, where they basically have a holistic look at what are the where are the areas that we can make improvements on their lands. And they've also talked with the Forest Service about having this conversation. This always comes back to collaboration. So it's actually helping pay for this plan that has been successful, at least in Nevada, as well as Oregon and Washington. So we're giving them the money to actually help them and the Off-Highway Coalition, who would actually be doing the work where they've done in the past.
Salaries?
I'd have to get the exact grant pulled up to see, but we're giving the money to the Off-Highway Coalition to put together this plan in collaboration with the Bureau of Land Management.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Are there any more public comment, or are we?
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Thank you. So I actually had a question that's related to this, which it would be helpful to include the budgets with the grant summary, just because, again, it would be helpful just to see that added piece.
That breakdown, too.
Yeah, just, again. So there's that. Another thing is the evaluation process for the subcommittees and the committee on scoring. And one of the things I noticed in the review criteria is that there's not a rubric attached to it. So you don't know what quality looks like, you just have guiding questions. And so I'm just wondering how we can strengthen inter-rater reliability, because I noticed some big swings in the numbers, and thank you for highlighting those outliers. That was very helpful. But again, just to support inter-rater reliability, having a rubric of the different, what is good, what is high quality, and what is not, insufficient information. Also, it would be helpful to have actual more information in the comment section of the grant summaries. A lot of them just say score as is or fine. But again, it would be helpful to hear some of the comments both from the subcommittee and the committee. And then lastly, on the subcommittee specifically, I'm really happy and grateful for all of the volunteers that supported that. As I was reviewing that list, I didn't notice any female presenting names on that. So it appeared to be an all-male committee. And so, again, as we think about how we engage community in our work to inform our work, I think it's really important that whatever groupings that we bring together to the table is reflective of the people that are being served. And so, as we look for, and I did look into when they'll be reappointed, and about half of them, it looked like will be reappointed or will be up for reappointments in 2020 in June. So again, just thinking about recruitment efforts on making sure we're diversifying that subcommittee that's giving us this rich information and giving them opportunities to serve as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
This is an actual action item, Commissioner Garcia.
Fletcher, in the future, I would appreciate if you could give us a map. I'd like to get just a picture of geographic equity. I noticed one of our presenters later on has this beautiful map, and it's really nice. And if you had that had both where the requests are coming from and where the recommended grants are going, that'd be helpful.
Can definitely do that.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Sorry, Chairman Howard, I know additional questions.
That's all right. That's okay.
We've talked about this a number of times in the past, and Margaret Taylor will remember these comments and questions, but one of the things we've talked about many times is the biological review and the natural resource review, and how the applicants, and this is across from the OHV to the snowmobile grants to any of our grants, how the applicants and proponents will work with staff to make adjustments as necessary, as I mentioned, whether it's rerouting a trail or seasonal closures or whatever it may be. One of the things we've talked about, and I just want to keep the spotlight on it, is in our habitat stand committee, in the projects that come through that RFP, we do have a pretty rigorous biological review of each of those projects and scoring. And I know that everyone is stretched thin, so I'm not promoting that we add more tasks to our staff, but it is something that's been brought up that we add that level of rigor and biological review to these projects to make sure that we are getting a very thorough biological scoring from our staff.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I really support what you just said, Commissioner Zimmerman. In fact, whether motorized or non-motorized, I think we talked about this the last two meetings, actually, that we should change, in my opinion, our suggestion, and I don't want to derail this year's grants and so forth, but in the future, not just a biological review, but an approval is required by the CPW for any trail that is created or maintained in the state of Colorado. So that, for example, any OHV trail in this particular, and next year when you come forward, that every trail's been reviewed and approved by the CPW. So it's not just they're going to work with us on the trail, we approve that that trail meets a biological standard that the CPW would promulgate with regards to trail creation and maintenance.
Well, and I will say that that's something I can also share too, is just maybe we can be a little more explicit around some of the wildlife sign-off, if you will, around some of that. But I know it's something that is continuing to evolve, and we'll make sure that we keep doing a better job of. But I think that's one thing I definitely want to highlight is any concerns that we had were very early on. Our regional staff were able to work and say, that's not something that we do approve, so we'd ask that you take that piece off. And there weren't, I think one of the things that we've seen because of this continued conversation is our staff is hearing about it earlier, and now we actually have a seat at the table to have some of this discussion, because as we know comes up a lot with these, the Trails program is one of the huge funders of this, but we don't manage all of the trails in Colorado. So I think this program is so important because we're able to leverage having some of that influence with our federal partners and have some of that collaboration.
And maybe as a part of that, we could kind of understand that scoring. So is it interaction with wildlife or conflict with wildlife with regards to the trail? Is it natural areas, as we talk, designated natural areas that the conflict is created or could be created by that we're trying to avoid, so that I could better understand, again, the scoring, I'll call it, for the trail criteria that the agency is approving.
Yes, we can definitely share that.
So this is an action item.
Commissioner Zimmerman, I move to issue the recommended 2019 County Trail Grants as presented by staff.
Second from Commissioner Vehil. Why don't we do a polled vote here? Go ahead and call the roll, please, Laura.
Adams.
Aye.
Ray.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Haskett.
Yes.
Hauser. Yes. McDaniel.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Vardy.
Yes.
Vehil.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
Yes.
Chairman Howard.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Just on the schedule, what we're going to do is Ms. Lanter has graciously agreed to start us off this afternoon. So we'll just do Mr. Ritz and the Pronghorn Herd Management Plan, the draft Haswell Pronghorn Management Plan. Then we'll do awards, and then we'll go to lunch. Welcome, Jonathan. Thanks for the call. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you.
Oh, no worries. No worries at all. I guess I can't say good morning, Commissioners, anymore. Hello, Commissioners. Chairman Howard, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Ferenzlo. It's good to see you. My name is Jonathan Reitz. I'm the Area 12 biologist based out of Lamar. I'll be presenting the draft herd management plan for the Haswell Pronghorn herd. The presentation of this plan and subsequent approval align with Goal 1, Objective A of the strategic plan, which is to manage sustainable populations of game and non-game species to support fishing, hunting, trapping, wildlife viewing opportunities. One of the agency's strategies set to achieve this goal includes the development, implementation, and update of species management plans. In regards to Haswell, Haswell is a large DAU in southeast Colorado encompassing 2,500 square miles. It's located just north of La Junta, between the Arkansas River and Highway 94 and Highway 40. It includes 4 game management units and contains portions of Bent, Lincoln, Crowley, Otero, Kiowa, and Cheyenne counties. Haswell is dominated by excellent pronghorn habitat, the majority of which is shortgrass prairie, shown on the map in light yellow. On the eastern side of the DAU, there's a fair amount of dryland farm ground, shown in brown, and along the Arkansas River Valley, there's some irrigated farm ground shown on the map in green. The land ownership of Haswell is primarily private, with 84% being in private ownership. The State Land Board owns 14% of the DAU, the majority of which is not publicly accessible to pronghorn hunters. Just 1.7% of the DAU are public lands that are accessible to the public for pronghorn hunting. This graph reflects Haswell's model population estimates and its population objective since 1995. The post-hunting season population objective since 2006 has been 2,700 pronghorn. During that time, the postseason population estimates have ranged from an estimated 2,200 to 6,000 pronghorn. The population reached its 6,000 animal peak in 2009. Due to significant increases in hunting license numbers, the addition of a late doe-only season, and changing doe licenses to List B, the population has been reduced to its current estimated population of 3,600. The modeled estimates are based off of an intensive monitoring program that consists of annual pre-season sex age classification flights, minimum counts, and aerial line intersect distance sampling. Due to the DAU's predominance of private lands and the potential for game damage conflicts, previous herd management plan objectives were primarily driven by landowner input. That was problematic, though, as landowner input was primarily sought through public meetings that received little to no landowner attendance. In an effort to get a better understanding of landowners' opinions regarding pronghorn hunting, pronghorn numbers, we conducted a mail survey for the current herd management plan revision, mailing surveys to the majority of landowners in Haswell. We mailed out 198 surveys, and 67 completed surveys were received. We also issued a press release that was printed in local papers and read on several radio stations that informed the public about the Haswell plan revision and offered landowners the opportunity to contact CPW to comment and/or fill out a survey. We also sought hunter opinion regarding the Haswell population and sex ratio. 500 surveys were mailed out, and 147 completed surveys were returned. Survey results suggest that Haswell's pronghorn population should be managed to maintain the population at the current level. When asked if they would like to see the population increase, decreased, or maintained at the current level, the majority of landowners responded that they would like to see the population maintained at the current level. When asked the same question, the majority of hunters said that they would like to see the population slightly increased. When asked about the buck-doe ratio, the majority of both landowners and hunters suggested that the buck-doe ratios be maintained at the current observed levels. After taking into consideration results from the public surveys and our experience with managing the pronghorn herd, we are proposing that the population objective be set at a range of 3,000 to 4,000, and the sex ratio be set at a range of 35 to 45. Both proposed objectives reflect what landowners and hunters have observed in recent years. The most recent post-hunt population estimate was 3,600. The population has been within the proposed population range 8 of the last 10 years, and the estimated sex ratios have fallen within the proposed range 5 of the last 5 years. Historically, the greatest significant issue in Haswell has been game damage. Population objectives and previous herd management plans were set at lower levels in order to minimize game damage conflict. Both the landowner survey and the DAU's history of game damage complaints suggest that the pronghorn damage has not been a major issue in recent years. CPW has instituted several tools that have helped to alleviate issues with pronghorn-caused crop damage. Since the establishment of the December late doe season, game damage complaints have been nearly non-existent. The December season gives landowners the ability to disperse pronghorn by getting pronghorn hunters out on growing wheat fields just as the pronghorn start to concentrate on them. Outside of the hunting season, when pronghorn densities do become too great on fields with growing crops, dispersal hunts will be used to reduce damage and disperse pronghorn. In recent years, hunter crowding has also been a major management concern. When Haswell's population reached its 6,000 animal peak from 2006 to 2010, annual rifle license numbers were increased to as many as 3,400. During that time, both landowners and hunters complained to district wildlife managers about the high number of hunters. CPW wildlife managers believe that the population can be managed within the proposed objective range with rifle license numbers at or around 1,500, which is where licenses have been in recent years. CPW also improved hunter crowding issues with the addition of the late doe rifle season and by making all doe licenses List B. So how do we achieve these objectives? Well, we're already there. We also have experience with managing the herd at the proposed range. We believe that the proposed objectives represent a balanced approach that we can manage the population within and satisfy the greatest number of hunters and landowners. And with that, we've come to the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the plan.
Commissioner Vigil.
Just a comment. Jonathan, thanks for reaching out to me.
Sure, you bet.
I was really satisfied with the herd management plan that we're presenting. Key for me are the landowners and what they're seeing on the ground. And they want a stable population. I think that's great. And hunters are okay with it also. So, good plan.
Thank you.
No.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I'd like Commissioner Garcia to speak.
Go ahead. We have the same issue.
from the materials, it looks like the hunters actually did support a slight increase in the herd size, and we have a very small impact on game damage. So why wouldn't we, and then in response to that, it seems like we're talking about an increase in the season length. So I'm not quite sure how that'll all maintain the population size. And again, you've heard this from me before, why wouldn't be a little more aggressive in managing the herd upward by a slight number, alternative 2 versus alternative 1?
Sure.
Since it seemed like it would fit within the landowner preference as well as the hunter preference and still keep us in that, you know, I'll call it sweet spot there of, you know, around 4,000 antelope for this DAU.
Yeah, so I mean, with the previous objective being 2,700, if we go to 3,000, 4,000, that's obviously a, you know, an increase there. The problem that we see is that we go above, you know, we hit that above 4,000 mark when we were at 5,000, 6,000 pronghorn. That's a lot of pronghorn producing, that's a lot of does producing a lot of fawns every year. In order to keep it down to objective, we have to have a lot of hunters on the landscape. And the landowners were were basically hit that tolerance level where there were just too many hunters on the landscape, and both landowners and hunters were complaining about hunters. You know, in southeast Colorado, you tend to have, you know, more complaints. You know, it's almost a culture sometimes of complaining about pronghorn. But really, the complaints in Haswell have been complaints about hunters, too many hunters, and you know, we're trying to, you know, could potentially in the future alleviate some of those by extending, you know, season length, or, you know, it's helped out quite a bit with the late doe season. But you know, we've been successful kind of keeping that population within that range, and it seems to me like that's the sweet spot, trying to balance everything out between landowners' desires and hunters' desires.
Commissioner Vigil.
Based on how green it is out here, we're gonna have a good new crop of antelope out there. And that's gonna cause pressure because the dryland farmers are gonna have good crops also, which means they're gonna have some game damage problems as that herd grows. So, I would understand that because dryland farmers struggle anyhow. This year, we don't want a lot of game damage. And I think that's coming based on the good weather we've had this year.
I'll just add a comment on that is, in 4.5 years, the difference between managing to avoid a landowner conflict versus then trying to manage away once we have conflict because of too many animals, it's a pretty dramatic. It's much harder to do the second one than it is to do the first. So I think that's always the balance, right? Because once the landowners in a county or in a DAU start to complain, it's really a lot of work then, right? So I hear what you're saying, Marvin, but I think that's the, do you want to wait till you get complaints, or do you want to try and avoid having the complaints? I don't know the answer to that. But. Any other comments or questions? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Why don't we do awards and recognition? I think do we have a visitor, Commissioner Hauser?
Can we do that really quick?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, President of our host venue and college is here today, Otero Junior College. This is Dr. Timothy Alvarez, a colleague in higher education, and just wanted to have him have a chance to welcome all of you. He'll be with the commission for dinner tonight also.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Again, my name is Tim Alvarez, President of OJC. Welcome to campus, and we consider ourselves to be a student-focused learning organization, and also we hope to be an engine of social mobility in this community. And appreciate that you're willing us to come out, and if you've not been to campus before, I hope you enjoy campus. And we had visitors here last week, and I was walking them around campus, and they told me this feels like a small university. And that gave me a lot of pride, and our staff take a lot of pride in this community and on this campus. And if you didn't notice, there's a lot of green on campus, which we're really delighted to share with you. I've only been here about a year. I grew up in western Nebraska. Are you guys familiar with western Nebraska? So I grew up in a little town called Minutair. Not many people know what Minutair is at, but we have this running joke that you can watch your dog run away for 3 days because it's really flat. Yeah. But again, welcome to campus. Hope people treat you with the utmost hospitality and respect, because we take a lot of pride in that. We have some wonderful facilities, and we're really pleased that we're able to share those with you today. So again, welcome, and we'll look forward to visiting with you tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you.
Our acting Southeast Regional Manager, Mr. Henley, for awards and recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Prenslow, and Executive Director Gibbs. Really appreciate a few minutes to do a public forum recognition and awards. So I know we're behind, so let me get going quick here. So our first, I would like Assistant Lake Pueblo State Park Assistant Manager Joe Statterman and CPW volunteers John and Denise Lopez to please come to the podium. So as they're making their way here, folks, we have few volunteers that are as dedicated as John and Denise at Lake Pueblo. From 2014 to 2019, they've contributed over 10,342 hours to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. You put a dollar amount to that, that's a value added of almost $260,000 to CPW. They have a nice little award here, and we'll get some more stuff to them, but they're volunteer camp hosts at the Arkansas Point Campground on the south side. They keep order on the campground reservations. We won't go, we'll let Corey talk to IPAWS and camping reservations. These are unique volunteers because they volunteer, but they also recruit and train volunteers. They encourage our visitors to engage in our park programs, and Denise assists in the visitor sends, and she loves working with IPAWS. The one thing that they didn't write up, I've had the opportunity to come down for many of the potlucks at the park, and I know they bring some good food to that. So in recognition of your volunteer service, here we go. Colorado Parks and Wildlife recognizes John and Denise Lopez for over 10,300 hours of dedicated volunteer service to the state of Colorado. Thank you, John and Denise, for coming up. You probably noticed that there's an influx of uniformed field staff, so the next recognition, we have no issues, nobody's in trouble. They're here to be recognized. So at this time, I'm going to ask Area 14 Assistant AWM Cody Wigner, Area 14 DWM Cassidy English, Area 13 DWM Zach Holder to please come up. And why don't we do over here, because we got a big group. Who else do I have? Wildlife technicians from Area 14, Brett Mathers, Jay Ademick and Cale Glenn, wildlife techs from Area 13. Area 14 is out of Colorado Springs, Area 13 is out of Salida. And then Area 11, wildlife technician Bill Velarde to please come forward. And I've printed this so small I can't see it. Did I miss anybody that's part of the... We're going to talk about the bomb cyclone one more time. And it needs to be recognized. Others involved that weren't able to make it here today were DWM's, Area 14 DWM's Phil Gurley, Corey Adler, Aaron Burscheid, Tim Craning, and Sarah Watson. Area 11 Wildlife Technician Dylan Thompson and Area 13 Wildlife Technician Matthew Cohen were not able to make it to here today. Oh, I did miss Area Wildlife, Area 11 AWM Mike Trujillo. Please come forward. And we had AWM's Frank McGee out of Area 14 Springs and Jim Aragon, Area 13 AWM out of Salida. They weren't able to be here today. I think that's about 14, 15 people, and this doesn't include all the other support staff that helped, our CSRs, phone calls, that type of thing. The cyclone, March 2019, Southeast staff, the staff that's just standing here before you today, join local efforts to rescue stranded motorists, northern El Paso County and east. Falling snow plows and carving fresh tracks in the dark, these officers and these technicians with leadership under the 3 AWMs and, of course, the previous Southeast Region Manager, Dan Prenslow, brought out our heavy pickups and a pair of snowcats, spent Wednesday night and Thursday morning rescuing motorists from the Black Forest area north of Colorado Springs out to Ellicott. AWMs and region staff helped collect the snowcats from Pueblo all the way from the Bosque all the way down from Salida and oversaw rotating shifts. Officers, for those officers who could respond who weren't snowed in themselves. Funny enough, I live in Pueblo West. The wind got up a little bit. I was told not to come into the office. I probably couldn't make it. In the region office, I probably could have done some early planting on potatoes at Pueblo. So this was really a northern event about region office going north. These folks continued well into Thursday afternoon, assisting in the ongoing efforts to ensure all motorists and the streets out there were safe. Obviously, these slick roads and on some of our equipment, and you've heard that the snowcats, we got some good equipment, and then we have some vintage. And actually, we brought our vintage snowcat, and it's sitting out in the parking lot, so if you break our lunch, please run out. Take a look, so we're not lying when we have vintage equipment. It's out there for you to take a look at. Mostly those are used for wildlife management purposes, but obviously in search and rescue operations. So in recognition of all your efforts during the 2019 bomb cyclone, thank you. And I have one that's unannounced with the discretion of the chairman. I'd like all remaining Southeast Region staff to please come over and form in behind the group that's already standing. And then I would ask Director Dan Prenslow to please come to the podium.
You want Prenslow back in the southeast?
No. This is maybe his going away card.
No.
I'm going to ask what you don't want the answer to.
So Director Prenslow, from the Southeast Region staff, we would like to present this plaque to you. In appreciation of your exceptional leadership, Southeast Region staff recognizes Dan Prenslow for 14 years of dedicated service as the Southeast Regional Manager. Dan was the Southeast Regional Manager from 2005 to 2019.
I didn't expect that coming, so thank you. And I think we'll go to lunch, but just remember, play hard, but play fair. So that's
Okay, we'll break for lunch and be back at 1. Katie, I observe we have a quorum, so if you're ready.
Thank you very much. For the record, I'm Katie Lanter. I'm supervisor of the Policy and Planning section. And up first, I'm going to be talking about some of the plans that CPW does that are both specific to our agency and state plans. I've been getting to know Commissioner Adams since her appointment to the commission, and we were talking about the fact that there are a lot of plans that we deal with and that the commission encounters, and thought it might be useful to the commission as a whole to get some background on what these plans are, how they relate to our work, and so we're going to talk about that in their relationship to the CPW strategic plan. So starting with our CPW strategic plan, this was approved by the commission in November of 2015, and that was after a pretty extensive public input process. We got input from the commission, the public, and also agency staff. And the plan includes 6 goals that are spelled out here, and you'll see that I assigned symbols to each of the goals, and kind of inspired by our ski slopes, where we have, of course, the green circle and the blue square and the black diamond. So just trying to make it a little easier when you're looking at some of the other plans to think back to CPW strategic plan and these 6 goals. Since our strategic plan doesn't have a specific end date and it's pretty high level, what we do is actually develop what we call our operational plan, and that's a 2-year plan where we take the objectives that are under each of these 6 goals and break them down further to sub-objectives, and those have a measurable metric associated with them. So we're currently on our 2nd operational plan, and it's going to run through June of 2020. And the work that we do for the operational plan is reflected in our strategic plan progress report that we release annually every fall. And then here in this chart, we have, again, on the left, our strategic plan goals, but across the top are major plans that the commission tends to encounter in your work. And as you can see, that these plans tend to tie back to at least a few of the strategic plan goals, and some have all 6 goals represented. The more specialized plans, like the wetlands plan and herd management, tend not to have all the goals represented, but you know, in all cases, there's at least one strategic plan goal there. And when there's an asterisk there, it indicates a plan that CPW must complete in order to maintain eligibility for federal funding. In the commission mailing and also on the materials that are on the website for this meeting, I provided some additional tables that have a brief description of each plan's purpose, the goals or elements, kind of key priorities in there, the timeline for the plan, and the entity responsible for monitoring and implementation. And so very briefly, I'll describe the plans that were included, kind of starting with the CPW plans. We have our statewide trail strategic plan, which CPW's trail program facilitated the writing of and informs trail development and management across Colorado. That one is required to, either that or a SCORP is required to maintain eligibility for our LWCF funds. We have state park management plans. Those are 10-year plans that help inform the management of existing park resources and development into the future. Obviously, you heard a couple of those this morning. I thought it might be funny to mention that when I was last hiring for our planning manager position, as part of the application process, asked the candidates to present how they would approach doing the state forest, state park management plan, because we knew that was on the horizon. And there were at least a couple of the candidates who did not think that state forest, state park was a real park. They thought it was a hypothetical name that we had made up for the interview purposes. So maybe Colorado's best kept secret, that one. We also have our statewide strategies for wetland and riparian conservation, which is a strategic plan for our wetlands program and informs the awarding of funds for wetlands conservation. And revision of this plan is currently getting underway. We have herd management plans, which help CPW to manage sustainable big game populations that are biologically and socially acceptable, and those cover a 10-year period. We have the Hunting, Fishing, and Parks for Future Generations Act, which is, strictly speaking, not a plan, but it does set 10 goals that we must report on annually to the General Assembly, starting this November through 2025. And our implementation of the Future Generations Act is tied closely to our strategic plan implementation. And we also have here the 2014 Path Forward, which was written to chart a 5-year course for the newly combined agencies. So we're now at the end of the time horizon for that report. And just before I switch to the Colorado plans, I wanted to mention something else that's not a plan, but that is tied to our strategic plan work, which is our new Live Life Outside campaign. You heard about that from Acting Director Versteeg at the last meeting. And that's, again, a campaign to promote, CPW's mission to inspire future generations to be, and current generations to be active stewards of our natural resources. And that really ties back to several of the strategic plan goals. Goal 6, connecting people to the outdoors. Goal 5, awareness and trust in CPW. And then obviously the goals 1 and 2 about wildlife and park stewardship. The last 3 plans that I included in my materials are really plans for the state of Colorado as a whole, but CPW played a considerable role in writing them. We have the 2019 Statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or SCORP, which captures our priorities for outdoor recreation and is required to be done every 5 years to maintain eligibility for Land and Water Conservation Fund dollars. We have the Colorado Outdoor Partnership Pathway Report. That one's still under development and provides a shared vision for the future of Colorado's outdoors and is a roadmap for the co-op's efforts. And last but not least, we have the State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, which articulates conservation priorities for an expansive array of wildlife and also promotes coordination of conservation actions. And it's also required to be done every 10 years to maintain eligibility for state wildlife grants. So that is really all I had in the way of presentation, and would welcome any questions.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. Regarding the pathway document, do you know what at the Partners Conference, I did attend that meeting, talked about the draft. What is the next step in the process?
That's a good question. I'm not as involved in the co-op. I don't know if anyone else on staff is aware of what the time horizon is for finalizing that. If no one here is, I'll find that out and let you know.
That'd be great. And the other thing I just mentioned, perhaps in the future, given there's a new director of the OREC office, it may be great to invite Nathan to a future commission meeting to talk about potential partnerships.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. As a new commissioner, I was to a Herculean effort and a very complex organization. I was challenged by how many plans that we had as I was trying to onboard. So I really appreciate you doing this crosswalk so that we can see those alignment places. And I just encourage all of the staff, and I've noticed an increase just in the 3 meetings that I've been able to attend, a stronger commitment to making sure that it's very clear how the activity or initiative is connected back to our strategic plan. So I just so grateful for this cheat sheet. So I will be printing it out and putting it in my notebook so that I can always make reference to it. And then these are hyperlinks back to the original documents, correct?
Yeah, it's usually either to the document or to the website that might have other supporting materials.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then from what I could ascertain about the co-op when I had a chance to meet with some CPW staff about it, it sounded like with the new director that there were opportunities to revisit the purpose of the co-op and in partnership, and what does that mean and what does that look like with all the different, the new administration. And so there's so many different change pieces that, I got the impression that there was real opportunity, and I had an opportunity to meet with some of the members of the co-op outside of CPW as well, just to get their perspective on that. But I would agree, Luke, that, there was so much momentum that happened at that conference that there needs to be some follow-up. But again, just making sure that that follow-up is, again, aligned to the CPW work, considering that it is led by CPW staff. So, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Katie, the wetland and riparian conservation, that was 2011, and so it's every 10 years, so they're going to revisit it in 2021.
I don't think there's actually any set timeline that we have to do the wetland strategic plan. So I can't recall off the top of my head what the previous plan is. Not necessarily every 10 years, but in talking to our staff that are with the wetlands program, it sounds like they just really realized that the plan maybe wasn't serving the community as well in terms of the grant recipients. That there's obviously kind of changes and needs over time, and so it was a good time to take a look and talk to those those grant recipients and others to see, you know, what are the priorities now in that type of work. And so we thought it would be a good time to kick off that process, but we're not required to do it on any particular time frame.
So I saw on page 2 that they're currently kicking off a revision of the plan, but there's no time frame for that revision then?
Yeah, we're just kicking it off now. I think it should be done within the next year.
And what is our role as commissioners in that? Are you going to be bringing recommendations to us? How is it, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, I think we'll bring it forward for your information and input. You know, it's not one of those that we're required to get the commission's approval on, but definitely would like to engage you all in the process.
And I would ask that we are.
Very good, will do.
Thank you.
Any other comment? Oh, Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. This is really helpful to have it all in one place, and I really appreciate it. Is there a reason that our strategic plan is not benchmarked in time?
As I understand, I came on just as that plan was being finalized, but the idea was that if we had something that was timeless, we were better able to, you know, adapt through the operational plan, the plan we do every 2 years, and having this time plan. It's pretty resource intensive to write the strategic plan, and kind of as your experience with some of our other processes that are on even a 5-year timeline, it seems like you just finished it and now you're redoing it, and there's no time to kind of see, is this working for us, you know? And you know, I can say through the operational plan, we did when we were 6 months into this current one, we got together as staff that are working on it and just said, you know, is it still working? Is there something that's really important to us that's not well captured within the strategic plan that we need to somehow address? And the feedback from staff was that it was working well for them, that there wasn't anything that they were really focusing a lot of time and attention on that wasn't covered. So I think it was just to give us more flexibility, more time to kind of be able to kick the tires and have it work for us.
And just one more point. From our last commission meeting, there was discussion around exploring the potential of subcommittees for herd management plan and some of our other kind of management-intensive components. And I would just repeat that I think that'd be a really great thing for this commission to take on, to form a subcommittee for that.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Oh, for the future. To that point, and Katie, thank you very much. This is really helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Evans, for continuing to point this out, because it's not something that went through the strategic plan, thought through it, necessarily made those connections. So this is really nice, really helpful. With regard to Commissioner Hardy, the subcommittee comment, I know that we've created subcommittees in the past. I think the finance subcommittee is the longest standing and the one that used to be. We've discussed them in the past, but we haven't put them into action necessarily. Maybe, you know, to address one or two things and then they kind of dissolve or turn. So maybe this is a question for Chairman Howard with regard to President. How might we identify the needed subcommittees and how would we put them in place, and should they have any sort of parameters around them? Determine this 6-month subcommittee, or the subcommittee goes until dilemma X is solved, or do we have any kind of direction?
Well, why don't I recap where we were last time, because I'm definitely with Commissioner Vardy about, I think it would be great to have a subcommittee working on this, and I like committees. At the same time, Commissioner Bray, I think, is also raised that these are very important. Particular ones can become very important to individual commissioners that might not be on the committee. And so this would not look like, for example, at GOCO, where the committees do all the work, and it really is kind of a fairly high-level review by the whole board, and then a vote. I don't think we want that. So I think it's a little bit more, Commissioner Zimmerman, how do you know, because it's, after today, it's going to be your show, is how do you want to structure that committee? That's what I took from our conversation last time. How do you structure it? Who sits on it? How does it meet Commissioner Bray's point? And I would think that that is doable, but you probably need a little charter for the committee. So, Director, I don't know if you have a different view.
No, I'm not married either way, but I would, ebbs and flows we've had since Chairman Howard asked commissioners, individual commissioners to pay special attention to those DAUs. We've had a lot more engagement, excuse me, but historically, I'm going to pick a number, about 80 or 90% of them more of a kind of a consent agenda type of numbers, because they're really not changing specifically. Those 10 or 20% should be highlighted or spent some more time, at least in my mind, at this table. And so if it was me, I would concentrate on maybe Assistant Director DeWalt, maybe seeing break down which ones, if the commission's open to that should be spent some more time on as they're coming up, instead of just the rank and file ones. But that's just a thought.
Great. Any other comments or questions for Katie? Oh, Commissioner Adams,
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Commissioner. So you bring up a good, excellent point. Commissioner, I don't know what your last name is. Vardy. Sorry, I'm used to calling you by first name so much. Around this time-bound piece, because again, the evidence is very clear on the effectiveness of strategic plans being time-bound. So, I think that actually initiated me following up with you and former acting director Steig. But it was really helpful to see the implementation plan that was connected, because one of the stressors that I had when looking at the strategic plan was the lack of measures and metrics, the lack of baseline data. As a commissioner, it was my understanding that our primary role is to set the strategic direction and to help to monitor implement the fidelity of implementation. And in order to do that, there's certain data points that we need in order to be able to make informed policy decisions. So, and you were gracious enough to again, allow us behind the curtain to see how you all manage it internally, and that's fantastic. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and the director on how we can ensure that the commission is getting the appropriate amount of information as it relates to the monitoring of the strategic plan. And I do think it is a bit curious. I've never worked in an organization where the organization staff identifies its own measures and metrics without any, I've just never seen that before. So, certainly don't want to rock the boat, but at the same time, again, I think it's really important that as commissioners, we weigh in or have some say on the measures that are being used and the metrics that are being identified on an annual basis with quarterly updates. Thank you.
Sure. Well, it sounds like it will be helpful when we have the next strategic plan progress report this fall, and you all can let us know if that has the level of detail you're looking for or more. And I need to check with the new director about how we proceed going into the future, whether we continue to approach this as we have. But assuming that we continue as we have, we would be kicking off putting together a new operational plan at the latter part of this year.
Excellent. I look forward to that. And, well, you know what I'm looking for, so we've got that going for us. But certainly would love the other commissioners to weigh in on that. Curious also sorry, tag team it. So when we walked through the strategic plan, one of the things I was also struck by was a lot of the strategies or activities weren't necessarily happening, which is to say the heart of it or the meat of it is really the goals and the objectives, but then the components after that are, had changed. Some of them had changed, some of them hadn't. And so when we talk about public trust and building public trust, the public is holding us accountable to this plan, but this plan is not reflective of what we're actually doing. So I'm curious if there's going to be any updates to the actual strategic plan that better reflects the work and activities that you're actually doing, or even just removing that section. So I don't want to, put out information that we're then not following up on. So again, just a weird tension there.
Sure, and again, I think that's probably a good conversation for us to have under our new leadership in terms of how we want to approach that going forward. I mean, the strategic plan was approved by the commission, so if we wanted to make any changes, we'd have to come back to it. I think your point is well taken, that we are generally focusing really on those goals and objectives, and not so much the strategies and other the benchmarks that are listed with underneath there. So, I could see where it may be helpful to revisit the strategic plan itself that way.
Katie, let me just give you a little comment from a restructuring guy. I think the guys and gals that I work with, we would look at that and say for a $230 million revenue organization, that's a lot of plans.
right? Now, two of them are federal requirements, there's nothing you can do about it, but if I look at it just from a high level, it seems like there's a lot of plans, and they're not deep because there's so many, right? And so that would be another thing I would just give you guys for next year, is you think about all these plans, do you really need 3 or 4 of them? Or, because the fewer you have, the more you'll concentrate, which is, I think, the point that's being made over here. So, just a thought.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Oh, Paul.
Okay, where am I on my schedule? Mr. Nichols next, with fisheries.
Fisheries.
Good afternoon, Chairman Howard, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, Commissioners. My name is Matt Nickel. I'm the Aquatic Section Manager. I'm here this afternoon for an action item for your approval on 3 policies that relate to fisheries. These policies have not been significantly altered in any way. That just was basically housekeeping, just to exchange names and titles from the merger. But I'll go through briefly each one of them with you. These policies reflect adherence to CPW's strategic plan. Specifically under Goal 1, conserve wildlife and habitat to ensure healthy, sustainable populations and ecosystems, and under that, Objective A, manage sustainable populations of game and non-game species to support fishing, hunting, trapping, and wildlife viewing opportunities. So I'll direct your attention to item 15A on your mailing list. That's the wild and gold medal trout management policy. This policy provides guidance and oversight for the management of wild trout waters and gold medal water designation. Wild trout waters are designated through cooperation with appropriate land management agencies and the quality of the habitat they support. Special regulations are often utilized to maintain these fisheries, and sometimes stocking is utilized to establish or to restore populations. So first of all, on wild trout waters, they're designated wild trout if they have the habitat, capable of sustaining wild trout populations, and a primary fishery management goal for those waters to maintain those wild populations. CPW currently has over 4,100 different stream segments in the state that meet the criteria for wild trout waters, encompassing over 24,000 miles of stream. There are over 1,200 lakes totaling more than 11,000 acres that also meet this criteria. The gold medal designation is reserved for our highest quality of these cold water fisheries. Gold medal standards are waters which have at least 12 quality sized trout per acre, quality being defined as 14 inches or greater, and quality densities, and those densities are defined as greater than 60 pounds per acre. CPW currently recognizes 17 stream sections, over 329 miles designated as gold medal, and 3 gold medal lakes with over 3,200 acres. So that's that policy. The next one is item 15B, and it's the High Lake Management Policy. This policy provides oversight for the recreational management of fisheries and high lakes, which are typically small in size and at elevations exceeding 8,000 feet. The oversight includes consideration of a number of factors, including water quality, native species restoration work, natural reproduction, fishing pressure, access, and recreational benefit. Each year, CPW stocks over 400 of these lakes. The majority of them are inaccessible by typical stocking methods, so we utilize airplanes, ATVs, horses, and people with backpacks. There is an emphasis on the coordination and cooperation with the responsible land and water management agencies for both the fishery management and the stocking aspect. And then the final one is the stocking and use of fish tested positive for whirling disease. And this is item 15C on your handouts. This policy originated when whirling disease was first discovered in Colorado, and it became apparent that there was a need for guidance of proper use of fish testing positive for the disease, and yet could be stocked in non-salmonid habitat and provide recreational opportunities without negatively impacting any reproducing salmonid populations. The policy guides both stocking from CPW and the Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as private aquaculture. CPW continues to support and oversee research of WD impacts, resistant strains, and habitat issues to work towards long-term goals of little or no impact from whirling disease. Questions?
Commissioner Garcia, no surprise.
So I ran these by my fellow Colorado Trout Unlimited board members, and they want to commend you for all of this. It's great work. But we were curious. There may be groups we thought, maybe Denver Water, Northern, other people who might not agree with this, is when you start talking about holding them responsible for mitigation, how do we do that? I mean, you say in here that we will request mitigation from the person or agency contributing to that loss or degradation. We see it every day by groups like that. What do? We just ask? What do we mean by ask?
Yeah, so I think we speak to the systems as we go through the process of the permitting process, and we have the ability to speak to the permitting process and what kind of impacts there will be to habitat, to fisheries, game as well. And then we request the mitigation that we feel like hopefully is equivalent to that loss. I know that sort of oversimplifies what you're asking, but that's the process where we engage, both in the permitting process, the assessment of the impacts, and then in the actual implementation of the mitigation plans themselves.
The gold medal waters always intrigue me. We kind of leave out our friends, the brook trout, I think we should have a special brook trout gold water because they just don't get big enough to qualify for your gold medal waters. But why not? I don't see anywhere here as a priority. We talk about sustaining, maintaining, but we don't talk about creating more gold water. We need more gold medal waters. Why is that not a priority?
So I think, I wouldn't say it's not a priority. I think identifying habitat, because ultimately at the end of the day, habitat is obviously what produces gold medal fisheries. So identifying habitat where potentially we can do projects that would improve habitat to potentially result in more gold medal waters is certainly a priority for us. I think we, speaking of Trout Unlimited, I was approached this fall by both National Trout Unlimited and Colorado Trout Unlimited about a plan that they had drawn up to potentially look at both increasing gold medal, but also identifying other quality waters. And so I put together a working group with some of my staff that are much smarter than I am, and at least two or three, both national and state TU staff. And they've met now twice, I think, and are starting to explore some of these things that we're talking about. Certainly there's other factors, just like in all wildlife management, that go into us talking about quality habitat and the implications of that. So we want to be cautious about that. We also want to maintain that when it's truly gold medal, it's a high standard, and that we're saying that that's a quality area. But so again, that is a priority for us, I can assure you. And I think we want to continue to look at how we can use habitat improvement to then increase miles of gold medal.
One final question. This is on 15C, whirling disease. What about gill lice? Are we doing anything with gill lice?
Yes, that's something that's really come to the forefront over the last couple of years, and something that we don't know a lot about. Currently, it's not a regulated pathogen, and it's not in any state. We don't have solid science that necessarily attributes it to great population, where we truly have population losses, in particular in kokanee. However, we have a lot of anecdotal information that certainly points to that. So we've got a gill lice group, working group, that is currently exploring additional research, looking at other states. The state of Pennsylvania just recently passed some legislation that restricts gill lice movement where there's a positive facility, be it private or public. And so we're looking at that, but we want to make sure if we're regulating that we've got the sound science to back that up. And so that's kind of where we're at. Like I said, it's not a new pathogen, but the impacts seem to be somewhat new. And so we're doing our best to try to figure that out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other, Commissioner Shaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, the gill lice working group is within CPW, or is that the case?
Yes.
Is there a corresponding like WAFWA or AFWA working group looking at that?
No, we have had those conversations at the fish chief meetings, both at WAFWA and at AFWA. And so it's on the horizon, I think, eventually to potentially be at that level. But I think, like I said, because it's unregulated at this point and there's not a lot of science, everybody's sort of in the same boat of saying, let's try to see what we can do. And so I think as we go to those meetings in these next couple of years, we'll look to have more conversations with the states.
Okay, and then to follow up on Charlie's point on the mitigation portion of things, you know, if there is a loss or degradation occurring from a project, can you maybe just give us a snapshot of what the efficacy is of your requests regarding mitigation from those project proponents? Has your requests that you have made, have you been met with a friendly response to get what it is that you need to replace that? Or is it a case where there needs to be something that's an actual requirement and not a request?
Well, I think, so I'm not an expert on this, and probably some other folks maybe in the room could speak to the mitigation plans, but they are basically mandated through the permitting process. Those water users will participate in the mitigation plans. So to answer your question, yes, we request financial, we request expertise, we request habitat development or replacement, and those things are basically mandated through the process.
Commissioner Shaver, I'll just add, we just went through one of these for, what was the water project? It's the Northern Water, right? And we did a huge habitat negotiation there.
Yep.
In-stream flows. So, when you have those big projects, it's definitely mandatory, so.
Yep. And those will come to you guys for approval and for your insight into them, so.
Commissioner Garcia.
But what we're talking about there is only when we're looking at permitting.
Correct.
There are a lot of times when there are agencies that are doing things to our water outside the permitting process that are causing a degradation. How do I, as a citizen or whatever, go to Parks and Wildlife and say, you need to take a look at what these folks are doing to this river?
I'll handle that one. Reed DeWald, Assistant Director of Wildlife and Natural Resources. A lot of those instances that you're talking about are more of a good faith request, I would think. And we do find those project proponents willing to work with us because of outside pressures that we see. And usually we're fairly successful in that. It's a cooperative, collaborative environment, but it's not a regulatory environment from our standpoint. So, but we do find a lot of those major water providers or other folks to be great partners and willing to stand up and work with us in those, to reduce those impacts.
So you're open to the citizen call?
Certainly.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can think of a funny couple of fishing calls that Mr. DeWalt's gotten over the last few years. Any other comments or questions? It's an action item.
I move to approve the 3 updated fishery policies as presented by staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Haskett. I think we can do this one by voice vote. Any public comment? Seeing any? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Wurtzbauer on the Natural Areas Program and Board nominations. Welcome.
So good afternoon, Chairman Howard, Commissioners, Director Prinsloo, and Executive Director Gibbs. I'm Raquel Wurtzbauer. I'm the coordinator of the Colorado Natural Areas Program, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you to share with you something that some of you already know, but some may not. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is much more than about just hunting, fishing, and recreation. Our agency is big. We have a lot we're trying to accomplish. And sometimes our smaller programs can seem to fly under the radar when they're not always the ones making the headlines. So I'm excited to share with you what the Natural Areas Program is all about and how we're helping Colorado Parks and Wildlife to achieve their mission and strategic goals by helping to protect our state's most important habitats and by connecting people not only to the outdoors, but to the natural wonders that truly make our state unique. Now, I'll be talking more specifically about how our work ties into our agency's strategic and operational plans throughout this presentation. But first, I'd like to start with a bit of history because I believe it's important to know where this program began and how it continues to accomplish its mission over the years. So the program began over 40 years ago with the signing of the Colorado Natural Areas Act. Back in the environmental movement of the 60s and 70s, Coloradoans had a growing appreciation of the unique species, habitats, and iconic landscapes that only Colorado could offer. There were many federal and state programs taking shape at that time to help protect our state's natural resources, namely things like wildlife populations, forests, and parks. But Coloradoans recognized that the net needed to be widened to recognize and capture the wealth of natural features that weren't necessarily getting captured or recognized in those programs. So these features include things like rare plants, insects, geologic features, fossils, and unique habitat types. There was a need to systematically identify and help protect our most important and unique natural features, features that are found in Colorado and many times nowhere else in the world. So an example of such a place, which is pictured here on this slide, is the Geneva Basin Ironfin Natural Area, which is located in Clear Creek County. So a fin is a unique and sensitive wetland community. There are only a handful of iron fins known from around the world, and we have less than 10 of them in Colorado. Colorado's iron fins are believed to be ecologically unique with no other similar system known in the world, and researchers come from all over to study these iron fins, including Geneva Basin. So it was the intent of the program to become a major tool to complement existing conservation programs. Natural areas designations can be layered with other conservation mechanisms, things such as areas of critical environmental concern, national natural landmarks, conservation easements, and even state designations such as the State Land Board Stewardship Trust Program. And I would say that the original intent holds true today and has had great success. The main reason for this success is that designations are voluntary, not regulatory. CNAP does not own or manage any state natural areas, but we work through voluntary partnerships to ensure that prime examples of our state's natural heritage are conserved for future generations. The Natural Areas Act also created the Colorado Natural Areas Council, which is a 7-member governor-appointed board that was created to advise the Parks and Wildlife Commission on the administration of the Natural Areas Program. Our council includes 5 governor appointees as well as a representative from both the State Board of Land Commissioners and the Parks and Wildlife Commission. So currently, our commission seat on our council is vacant. I understand there'll be nominations following this presentation regarding a new Parks and Wildlife representative to the council. So because of that, I thought I'd give a little more information. Our council meets quarterly, usually in Denver, and we do sometimes hold field tours alongside our meetings just to help our council make more informed recommendations to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. And 4 years ago, our council and staff together wrote a strategic plan for the program, and we've been diligently implementing that strategic plan ever since then. And our plan ties in quite nicely with CPW's strategic and operational plans. So specifically, our program is helping to achieve the first goal in CPW's plan, which is to conserve wildlife and habitat. Our program addresses multiple objectives within this goal, including that our designations play an important role in helping to protect and enhance significant habitats across our state. Additionally, much of our time is spent monitoring species of greatest conservation need and working with our partners to maintain viable populations. The specific strategy that we specialize on is protecting rare plant species and unique natural areas. So there are numerous other goals and strategies that are addressed in both our program's plan and our agency's plan, including attracting and maintaining dedicated volunteers and helping to connect people to Colorado's outdoors and important natural places. So there are currently 95 designated state natural areas representing about 180,000 acres across our state. Designation can occur on any land ownership type. We have a significant number of designations on both Bureau of Land Management and State Land Board lands. There are also designations on U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service, the Nature Conservancy, cities, counties, private landowners, and also on Colorado Parks and Wildlife lands. So we have innumerable examples of successful conservation outcomes with our partners. Many of our partners consider state natural area designations in their land use planning. So for example, we've had a close relationship with the State Land Board through our 24 designations with them and from providing decades worth of biological inventory and monitoring on their lands. Our work with them has helped in getting tens of thousands of acres of high priority habitat designated in their Stewardship Trust program. And that's resulted in more collaborative land use management actions on some of our state's most important and productive working lands. So state natural areas also can have a positive influence on Endangered Species Act considerations and long-term conservation of species. So one of my favorite examples is the Mount Callahan and Logan Wash Mine Natural Area, which is pictured in the background of this slide here. And this natural area is home to 3 of the 4 known populations of parachute penstemon, which is a federally threatened plant species. The species is only known to occur on the steep shale slopes of the Green River Formation near the town of DeBeck. Our program has had over a 30-year partnership with the energy company that owns the land, and the company's voluntary conservation agreement with the Natural Areas Program and their outstanding stewardship of the natural area precluded them from federal critical habitat designation for the parachute penstemon. And this was really a huge win-win for both the landowner and for the long-term conservation of the species. So our program provides monitoring on all of our state natural areas. Our program staff monitors each natural area every 3 years, and our staff includes myself and usually 1 to 2 seasonal technicians. But fortunately, we have a very dedicated and highly qualified group of volunteer stewards that conduct annual monitoring on our natural areas. So many of our volunteers are retired or active natural resource professionals, and many are experts in their field. Over a third of our volunteers have dedicated 10 or more years of monitoring their assigned natural area. So not only do we depend on our volunteers for their expertise and contributing to invaluable long-term data sets, but our partners really depend on them as well. An example I want to share is just a few weeks ago, our staff was on the West Slope visiting the Gateway Palisade Natural Area, which is a breathtaking sandstone geologic feature just west of Grand Junction. We were very fortunate to be able to join our volunteer stewards at that site, Dick and Lorraine Yates, who have been our stewards there for 11 years. Lorraine is one of our state's most well-known botanists and plant taxonomists. Dick and Lorraine have discovered and mapped numerous rare plant populations at Gateway over the years, as well as documented many wildlife species of greatest conservation need. I loved hearing from my staff when they got back to the office. They told me how 80-year-old Dick Yates beat all of them to the top of the Palisade, which is well over a 1,000-foot climb, all because he was so excited to see the rare Kachina daisy blooming at the top. So the passion and dedication of our volunteers is truly amazing and is one of my favorite parts of the Natural Areas program. So our program works to recognize and support the conservation of all natural features that make our state unique and are components of our natural heritage. The work we do on plants, wildlife, and their habitats all tie into our state wildlife action plan. There are over 125 species of greatest conservation need that we've documented on our natural areas, and that number just keeps continuing to grow. We work closely with the Colorado Natural Heritage Program to document species occurrences, track changes, also conduct surveys and monitoring. We've recently added pollinators to our monitoring efforts, and we're hoping to soon start looking at soil health and integrating climate vulnerability into our future designation planning. In addition to our work on state wildlife action plans, we also have a focus on significant geologic and fossil sites. So one example is the Trinidad KT Boundary Natural Area, which is located within Trinidad Lake State Park. There's a photo of that in the middle of the slide here. We recently held a volunteer field tour at this site, and we're very fortunate to be joined by Commissioner Vigil. This natural area was one of the first places in the world that the KT boundary was discovered, and it continues to be a highly researched site and one of the best locations to view the geologic exposure. And if anyone's ever in the Trinidad area, I highly encourage that you visit. But what our program is probably best known for is our work on rare plants. So we're the only program within state government with an emphasis on rare plants, and we work very closely with Fish and Wildlife Service and many other partners. There are 24 plant species in Colorado that are either federally endangered, threatened, candidate, or petitioned. This number is actually much higher than the number of wildlife species on these lists for Colorado, and is also higher than most other Rocky Mountain states. So the reason for this is that Colorado is ranked 13th in the nation for plant diversity and ranked 8th for plant species most at risk. Luckily, our program is a key partner and leader in our state in helping to preclude the need to list plant species, as well as aiding in the recovery of those that have been listed. And I wanted to just give a few quick examples. So some of you may have already heard of the Pagosa skyrocket because we did designate the Pagosa skyrocket natural area just a few years ago. There's a photo of this plant on the left side of the screen with the pollinator there. So this plant is only known to our state, and there's only 2 known populations that exist near the town of Pagosa Springs. Luckily, our agency was able to help protect this federally endangered species by acquiring a critical piece of property near Pagosa Springs using Fish and Wildlife Service recovery funds. So our program has been conducting monitoring on the site and working closely with our Southwest region staff on the management of the property. Our efforts are greatly contributing towards the recovery of the species, and it's been really exciting. We've been working with the local community as well as helping support budding young scientists that are using the property for their research. One other species I'd like to mention is the budding monkey flower. That's that plant species on the right side of your screen. This species is also only known to Colorado, restricted to steep granitic cliffs just in the central part of our state, only known to 4 counties. It was petitioned for federal listing in 2012, and ever since then, our program has been really a key leader in the research and conservation on this species. 2 populations of the plant are known to occur on Staunton State Park, where we did designate 2 separate parcels as a natural area in 2015. And we've partnered with the U.S. Forest Service and Fish and Wildlife Service. We've hired a great researcher to conduct successful conservation actions that should hopefully preclude the need to list this species in the near future. So our staff and council members have been working hard on our vision and desire to create a robust and comprehensive natural area system that is integrative to landscape conservation in Colorado. To achieve this mission, we've been working diligently on how our natural areas system portfolio can embody the best of natural features in our state. And it's obvious to us from looking at our map of already designated sites and the analysis we've done on underrepresented features in our system that our highest priority for future designation is on the eastern plains of our state. There's a multitude of awe-inspiring places and significant features on our plains that we'd like to include and represent. These can be places including the canyonlands of the southeast corner of our state, not far from here, sand hills of the far central portion of our state, playa lakes, Piedmont grasslands, and we'd also really like to integrate more working landscapes into our system. So we've started brainstorming potential ideas just among our council, staff, and partners, but would certainly welcome and appreciate any ideas or feedback anyone on the council or the commission may have to offer at any time. So we're one of several conservation programs within our agency that may be small, but we're accomplishing a lot. And I'd love to share more with you about this program in the future, and I hope you have the opportunity to learn more about other conservation programs within our agency that are all vital to helping achieve our agency's mission. And I can't end without saying that our program couldn't do what we do without our amazing staff, our council members, volunteer stewards, partners. And also, I need to recognize Commissioner Zimmerman and Commissioner Vigil. Thanks so much for your support of the program and for helping encourage this presentation at the commission today. I look forward to ongoing discussions with the commission, and hopefully you'll be able to join us in visiting a natural area in the near future.
Comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner Bray, I thought perhaps you might make a motion to rename the Pagosa Skyrocket after a close friend of ours.
Yeah.
I think it's a great program, and it's a great presentation. I'm glad we're finally getting a chance to highlight it, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Vito.
I would like to nominate whoever volunteers to be.
Sounds like you just volunteered. All in favor?
Too much of a short timer, or I probably would.
Somebody over there.
Looking for some volunteer. All right, well, I think Commissioner Zimmerman better take that under advisement.
I just want to make it very clear. I think it's important that we do have a member, but I want to preface that by saying I was, I guess, reminded yesterday at Fisher's Peak how little I know about geology, and I can't even pronounce paleontology. So I'm not sure that I'm qualified to be on your council, but Raquel tells me that I don't need to be qualified. Just work hard and be interested. And
That's
so
right.
if that's correct, I'd volunteer.
Very good.
And you might even find a fossil fish somewhere that you could get in the room.
Very good. Do we need to actually, I don't know, do we need to actually vote on that? Or okay, so that appointment is effective. Thank you. Point forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I look forward to working with you, Commissioner Garcia.
Are any members of the public here to hear about the mule deer strategy? Well, there's one there. I was going to move that perhaps till tomorrow morning at the start. Is that inconvenient for you guys? That would help me, and I think it's a good lead into tomorrow's workshop, if that's okay, Reed. Great. Then let's jump ahead to addressing factors influencing elk recruitment. Mr. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Howard.
Welcome.
Director Prenslow, Commissioners. I'm Chuck Anderson. I'm the Mammals Research Leader based out of Fort Collins. We work on large, mammal species in general, but I've been asked to come today to kind of update you on some of the elk research that we're getting into currently. It's a fairly large scale and relatively long-term couple of projects that are actually related. Before I get into that, I just want to mention the folks that are kind of the leads on aspects of this project, a few of my staff, including Nathaniel Rail, Matt Aldridge, and Eric Bergman. And also, I want to mention, given the scale of this work and the effort it requires, there's a lot of field folks out there that are too numerous to introduce, but they're helping us out a bunch on the ground to get this stuff going and making the contacts we need to contact and so on. So with that, I'll get started. See if I can get this to work. All right, first off, kind of want to start by recruitment. What is recruitment? Basically, it's a metric we use to address births and then also the number of animals that actually become adults. So basically, it represents reproduction and then animals that are eventually recruited as adults in the herd. And we apply this primarily to deer and elk for our management purposes. And what we use as an index of that is we each winter will go out and count the number of calves or fawns per 100 does. And since we're talking about elk today, I'll just refer to calves per 100 cows. So that's a relative index of how many animals are born and how many animals may be recruited later the following spring. So it's kind of a rough measure of recruitment, how populations are doing over time, and we use this metric to kind of get an idea of how population health is progressing over time. So we use that to assess herd status. Now, one thing to point out is in some areas of the state, and I'll get into this a little bit more here shortly, is we've been seeing a decline in this metric. So we have some concerns that possibly the health of the herds and the trends in those populations may be changing, perhaps in a negative way. So that's what got us to where we're at currently. These ratios, obviously, it's an index, so it's not a perfect measure of what's going on out there in the population. I mean, we could count all the animals and get perfect information, but we can never do that. It's too expensive and too intensive to get that. So we need to look at this index and consider the things that might affect it. So several things could affect that ratio. Obviously, cow survival, adult survival, both from terms of harvest and then natural mortality. If that number drops, then the relative number of calves looks higher and may give us an incorrect assessment of what's actually going on out there. So we need to consider that. Obviously, pregnancy rates, calf survival is also involved. And then, several factors can move those ratios around. So we want to kind of get into the actual factors influencing that relationship. Other things to consider, obviously, pregnancy rates are important. Nutrition can be part of that. The habitat conditions, the forage conditions, moisture, drought, winter severity, all those things. Body condition of the adult, the female in terms of birth rates, and also in terms of calf weights. And then also other factors such as weather, condition of the cow at specific times of the year, and then factors that influence survival such as predation or starvation. Okay, in this, if you can see this slide here, if you go to the bottom level, this kind of shows what our current winter recruitment rates or our calf-cow ratios are currently. As you go to the southern tier of the state, they're relatively low. The orange colors are our lowest ratios, and those have been declining over the past decade and a half. And now they're down in the 25 to 30 calves per 100 cows level. And then as we move north in the state, we actually see higher recruitment numbers. And actually we're running 55 to 60 calves per 100 cows in these northern areas. So keep that in mind. But we started with a pilot study 2 years ago to look at this recruitment question. And why would you do a pilot study? What is a pilot study? Basically, what a pilot study is where we go out with a lower effort and lower amount of expense and effort to kind of get the logistics of the project underway. So it gives us an idea of access issues, land ownership, things like that we need to consider, where animals are before we roll out the full-blown project. So we did this in 2 of the areas in the southern part of the state, both E20 over near Montrose and then E33 over near Trinidad, where we've seen low elk calf recruitment the past several years. We started in these areas to kind of get an idea, again, of the logistics, work through some of the issues we need before we roll out the full-blown project. And then also that information can give us kind of a preliminary evaluation of what may be going on and then help us better direct our efforts when we roll out the full-blown project. So far, and this is preliminary, but we seem to be seeing reasonably good pregnancy rates, and I think we're seeing pretty reasonable cow condition. Again, this is preliminary. So I think where we really want to focus is on the survival piece of this. So as we roll out this larger scale project, which we started this year, we're going to, make sure we focus on that as well as the other factors that we've been looking into. Okay, so the way we're going to approach this, we're basically focusing on adult female elk. We're using GPS collars, and we're monitoring these animals both in terms of using ultrasound machines. Actually, we can go out with portable ultrasound and get body condition. We actually get rump fat during the winter. We see what condition these animals are in. That'll tell us a lot about what's going on with the adult segment. We also have transmitters that we use to identify when calves are born. So as soon as the calves are born, we have these transmitters that alert us when the calf has been born, and we send crews out to catch those calves right after they're born. We can look at pregnancy success, number one, and then look at that survival, and we're going to look at survival of those calves over the first year of life, and that is recruitment, basically. And we're currently in the middle of that right now. As of 2 or 3 days ago, I think we have a total of 120 or 115 calves collared so far this spring, and we hope to get another 40 to 50 more before the end of the birthing period, which will be another 3 weeks. Oh, went the wrong way. Okay, now this is the same slide I showed earlier. One of the things we've done now that we've got the full project on board is you see that square up in the upper green area north of Craig. That's E2, that's our Bears Ears elk herd. That's one of the areas in the state where we've had actually fairly consistent and fairly high calf-cow ratios. So what we're looking at here, we've got an area that has a good, what we expect to be a good, healthy herd, and we can compare what's going on in that herd with these other herds where we're seeing lower recruitment rates. Okay, now that kind of gives you some background on the recruitment side of it. I'll go ahead and jump right into the recreation piece because it's fairly related to what I've just talked about, so I'll go ahead and jump into that now. Over the past, at least decade, some of our managers, especially in areas where we've seen a lot of recreation expanse in Colorado, I don't have the information to confirm this, but I suspect Colorado probably has some of the highest rates of increasing recreation in the western U.S. And several of our managers around the state have been kind of concerned about this increasing activity in these wildland areas and how wildlife might be affected by that. That's been on our radar for some time now. We finally got this project kind of up and running, focusing primarily on elk, again beginning this year. And basically what I just described for the recruitment piece, we added a study area in a high recreation area near Glenwood Springs to kind of measure the same parameters that we're doing for these other areas. So we're getting adult cow condition, pregnancy rates, calf survival. So we'll get that piece, and again, that'll just be another example of an area under different factors and how those things compare to these other areas we're already looking at. And then we're also adding another new kind of approach to this. The new technology, our technological advances in remote cameras and that technology, and there's been some recent advances in how we use that information, can really give us a lot of information on how animals use areas, how their distribution and numbers change over time. And and it's a much more efficient and less expensive approach than putting collars out on a huge number of animals that would actually need to really get into some of these issues that we're interested in. So with that, we're using this new approach and looking at the elk recreation question using these remote cameras. And this is an example here. So basically what we do, we're actually going to apply 4 sites in one area where we have little to no recreation, and 4 sites where we have varied levels of recreation. We can put these cameras out, and after we get this camera gridded out, we have them set that they'll all take a snapshot, photos, all at the same time. So we can get distribution and we can get abundance, every hour, for example, for weeks up to months, and focus on specific time periods and specific areas, and it could give us a lot of information on animal distribution relative to various things that are going on in these areas. And I think it's also worth pointing out that, these cameras will be focusing on elk, but we're going to get photos of whatever's out there on the landscape. So we've got the opportunity to look at how other species also respond to this, this activity. And I think it's important to point out, we may find at certain times of the year there's no real effect at all. Other times of the year there might be effects, and we also want to tie that back to critical time periods like calving season, for example. This can just help us plan out better how we roll out these recreational trail development, and perhaps use some timing to kind of benefit wildlife relative to this activity. And I'll just kind of end here with this slide here. We're using that same area in this to recreation side on the northern area that Bears Ears heard. That will be our reference area for this project as well. It's kind of nice to be able to kind of dovetail both of these projects together. And then we're focusing on that area E15, Avalanche Creek Elk Herd, which is near Glenwood, where there's been a lot of recreation activity for quite some time in that area. And this project is scheduled to continue for about 6 years on both, 6 more years on both projects. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Commissioner Vigil, I somehow knew there would be. I looked at
Well, first I want to start off by thanking you for, I asked for this review, and it was terrific. I'm so glad to see what we're doing. I do have, I think you answered my one question. I was going to say long-term what that means, and you're saying 6 years?
Yeah.
And in the elk recruitment, how many cows are you capturing per those 2 DAUs?
Well, there's 4 total now, because we're adding the Bears Ears and we're also adding the Avalanche Creek as well on the recreation side of it. We're targeting 40 cows per area is what we're hoping to get on board there. And then from that, we're hoping to get at least 40 calves. Actually, we're hoping to get up to 60 calves using those 40 cows. Obviously, all of those calves won't be tied to those cows because they typically have singles. So we're hoping to get most of those, but we will supplement our sample with opportunistic calves as well.
And the VITs, we had some technological problems with them.
We did.
Pilot study, is that?
That's another reason for a pilot study, is to find out, and that's the other thing, that could be a whole talk in and of itself, because this technology stuff, it's changing daily. I started a deer project 10 years ago, and we put GPS collars on deer, and we turned them loose, and we didn't know what was going on until we got the collars back. Well, now you can turn on your computer and have points coming in. But with all that technology, or this new technology, the latest, greatest thing, it never works 100% the way it's supposed to. So we've been working through some of that as well. And we're to the point now where I think we've found the things that work. For example, we had some vid issues last year, the transmitters in the cows for birth site detections. We've worked through that. Those are actually working well for us this year. We're using a different type of transmitter now. We've actually got we've got transmitters on the calves that communicates with the cow's collar, and those seem to be working pretty well too. So that's a good point, and another reason to kind of do this pilot stuff, to sort through some of these technological snags that we run into.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the study, both of them.
Yeah, we've been wanting to get here for a while now, and we're finally getting it up off the ground. So,
Commissioner Bray.
Yes, thank you. I too applaud this study. My question is, and I think Commissioner Vigil and I brought this up last time, do you have enough money? We've got some funds we need to spend, and I'll tell you what, this is as critical of situation we're facing in this state as any, and if you could use more money to get more data, to collar more cows, do whatever, I think we have some discretionary funds we would like to throw at this type of project.
Okay. I will throw that out to the folks in the know to make sure I'm not overstepping my bounds here, but the other thing I will mention, we did have a little bit of a snafu in our reference area this winter. We ran into issues where we weren't able to get the sample we needed, so there may be some needs there coming up, so.
Commissioner Vigil and Commissioner Adams.
A year ago, when we approved the project, this commission, we said we'd free up, it included $1 million for the study from the Commissioner's Reserve Fund. So that's the amount of $1 million.
Commissioner Reserve.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been trying to budget for this too in my own budget, because I've seen this coming for a while now, so I think we're at a good start, but I think that it's worth having those conversations to see, how much we need to do and what's going to get us there, so I appreciate that offer.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. So curious, any relationships that you have with local universities or community colleges as it relates to this study?
That's a good question. We work with universities quite a bit, actually. In the current work, we've actually brought on a master's student from the University of Wyoming, so we have a connection with a professor at UW. And so that's going to start shortly. They just did the selection process for a student there. We are also, this camera stuff that I mentioned a minute ago, actually that's been developed by some folks at University of Montana. And we will be collaborating with them on this too. They're the ones that kind of perfected the approach that we're going to use, and we're planning to work with them as well.
Excellent. And I raise this because I'm also thinking about the future generations and the career pipeline as it relates to, becoming, some of these different meaningful roles. So there's the pipeline issue, but then there's also opportunities, again, to expand that stewardship, and we're giving young people real-world challenges that are going to impact them and their families in the future. So I appreciate your insights, and I look forward to hearing about more opportunities for Coloradans to get engaged.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let me point out one more thing. I think we hired about 30-ish new young professionals to help us with field work on these projects. So that's another way we recruit people. We bring people in constantly on seasonal positions to get an idea of what we do and why we do it. So I think it's worth mentioning.
Awesome, that's fantastic. And again, as we think about issues of inclusion, making sure that we are soliciting and recruiting from a diverse pool to ensure that everyone has access to these rich opportunities. So thank you.
Commissioner Zimmer.
Just to tie this back into what we're talking about, the Trails Committee and some of those Trails grants, we talked about making sure we have CPW involvement. And this goes right into recreation plans and recreation study, which we've talked about in the past. So just curious if I'm going to use Commissioner Adams' crosswalk to how this study will help to inform some of those, the Trails Committee and some of our grant process, some of the applicants for some of our grants, which are incorporating what we learned from these recreation impact studies.
Right, yes.
To how we then invest money for recreation.
Yeah, and we're just getting this off the ground from a field standpoint, but yeah, we are actively trying to work with folks, the Trails folks, both internally and externally as this rolls out. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and yeah, we just need to make sure everybody's plugged in, so.
Commissioner McDaniel.
When you list like the various herds, is the data being collected at, I'll call it a macro or a micro level, like for an entire White River National Forest or some portion in it? So what level will the data be collected, and then are you just, if you're collecting from a smaller or micro set, you're just extrapolating then the results to the larger herd, or how are you thinking that's
Yeah,
going to work?
that's a good question. We are trying actually with the collared animals, we're actually trying to do that at a population level, and that can be interpreted, population can be defined several different ways, but we actually are trying to sample these areas that represent what we consider a population, so a watershed, for example. So we're actually spreading that sample out over that area. Now, in the camera side of it, that's different. That's more of a micro scale sampling. And so we're trying to get a very small spatial snapshot of how animals react to specific things happening at that small scale. So those are two different levels.
So do you have, I'll call it theoretical ideas or theories or whatever you want to call them, propositions that you're trying to prove or disprove going
Yes.
in? Because you know a lot of drivers.
Right.
And I'm guessing that you think some of them are really more primary or others are more secondary, so that we're focusing on collecting the data that way. Just trying to get the most.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. That's another good
Want to
question.
expand the study and focus the money. How would we do that better now going in?
One of the things we're doing, we have, and again, the pilot effort helps inform that as well. What it does is these different parameters that we're trying to address or estimate, we can get a variance error estimate around those parameters we're trying to estimate. And from that, we can do what we call a power analysis. And we can figure out what sample size do we need to detect this level of difference. So we have done that with the way we've set this up so far. Now, to be fair, there's some of these things you're totally speculating on what that change might be and what an important change is. But that's how we try to set it up.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, from a very macro level, have we ever taken the state and this herd, or all these herd maps, and overlaid it with these factors? For example, lay the drought map of Colorado on top of this population, then lay the predator estimates on top of it, then, overlay all the factors that,
Sure.
habitat, moisture, population density, recreation usage, and the darker it gets, should align with our theories on elk herds, but maybe it does and maybe it doesn't, which would kind of lead us again about what should we be studying most. I wouldn't say there would be science when it came out to it, but it might lead us to some things that you want to collect more data on.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah, and those, the things you mentioned have been all factors that we consider. The moisture one is really important, and we do have actually good information and background information, and that drives a lot of this. Moisture, snow, that all drives the habitat conditions, and habitat's a big driver here too, we know that. In fact, there's never one thing, it's always multiple things. And so the challenge is to figure out which factors are exerting the strongest effect at a particular point in time, and that changes as well, so.
Very good, thank you.
I'd like to just take a shot at Commissioner Bray and Commissioner Veals and really Commissioner McDaniel's point, just from a slightly different angle. Poor Chuck's up at the podium. I think this is really directed at the director. So it just goes back, to what we talked about.
Good shot.
Yeah.
Take a shot.
It's that cultural point I made is this study, everybody in the room agrees it's incredibly important, right? And those of us that hunt big game think it's even more important. And so one of the challenges I would give to the director is on that cultural point I was talking about this morning. We've had 10 years of austerity, and I hope that's not influencing how you guys design this study. And I think what we're pushing you is, if there's anything you need to make this study bigger, more effective, we want to help you, right? And so that cultural thing, I just would challenge you guys to make certain that you're thinking about it in 2019, not 2011, right? Because in 2011, money really would have been restricted for a study like this. So I would just push on that, because the worst case scenario would be for Chuck's work 6 years from now to require another study on top of it that we could have done now, right? So I would just press you on that a little bit. I don't know if that is off base, but.
And I think that's why Commissioner Bray himself offered $1 million, so let's get the study done. and size it the way it needs to be sized, so we have some really good science data.
In my old life, I would say research never saw a dollar they wouldn't spend. But in my new role,
Tell them, Dee.
That's why I'm talking
in my
carefully
new
here. so-
role as agency director, I'll keep an open mind on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Chuck.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, one
Sorry,
more.
Commissioner
one more-
Bray.
One more comment, just briefly. I totally agree with Commissioner McDaniel's assessment, overlaying particularly drought issues, predation issues, topography. I mean, we all know certain areas of the state have different types of predators and more of them or whatnot. Overlaying those layers, I think, is extremely. And we have a changing climate. I mean, we do. And who knows, maybe this year, maybe we're into a 20-year wet cycle. I don't know, but we'll see.
And a good point is, in southern Colorado, we had a really drought year last year. So that would affect the health of the cows that you're testing today. And then the next year, because now we're getting a lot of rain. It's rain as heck in the south, which is pretty unusual. So cow health should be pretty good. Herd health in general should be good. So I think you're going to see in this period that varying degree of habitat.
Right. And just so, I mean, just to make it clear, we are measuring that in all of these areas. We know that's a huge driving factor, so we're actually, absolutely addressing that as well, so.
Commissioner Adams.
Briefly.
Take your time.
Never, because dinner's on the line. So, again, just to circle back to our earlier conversation, I saw Justin standing over there, but I don't see him over there, but to our conversation about budget and just aligning that budget to our strategic initiatives and our strategic priorities to make sure that our money is going where our priorities go. So I just wanted to make that tie. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Next up, Katie on the North American model.
Long time no see. Still Katie Lanter, Supervisor of CPW's Policy and Planning Section, and I appreciate this opportunity to share about the North American model of wildlife conservation and how it came to be. Wildlife conservation in North America has been shaped by a number of factors, and our nation is really blessed with abundant and diverse wildlife. And yet by the mid to late 1800s, some wildlife populations were dwindling as their habitat was reduced in size or quality, and animals could be harvested without bounds. At the same time, wildlife were a treasured resource that people really wanted to see thrive. And so that progression really from bounty to scarcity shaped our wildlife policies, philosophies, and practices into what became known as the North American model. In mentioning this model, it's important to note that the model is really a set of general principles. It's not a regulatory construct. And the principles themselves were not specifically articulated until the early 2000s. But the spirit or the essence of the principles date back to the late 1800s. And while there's growing agreement on the basic tenets of the model, there are individual organizations that continue to elaborate or interpret on those tenets slightly differently, and some people advocate for updating the model. And the model really reflects the history of wildlife conservation in the U.S. and Canada and creates a vision for the continued success of wildlife management in North America. I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into the history that shaped the North American model. The Industrial Revolution brought considerable societal change to America. There were a larger number of people living in urban areas, and markets for wildlife arose to feed those urban populations and to provide feathers and furs for garments. This was around the mid-1800s, and people at that time thought that wildlife was basically an inexhaustible resource. This market hunting, as it was known, caused some species that were once abundant to be nearly wiped out. Some familiar conservation groups were formed around this time: Boone and Crockett, the National Audubon Society, just to name a few. And then kind of going on from this mid to late 1800s time period, the U.S. Supreme Court began to hear cases that established what is known as the public trust doctrine. The public trust doctrine holds that certain natural resources like wildlife are to be held in perpetuity for public use and enjoyment. The states and the federal government, with respect to migratory birds, are the primary trustees of the public's wildlife. And some states, in turn, have delegated some authorities to state wildlife commissions. State wildlife agencies are arguably trust managers rather than the trustees. As the public trust doctrine was coming into being, some Americans began to ask whether wildlife populations could continue at healthy levels without checks on hunting and habitat destruction. Hunters began to band together to enact rules and regulations governing the harvest of wildlife and protecting habitat. In 1900, the U.S. Congress enacted the Lacey Act, which banned the possession, sale, and transport of illegally taken fish and wildlife, and that effectively ended this market hunting in the U.S. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918 protected migratory birds from egg and nest collectors and unregulated hunting. Around this time, leading conservationists also recognized that game laws alone were not going to be enough to stem wildlife's decline. There also needed to be professionals tasked with wildlife management and stable funding to support their work. Touching first on this funding piece, the Pittman-Robertson Act of 1937, which is formally known as the Federal Aid and Wildlife Restoration Act and informally as PR, directed excise taxes on firearms and ammunition to a dedicated fund to be used specifically for conservation purposes. A complementary bill, the Dingell-Johnson Act of 1950, which is formally the Sportfish Restoration Act and informally DJ, taxes rods, reels, lures, and other fishing gear to provide additional funds for wildlife conservation. These federal funds are apportioned annually to states based on the number of hunting and fishing license holders in the state. In Colorado, about 20% of our wildlife budget comes from these excise taxes. Another 60% comes from hunting and fishing license revenue. Combined, this money supports a wide variety of wildlife conservation work done by CPW for game and non-game species. In the same year that Pittman-Robertson passed, the Wildlife Society was founded as the first professional scientific society for those working in wildlife management and conservation. This came on the heels of universities beginning to offer programs in wildlife management. There was an emerging consensus that science should serve as the guiding force in wildlife management decisions and regulations. Wildlife managers employed by state and federal agencies would be trained in fields such as biology, ecology, and law enforcement to fulfill this charge. And collectively, these bills and the establishment of wildlife management as a profession laid the foundation for the North American model of wildlife conservation. I'd like to talk a little bit about how the same story unfolded here in the Colorado and the local level. In 1861, Colorado passed its first law addressing wildlife issues, making it unlawful to take trout by net, basket, or trap. In 1867, the Preserved Game Act made it illegal to kill, ensnare, trap pheasants, quail, prairie chickens, or prairie hens, or to buy, sell, or have in possession any of these birds. The fine was $30, with half going to the informer and half to the territorial treasury. And there was also a $50 fine for killing, ensnaring, trapping, buying, selling, or having in possession any elk, deer, antelope, fawn, mountain sheep, or wild turkey between January 15th and August 15th of every year. The first big game season was set, but as was a problem and a pattern in these early years, there was no provision for law enforcement. By 1872, the first waterfowl season was designated, and game laws in this year also addressed the issue of wasted meat, requiring that all edible parts of an animal must be brought to market or preserved. In 1876, Colorado became a state, and the first state legislature was convened and set forth as part of its general laws a wildlife law that had 3 parts. The first part said that it was unlawful to kill, take, or have in possession trout for the purposes of sale from November through March. There was a second part about imprisonment for up to 6 months for default on certain fines. And then third, a fish commissioner, who was a person skilled in fish culture and the habits and nature of food fishes, was to be appointed. This fish commissioner would be compensated for his time at $100 per year and have $100 for express or freight charges. And so it was really that law that brought wildlife management from informal observation of patterns and prevention towards the scientific study of production and protection. In 1888, the Colorado State Fish and Game Commission was formed, and this was an entity that had dues ranging from $5 to $50 per member. And the group proposed to enroll 2,000 Coloradans who would raise funds to reward informers of wildlife violations and to suppress the snaring of ducks and illegitimate killing of trout. 1891 was when the state fish commissioner became the state game and fish warden, and the warden was granted the authority to appoint 4 district game and fish wardens with 2 deputies each. In 1897, the Department of Forestry, Game and Fish was created, and elk was added to the list of protected animals with a fine of $300 for a violation. And in 1903, Colorado issued its first hunting licenses. Resident hunting licenses were $1 and non-residents were $25. And we continue to manage the taking of wildlife on an annual basis through the Commission's regulatory process, adjusting season dates, harvest limits, quotas, as well as bag and possession limits. Getting into the North American model itself, again, this is built on that public trust doctrine premise that wildlife belongs to all Americans and that wildlife populations must be managed to ensure they'll be sustained forever. The government as a trustee is legally accountable for preventing the loss of the trust resource, which in this case is wildlife. The North American model has 7 principles, the first being that wildlife is a public resource, that wildlife resources are owned by the public and managed by the government agencies for the benefit of the public. Second, that market hunting for animals is illegal. Making it illegal to buy and sell meat and parts of game and non-game species removed a huge threat to the survival of these species. Third, we have that wildlife harvest is allocated by law. The wildlife is a public resource managed by the government, and as a result, access to wildlife for hunting is through a legal mechanism such as setting hunting seasons, bag limits, and license requirements. Fourth, we have that wildlife may only be killed for a legitimate purpose. Wildlife is a shared resource that must not be wasted, and wildlife may only be killed for non-frivolous reasons such as food, fur, and self-defense, and to protect private property. Fifth, we have that wildlife is considered an international resource. As wildlife do not recognize international borders, they shall be managed cooperatively between neighboring nations. Sixth, we have that wildlife policy is formulated through the use of the best available science. The science will be the guiding principle for the development of wildlife regulations. And seventh, the democracy of hunting. So in keeping with democratic principles, every citizen has access to wildlife, subject to state and federal rules and regulations. To conclude, I wanted to touch on some of the challenges to the North American model going forward. As I mentioned, 80% of CPW's wildlife budget comes from the federal excise taxes and hunting and fishing license fees. However, these revenue sources can't keep pace with the increasing costs of wildlife management. In Colorado, hunting participation is on a declining trend and fishing participation is on an upward trend. And license fees may now be adjusted with inflation since our Future Generations Act. But wildlife management costs are expected to outpace inflation. Factors like habitat loss and fragmentation, disease prevalence, and climate change could decrease the number of hunting licenses which can be issued, which would lead to a corresponding decrease in revenue. The North American model has also perpetuated a false notion that only those who hunt and fish are actually using wildlife. In reality, other forms of recreation also influence wildlife sustainability. Yet the burden for funding wildlife management has fallen almost exclusively on sportsmen and women. It remains to be seen if these perceptions can be overcome to broaden the funding model for wildlife management. CPW is continuing to explore ways to adjust our funding model in ways that broaden the contributions to wildlife management. As Executive Director Gibbs mentioned, one of our wildly important goals set by the Governor's Office for DNR and CPW is to develop a framework to engage targeted groups to increase sustainable revenue for CPW. So that's the North American model in a nutshell, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Zimmerman.
Just going to nerd out for a second. This is so cool. It's a history about how Colorado, when we started doing this in 1867 or something.
Yeah.
So people started realizing that these are public resources and we can't domesticate them all. And I just want to say thank you for putting this together. It's incredibly important. I find so many times when I'm up against a difficult decision, obviously not just specific to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, having to take a step back and think about why are we here? How did sages come to be? The history of the Colorado, or not just Colorado story, but the history of how we manage our wildlife. And whenever it's a question of how do I make a decision to do the right thing, where we came from is really important. So thank you. I think this is incredibly helpful for all of us to hear and to remember and to learn more about. And especially thank you for, all right, here's where we what's before us. We have a lot of things that are changing. When this model was created, we didn't have things like bicycles and, marathons and other things that have these kind of additional recreation impacts. And we now need to think about that. And the time is now. So I just want to say thank you. I don't necessarily have a question, but it's just keeping this in that pocket when we're thinking about what do we do now going forward, recognizing all the different impacts that weren't here over a century ago is I think just helps us to make the best decision for resource and for this.
And I should say I drew a lot from a book called Colorado's Wildlife Story, and would be happy to loan it out to anyone. It was published in the 1990s, so unfortunately it doesn't have the current history, but the past is, really interesting, and there are a lot of really cool photos in there.
Other comments or questions? Great presentation as always, Katie. Thank you. Ms. Urbanic? Welcome, Emily.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Director Prenslow, congratulations. And you're walking away now. I had all these nice things to say about him, and there he goes. GOCO is really thrilled to work with you in your new role, and personally, I'm so excited that you'll be at the helm during GOCO's 2020 strategic planning process. And since I started almost 5 years ago now, you've been an important mentor and friend, and I look forward to continue to learning from you in this next chapter. So, congratulations.
It means a lot to me, Emily, so let's go down to Arkansas again.
Yes.
Catch some fish.
So some of GOCO's earliest and some of our most impactful investments have been made here in Otero County. Just over $4 million had been invested here since inception, and that's helped conserve over 24,000 acres, including this ranch, the Edgar Ranch seen here, which conserved over 11,000 acres a few years ago. The communities in Otero County, Swink, Fowler, Manzanola, Rocky Ford, and La Junta are some of our most tremendous local government partners. Playgrounds, high school track fields, swimming pools, community parks can be found throughout all of those communities. And additionally, the Arkansas Valley Legacy Project, which conserved over 500 acres along the lower Arkansas River, protected really critical water rights for 9 family ranches and farms in the mid-2000s. I was asked by the chairman to go into a little bit more detail about our 7 new board members who we're really excited to work with. This is a helpful visual. As a little refresher, we have 2 board members from each congressional district that cannot be of the same political party. 2 board members must live west of the Continental Divide. We have 1 representative that must be from agriculture, and then, of course, we share 2 of the commissioners along with DNR Executive Director. And right now, that's Charlie Garcia and Carrie Hauser. And I've been recently pointing out that in 2021, after the census is finished, this map could look a lot different, and we could have at least 2 more board members added to this list, if not more. And our officer elections will take place next Thursday at our board meeting. We're meeting in Leadville, and I know that that's of great interest to this group, so we'll report back to you on what those leadership roles look like in July.
Emily, would you like to, I know you've got a couple of new members here. You want to introduce them?
I'm getting into that. So we have 1 new board member from Congressional District 1, Leticia Martinez. She brings tremendous community organizing experience to the board, and she was one of GOCO's first interns in the 90s, so we're excited to have her back in the GOCO family. We have 2 new board members from Congressional District 2, Turk Montpere and Mo Siegel. Turk brings tremendous open space knowledge to the board, and Mo brings really great strength in finance and organizational health. I'm going to skip our local representatives here really quick. We have 1 new member from Congressional District 5, Mina Liebert, who has a great background in public health and has been really involved with our Colorado Springs Generation Wild Coalition. We're excited about her perspective on the board. And then one new member from Congressional District 7, Jahi Simbai, who has a tremendous career in higher ed and recently began a new job with NRAL. So all amazing backgrounds and important perspectives that we're excited to engage. And from Congressional District 3, David Cockrell is here, and Pamela Dennehy from La Junta. Did I do it right? Oh. And I'm going to have them come up and introduce themselves. They both bring amazing background that really cuts across all of our programmatic areas, and we're excited for the perspectives that they bring.
Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Dennehy, and I am, like Emily said, representative for Congressional District 4, which I am based here in La Junta. So welcome to La Junta on behalf of the City of La Junta. I know we had our wonderful president for the community college here, but on behalf of the city, we always love to have meetings like this down here and exposed to all the wonderful things we have. So my background is mainly in public relations. I was born here in La Junta, moved away, went to college, did the career corporate route, and decided this is where I wanted to raise my family. So we moved back, been promoting tourism for about 11 years here, and we have Ben's Fort, we have the Kashari Museum, we have a very large dinosaur track site. So tourism, recreation, is all important and connected, and happy to be representing rural Colorado for the GOCO board. So thank you.
Commissioners, Director Prinsloo, thank you for welcoming me and us to this meeting. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. By way of introduction, I guess I should say I have a PhD in conservation social science from the University of Idaho and was an Idaho State Park Ranger for some amount of time. 20-year career as a Parks and Recreation professor, second career as an urban and regional planner in which I prepared a lot of GOCO applications, and then went into community college administration and was Dean of Business and Technology at Pueblo Community College, and then Associate Vice President of Instruction here at Otero Junior College. And since retirement, I've been on the Palmer Land Trust Board and also Conservation Chair for the Colorado Sierra Club, which are responsibilities I'm relinquishing given my new responsibilities with GOCO. And I want to say that just watching this meeting today and meeting you all, I'm so excited about your priorities for wildlife population study and enhancement and for habitat restoration and the implications that those initiatives have for climate resiliency planning and mitigation, and also our mutual interest in balancing those priorities with access for the public to natural resources and to nature. And so from that perspective, I'm very excited about our mutual interests and partnership around the Generation Wild initiatives around the state. I got my first look at Crazy French Ranch last Sunday. I had a good tour with TNC, and so I'm very excited about what you all are doing with that. And also about our mutual priorities for equity and inclusion, which the GOCO board will be taking up in a serious, systematic way this year, and which you are also engaged with, and those are such important priorities for us to include in our culture. So thank you again for welcoming me, and I'll look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David and Pam. And I wanted to take just a few moments to discuss the 2020 strategic planning process, where we are right now at this point in time. As many of you know, around the holidays last year, GOCO partnered with Prosono to create the 2020 strategic plan. Prosono's approach is much more collaborative, more experiential, and adaptive than traditional consulting firms. And so over the next 12 to 18 months, the plan will be co-created through validated learnings. This slide illustrates Prosono's approach to strategy, and we are at the very, very beginning of this journey with them at the assess and align phase. And this is that illustration in Gantt chart timeline form, which I find helpful. So to date, Persono has spent time with GOCO staff, interviewed, for lack of a better term, the former GOCO board, and along with several high-level outside stakeholders, and they have compiled and organized all of those findings. Because of our recent board transition and the need to orient and get everybody up to foundational level, Persono has essentially paused and packaged the process to date about 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago. So at our board meeting next week in Leadville, we will continue those programmatic and organizational overviews. Persono will be there to discuss the process to date, and then hopefully in the next few weeks begin those in-depth interviews with our new board members to direct the meatier version of the planning process. So we're excited for the conversation. And in terms of external engagement, and especially engagement with this group and all levels of CPW, that will happen, to the best of my knowledge, in the learning phase, so in the purple phase up here, which will really kick off midsummer into the fall is when we'll be out in the field with stakeholders and listening and learning, and then applying those conversations to a plan. And I'm sitting down with Director Prenslow in a couple of weeks to revise the timeline that we had put together for CPW inclusion during this process. So that's obviously very important to this group, but that's very important to me that we get that as close to right this time around as possible. Looking at you, Commissioner Howard, on that one. You were there with me. And finally, all of you should have received invitations to the Leadville Generation Wild celebration next Thursday up at the CMC campus. We're really excited to be up there with Commissioner Hauser and to celebrate all of the amazing work that's gone on up there over the last 3 years.
Questions or comments, Commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Zimmerman.
Thank you, Emily. I'm very sorry that I will not be able to be at the meeting next week. But keep your eye out for all the solar. About 200 megawatts of solar that went in the last 6 or 7 years at CMC. So it's pretty cool as well to have such. We have some incredible solar production. It's such an elevation. But yeah, hopefully out and recovering from my knee surgery. Thank you for inviting us to that.
Absolutely, and we were talking informally this morning, but we've tried, especially in the last few years, to bring this commission and our board together socially at least once annually. It's been about twice annually recently, so we will continue to make sure that's a priority. The September commission meeting is always in a beautiful place in a great time of year, so our board members are excited to get out and mingle with you guys. So we'll make sure that those conversations are happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We have a lot of public comment on the big game season structure, so as usual, I'm going to cannibalize the break. And if you need to go to for any purpose, please feel free, but otherwise we'll just keep going. So Danielle?
I'm used to a bigger podium. Let's see. All right. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and a big welcome to our new Director, Prenslow. I'm Danielle Eisenhart, Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and also the team lead for the Big Game Season Structure Internal Working Group. So we're finally here with some Big Game Season Structure staff recommendations and a few remaining staff alternatives for your consideration. And this has been a long process that kicked off well over a year ago, so it's very exciting to be nearing the finish line. Big Game Season Structure also ties directly to our strategic plan, specifically Objective A of Goal 1, to manage sustainable populations of game and non-game species to support fishing, hunting, trapping, and wildlife viewing opportunities. as well as objectives B and C of Goal 5 to increase awareness and trust for CPW by providing opportunities for stakeholder and public involvement and increasing awareness about the importance of wildlife management. As you heard from Jody Kennedy back in May, we used an intensive public outreach process to help gather information and feedback for this upcoming season structure. And when drafting recommendations and alternatives for the 2020 through 2024 BGSS, we use this feedback to first and foremost formulate some primary objectives. So keeping these objectives in mind will help us to ensure that their end product is consistent with our original intent, particularly if alternatives are revised over the upcoming months. So staff's primary objectives for the 2020 through 2024 big game season structure are first, to increase the length and effectiveness of breaks to improve redistribution of wildlife to public lands. Second, to maintain length and timing of existing season structure whenever feasible. Third, to reduce hunter crowding during the early seasons. And fourth, to increase hunting opportunity and remove any unnecessary barriers to hunting participation when consistent with species management plans. So the majority of the recommendations that you'll hear today relate directly to one of those four objectives. I also wanted to note that we're not done with our public outreach efforts. In fact, as we speak, we're collecting responses to these recommendations and alternatives through a second online public comment form that went live May 28th. A link to this comment form is available on our website on the 5-year Big Game season structure page. Also, as I go through staff's recommendations, I can share some of those preliminary results with you. Although we will be continuing to collect responses through June 26th. As of this morning, we had over 500 respondents to that public comment form. All right, we'll start with our early seasons. So this is primarily deer and elk early seasons west of I-25 and GMU 140. So one of the main topics that CPW wanted to explore during this season structure process were options to address the increased participation during the archery elk season. And for this reason, many of our comment form and meeting polling questions that we asked throughout the process focused on the early seasons, which I mean as the archery, muzzleloader, and early rifle seasons. CPW also held 2 focus group meetings, one on the east slope and one on the west slope, to specifically dive deeper into these issues. What we heard through the public outreach process was a concern with crowding during the early seasons, and that the vast majority of respondents and public participants supported making changes to the deer and elk archery seasons. However, there was no single strategy or alternative for altering the deer and elk archery season that received overwhelming support. So the following 4 CPW alternatives are still being considered, which were formulated primarily through our focus group efforts. Season dates for the elk archery season in both alternatives 1 and 2 you'll see are identical, with the proposed dates being September 2nd through the 30th, which provides a consistent set of dates from year to year and also overlaps with their bear archery season. How these alternatives differ is in the type of elk license that would be available. So in alternative 1, the either sex over-the-counter archery elk licenses that we currently have available could be specified as bull-only licenses with limited cow license offered geographically only when necessary to meet specified herd management objectives. So this alternative helps meet herd management objectives at localized scales, so not on a statewide basis, while still maintaining over-the-counter opportunity and a longer season. However, it does not address the hunter crowding issue that we have also heard. This is not a statewide approach again, but at localized scales based on DAU plans. In alternative 2, archery elk licenses would be completely limited, meaning available only through the limited license drawing. Potential hunt codes could cover entire data analysis units or be specified by sex as bull or cow. This alternative addresses hunter crowding most directly by limiting all archery elk licenses. It also maintains a longer season. Since these licenses would be issued through the limited license drawing, resident, non-resident allocation rules would apply, and preference points may be required to draw archery licenses in some units. Depending on demand and annual license availability, hunting every year for archery elk may no longer be an option under this alternative. For alternative 3, the proposal is to create 2 archery seasons for elk by splitting the current single season in half. So the first elk archery season would run from September 2nd through the 14th and would be over-the-counter, bulls only. So this set of dates is in yellow in this map. Then the second archery split would run from September 15th through the 30th and would be limited and either sex. So these are the dates that are highlighted in blue. Licenses would be List A for both of these archery elk seasons. This means that hunters could only hunt in one of the 2 archery seasons annually, and that any other elk that they purchased that year would have to meet List B qualifications, which are primarily antlerless or private land-only licenses. The current limited archery elk units and seasons would remain unchanged under this alternative. So this alternative provides for continued over-the-counter archery license availability, though bull only and during a shorter, earlier season. This alternative also provides a less crowded, higher quality either sex hunt during a limited second archery season. However, there's no guarantee that one could hunt this season every year. Also, both archery seasons would be shorter in length, around 50% shorter under this alternative, and there's a high likelihood that crowding during the first over-the-counter split would continue to be a concern. And then lastly is alternative 4, which is our status quo alternative. So the current deer and elk archery seasons west of I-25 and Unit 140 would remain in place. This would be a 30-day season that would open the last Saturday in August. This alternative maintains the most hunting opportunity, but does not address the hunter crowding concerns caused by increased early season participation. In alternatives 1 through 3, the archery deer season would start August 25th and would run through the end of September as proposed by staff. This maintains considerable season overlap with the elk archery season or seasons for those hunters who want to hunt both deer and elk, while also providing some additional early hunting days, which is appealing to many deer hunters. It also provides a few days for archery deer hunters to hunt alone. Deer-only archery dates are shown here in that salmon color on these maps. In all of the alternatives, the deer and elk muzzleloader season would stay status quo with the same dates and continued overlap with the portion of the archery season. Those dates are highlighted in this dark orange color. So although we did here express concern with the overlap during our public outreach process, CPW staff felt that archery hunters concerned with the overlapping seasons could voluntarily choose to not hunt during this overlap if they had safety or crowding concerns. Maintaining the overlap will also allow mixed hunting groups with both archery and muzzleloader hunters to continue hunting together, and eliminating the overlap would have resulted in fewer days in either one or both of these seasons. No over-the-counter muzzleloader licenses for elk or pronghorn are being proposed by staff under any of these alternatives. This was a suggestion we originally received as a citizen petition. The petition was not supported by staff as we felt it would only increase early season hunter crowding issues. As far as preliminary results from our second comment form, when asked what priorities are most important for consideration in modifying the archery elk season, the highest number 1 ranked priority at 36% was having an archery elk season with fewer hunters in the field, followed closely with guaranteed opportunity to hunt every year at 35%. The other options that they could rank their preference on were maintaining season length and having either sex licenses. As far as alternative preference, alternative 2 ranked the highest, followed by alternative 1, but no single alternative is gaining overwhelming support at this time. 69% support the proposed deer archery dates, and 55% of respondents support continued overlap between the archery and muzzleloader seasons. So before I move on to the other proposals, do we want to talk about early seasons before I move on?
Any preference, commissioners?
Preference and alternatives, or preference to speak?
I think there's a lot of public interest in the archery season, so we could stop here and kind of take public comment, deal with that, or we could allow Danielle to finish the presentation, which is my inclination, and then come back. I think we'll have a robust discussion. So why don't we proceed, Danielle?
All right, so next up is our rifle seasons. specifically alternatives for deer and elk rifle seasons west of I-25 and NGMU 140. So another major theme that CPW heard during our season structure public outreach process was a desire for longer breaks between seasons to allow a resting period for wildlife and to help animals redistribute back to public lands. Therefore, in addition to a status quo rifle season alternative, which is alternative number 1, CPW has also included 2 other alternatives that address the breaks between rifle seasons. So for our alternative 1, which is status quo or no change, deer hunting would be available in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seasons, with over-the-counter bull elk licenses available in the 2nd and 3rd. So this calendar here highlights dates for 2020. So our first rifle elk under this alternative would be October 10th through the 14th. Second would be October 17th through the 25th. Third, October 31st through the 8th. And fourth would be November 11th through the 15th. For alternative 2, we've called this the early bull rifle 5-day option. This creates an early rifle bull season in addition to our 4 regular rifle seasons. So the 4 regular rifle seasons would each be 5 days under this alternative, with 9-day breaks between each season. Over-the-counter bull elk would still be available in the 2nd and 3rd seasons only. And you can see the dates here for this alternative, again, with the early rifle bull dates being in purple, the first rifle being in blue, 2nd in orange, 3rd in red, and the 4th season dates in green. So this alternative allows an additional early bull season in the first part of October, which provide a new, very limited, high-quality bull hunting experience that's similar to our current high country deer seasons. For alternative 3, we call this the longer breaks, shorter 3rd alternative. And in this alternative, we would keep 4 regular rifle seasons, but we would make the 1st, 3rd, and 4th seasons each 5 days long, with the 2nd being a longer 9-day season. We would also increase breaks between all the seasons. Specifically, there would be a 6-day break between the 1st and the 2nd season, an 8-day break between the 2nd and 3rd, and then another 6-day break between the 3rd and the 4th. Seasons would alternate as far as their starting date between Saturdays and Wednesdays, but each season would still contain 1 full weekend. There would be no early bull season included under this alternative as a way to provide more of a resting, breeding time for elk between the early seasons and the rifle seasons. This alternative was the preferred alternative of the Sportsman's Roundtable when we discussed this back a month ago. So preliminary results from the public comment forum. More than half, or 54%, of respondents ranked longer breaks between seasons as their top priority for consideration in modifying the deer and elk rifle seasons. Other options they could consider were a greater number of days in each season or starting seasons on a Saturday. The no change alternative, or status quo, is still the highest preference of respondents, followed by alternative 3. And only around 50% of folks support having an early rifle bull season. Plains rifle deer. So another potential season structure change that was brought to CPW staff for consideration was to establish a consistent set of dates for the first Plains rifle deer season, which are slightly earlier and would avoid the deer rut as much as possible. So CPW staff feel that the current season, which is an 11-day season that starts the last Saturday in October, is still the most appropriate from a game damage and herd management perspective, and it seems to be working well for landowners as well. The success of this season depends greatly on whether or not they're standing corn on the ground. Therefore, waiting slightly later does increase success rates. Additionally, even though this season is getting close to the white-tailed deer rut, we're not seeing an impact to our buck-doe ratios in these DAUs. In fact, almost all of these 11 deer DAUs are at or above their sex ratio objectives. The only exceptions are D45 and D48. So therefore, staff is still proposing the status quo 11-day season, which for 2020 would be October 24th through November 3rd. November 9th would be the latest ending date over the next 5 years under this alternative season structure. As a secondary alternative, we would establish a consistent set of dates that would be slightly earlier by a week or two. So we're also asking the public for their preference on that alternative as well. So on a sliding scale of support from the preliminary results, the average level of support for the status quo staff recommendation is at 7 out of 10, and a sliding scale of support of 4 out of 10 for moving that season earlier in the year. Moving on to moose. So these recommendations for moose hunting were developed to help lengthen hunting opportunities for licensed bull moose hunters through season choice, as well as for cow moose hunters through a longer yet separate rifle season from the bull moose season. These recommendations attempt to improve overall satisfaction with moose hunting while not significantly impacting success rates or future license availability. As far as season dates and timing, staff is proposing to keep the archery moose season, which is in yellow, and the muzzleloader moose season, which is in dark orange, status quo with no change. The current moose archery season starts the first Saturday after Labor Day in September and runs through the close of the archery deer and elk season. The muzzleloader moose season is a 9-day season overlapping the deer and elk muzzleloader season, which opens the second Saturday in September. However, we are proposing changes to the rifle seasons. For the bull moose rifle season, we're proposing keeping that the status quo with dates of October 1st through the 14th. Those are the green dates on your map. And for cow moose, we're proposing instead to move that season to overlap with the first, second, and third and fourth rifle seasons with no hunting during the overlap. Those dates are not shown on this map because obviously we still haven't decided what our season structure would look like for deer and elk. We're also proposing to allow season choice for bull moose hunting. Season choice means that a license holder could hunt in any available season for that species with the appropriate method of take, as long as their license was unfilled and they were hunting in the same unit or units that their license was valid for. So in alternative 1, which is our preferred alternative, season choice would be for bulls only. And then we would have status quo or a floating quota for cow moose. Basically, a floating quota is a single quota by unit that floats between all the seasons, archery, muzzleloader, and rifle. And successful applicants that receive a license can choose which season they want to hunt before the season starts. Currently, with our floating quota for both cows and bulls, about 70% of folks choose to hunt during the rifle season, 20% during the archery season, and 10% in the muzzleloader. So as far as preliminary results on a sliding scale of support, again between 1 and 10, the average level of support for overlapping the cow moose rifle season with the 4 regular deer and elk rifle seasons is at 5 out of 10, so right in the middle. Support for allowing season choice for bull moose hunting is at 7 out of 10, with 0 or 1 being the least level of support and 10 being the highest level of support. Now we're on to bear, and I will try to walk through this slowly because there is a lot going on with bear, and it's a pretty complex set of recommendations. But one thing that we did here related to bear was an expressed interest in increasing bear hunting opportunity as well as bear harvest success to try to reduce some bear-human conflicts and help the agency manage our bear populations closer to objectives as a part of this season structure. However, bear hunter crowding is also a concern that we must balance. So these season structure bear recommendations attempt to address all these concerns by removing unnecessary barriers to bear hunting whenever possible, which includes season participation rules during the rifle seasons, as well as bear license caps for anyone that holds a deer or elk license, while still limiting bear hunting during the early seasons or in quality deer or elk units. Achieving additional bear harvests may also be more successful by splitting our existing September rifle bear season into 2 shorter seasons. Demand for our September rifle licenses is high, and this is also the season when the majority of our bear harvest occurs. So as our preferred alternative, we would split this September rifle season into 2 seasons. The first September rifle would run September 2nd through the 15th, and the second September 16th through the 30th. all September rifle season licenses would be limited. And that's kind of why I highlighted that whole line in a yellow color there. The secondary alternative is obviously status quo, or keeping a single September rifle bear season, which would be a 28-day season that would run from September 2nd through the 30th. For the remainder of the bear hunting seasons, which would be archery, muzzleloader, concurrent rifle PLO, and planes, we would create kind of two management strategies based on DAU management criteria. So for the first group, which would be those DAUs where the bear population management strategy is to reduce or suppress the bear population, which would be kind of that middle column there in your table. For the archery season, we would allow individuals to purchase over-the-counter, unlimited in quota, archery bear licenses with their deer or elk archery license if they were successful in the drawing. But season participation rules would apply, meaning that the bear license they purchase must overlap at least one unit with their deer or elk license, one season date, and be the same method of take. Limited bear archery licenses would still be available in the draw for those individuals who only wanted to hunt bears. A similar organization would be for the muzzleloader season, where we would allow individuals to purchase an over-the-counter bear license for the muzzleloader season with their deer or elk muzzleloader license if successful in the drawing. But season participation rules would also still apply. For the concurrent rifle season, we would have over-the-counter bear licenses available for the season as well, but we would not have any season participation rules apply. And it is important to note that in deer and elk units that we're managing for more limited, higher quality hunts, bear licenses may only be available to those hunters who also hold a deer or elk license. And then for those DAUs where the bear population management strategy is to remain stable, the archery, muzzleloader, and concurrent rifle seasons would have all bear licenses limited and available through the draw. The concurrent PLO and plane seasons would also have over-the-counter bear licenses available with no season participation rules. And then lastly, for bears, to increase participation, we're recommending reducing all bear licenses. So the reduced price youth bear license would be $14 for residents and $50 for non-residents. And then a reduced price resident license as well, priced at $38. We recommend that non-residents continue to pay the $100 that the commission reduced the price to last year. Lowering the bear license price may also further encourage more hunters to participate in bear hunting. Bear license prices would be priced the same whether or not the customer held a deer or elk license under staff's recommendations. As far as some preliminary results on bears from our public comment forum, on a sliding scale of support, the average level of support for creating 2 September rifle seasons is 4.5, with a sliding scale of support of 6 for keeping that September season status quo. The sliding scale of support for having an add-on bear license with your deer or elk license is 8 out of 10. And 43% of respondents claimed that these potential bear changes would make them either likely or very likely to purchase a bear license in the future. My apologies.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a policy question?
Of course, Commissioner Bray.
This is about bears, Danielle. Your previous slide, the yellow, can I get an explanation from you or from staff on why, if we were to split the season, why they feel that there would be greater bear harvest? I'm not quite understanding that one, so. That seems to be the reason that that's a proposal. I'd like to understand the logic behind that.
Absolutely. So the thought behind it is that's the one bear season where we actually do get a considerable amount of harvest. And so if we were to split it into 2, we could potentially get more hunters out in the field to harvest more bears without increasing the crowding of bear hunters during those early seasons.
So it's a crowding issue versus you wouldn't necessarily sell more bear licenses, you just split when they could hunt.
I mean, from year to year, we could put more bear licenses or less bear licenses depending on how we're meeting our management goals or what kind of crowding we're seeing in the field. But theoretically, the demand is high for those licenses, and we could potentially put more out there if we split the season and still wouldn't have as much hunter crowding from bear hunters.
I'm not sure I agree or disagree. I'm just trying to get my arms around that thinking.
Director?
Commissioner Bray, and I appreciate that, Danielle, you can do either more or the same. So it's going to be a license component, a numbers component of licenses. You also, and I'm not advocating for that, there's a lot of discussion on that, so just to answer your question, but anytime you start a season, there's a increased harvest in the first couple days. So regardless of numbers, you have a potential of called the opening day effect. So both of those are part of that discussion.
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
But refresh my memory, I thought when we talked about this before, that the numbers that only relates to person who only is going to hunt bear. And I thought those numbers were relatively small compared to the add-on bear type people.
True.
Okay.
True, but that's an important, the September
Sure,
rifle
sure.
season is a very important season for harvest.
Well, I appreciate the moment to refresh my throat as well. So we'll move on to pronghorn then next. So overall, satisfaction with pronghorn hunting in Colorado is relatively high, and therefore the only significant change that staff is proposing to the hunting seasons for 2020 through 2024 was the addition of a second weekend to the current rifle season. So this makes it a 9-day season, which is generally the second full week of October. So the green colors on this map show the existing pronghorn rifle season, with the yellow showing that additional weekend. This will provide some more hunting opportunity, particularly for those hunters who hunt more on weekends. With hunter recruitment also being a top agency priority, allowing youth with an unfilled doe or either sex pronghorn license to participate in the extended youth doe pronghorn season statewide, and not just in the southeast corner of the state, is also consistent with those efforts, and so another staff recommendation. As far as some preliminary results from the public comment form on a sliding scale of support, the average level of support for adding a weekend to our existing pronghorn season was at 7.5, and similarly expanding the late youth pronghorn season statewide was at a 7. The other proposal staff is wanting to make is to extend the latest possible closing date for the late doe pronghorn rifle season to be January 31st instead of the end of September. And this would only be localized in areas where we would need to do this to address game damage concerns. So lastly, we've been calling this the 2020 through 2024 big game season structure throughout this whole process, but staff are open to having this be a longer season structure beyond 5 years. Perhaps a 7 or even a 10-year process would be more realistic to give staff adequate time to assess the effectiveness of our management actions and seasons, while also providing the public with more advanced notice of potential changes for their planning purposes. With that, I'd be happy to take any commissioner questions on any of these alternatives or recommendations, or your thoughts on a longer season structure length as well.
Commissioners, would you like to hear, Commissioner Schaefer.
Well, since you mentioned it last, you mentioned sort of the potential benefits of doing a longer structure. What are the detriments? Simply the inability to adapt to perhaps changes or anything beyond that?
Yeah, we get citizen petitions on an annual basis that want to address kind of season structure type topics. So I guess one side effect is that people would have to wait potentially longer to have those issues addressed by the commission. Even staff come up with things that they would like to modify occasionally within the season structure, that they would also have to wait for a longer period. We could also just have the commission tell us they want to reassess at 5 years and see if it's working, before we try to have another process. I think there's lots of different alternatives. In fact, season structure used to be 3 years a while ago, and we moved to a 5-year structure, but
Commissioner Adams.
Quick question about budget implications for staffing of the different structures.
so big game season structure it's not super expensive of an effort. Depends on how intensive we do and if we include like a big game attitude survey, telephone town halls, those kind of things are where the majority of the budget comes from. Time-wise, policy and planning is one of the main folks involved with coordinating BGSS. And right now, we're doing SCORP the same year that we're doing BGSS. So just internally, it would be a benefit to us if we could kind of offset the timing of those two big efforts. But lots of things to consider for sure.
Commissioner Adams, was that your question, or were you asking for the budget impact if we pick alternative 2? Do you have those numbers, Danielle?
Alternative 2 for a specific.
I think what Commissioner Adams was asking was if we pick one, what's the budget implication, to the overall agency? So I don't know if you have sort of a cost analysis, say, for.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
I do not have anything like that prepared, but I can look into it before July.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I'm tired.
Sure. Any other comments or questions before we take public comment? There'll be plenty of opportunity to discuss it. It might be useful to hear the public comment first, if that's okay. Mr. Hildy. Mr. Hildy, would you like me to set the procedural stage between you and I, our phone calls, so the rest of the commission knows?
And I don't think I'd like, I don't need necessarily any longer, as we discussed previously, so I'm good on that.
Okay.
But we did certainly have a phone call, and my name is Steve Hildy, and I'm here to say, on behalf of the Bowhunters Association, thanks, Chairman Howard, for your service over the term of your, on the commission. Dan, thanks very much. Congratulations. When we first met, it was Ranching for Wildlife Review. You took it and you pushed the go button on the BGAP program, and certainly we're looking forward to you pushing the go button on the public access expansion. So I'm here to testify today with the CBA's position on the big game season structure.
There's one, I think, Mr. Hildy, one of the things that Mr. Hildy would like to talk about is an issue that impacts allocations. And he asked me for permission to do that, and I don't feel that I can overrule the commission because we voted not to include allocations in the big game season structure. But what I also said to Mr. Hildy is that if he wanted to ask the commission, essentially would take a motion from a commissioner, seconded, that we could vote to see whether or not to open up allocations. And so that was a conversation we had. I did not feel I could give permission to Mr. Hildy to present on allocations since we voted not to include allocations in the big game season structure. So I think that's, Steve, the issue that I wanted to highlight.
Sure.
So that if you want to ask the commission to change its view and have a vote, we can do that.
And I don't think I'm going to suggest any sort of allocation. I am going to say there should be a cap. And so I'd leave it up to you guys whether you want me to use that terminology or not.
So this would be a cap on?
Non-residents.
Non-residents.
Yeah.
Which I think is an allocation issue. I
don't think it's part of the big game season structure.
I'm sorry?
I don't think it's part of the big game season structure.
So I think, Steve, in order for you to present on that cap, I need a vote here to allow us to do that, because I've got another vote that says we shouldn't talk about those allocations.
Sure.
So yeah, commissioners, I wanted to give you that background. I assume Mr. Hildy will ask you for that, and so that's the process that I would envision if we want to get into allocations. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, prior to this meeting, I heard on this issue about allocation and caps. I do believe the issue of a cap is an allocation issue. I also asked the agency if we were precluded from talking about allocation and/or cap or limitation if we approve the big game season structure in July, sometime during the 20 to 24 period, or are we locked out for 5 years? And the response is no, we are not locked out for 5 years. Based on what we did before, and the lack of the staff response in terms of surveys and other data that they had put together with regards to the recommendations for the season structure, I don't think we can engage in a discussion about allocation or caps, because I don't think we have the data for it, except from one source. So I would say that we move forward with looking at the big game season structure, but then engage, if we so choose, in looking at allocations and caps. And the only additional comment I would make about that is that we are heading quickly, I think as a state, to an issue with regards to the number of hunters and overcrowding. Based on our own population estimate increases that will happen over the next decade, and the popularity of hunting in our state. So I think it's something that's coming at us, and we need to talk about it, but we don't need to do it if we're going to progress on the big game season structure, and I think it can be taken up separately. And that's my thoughts about it.
So I think, Steve, that leaves you unable to talk about caps and allocations. So I mean,
Okay.
I know you have larger comments on the season structure.
Well, may I ask a clarifying question then? Because one of the issues when we talk about total limitations is it brings into allocation, and it also brings into the question preference point systems. And so certainly as we talk about total limitations for archery, you know, the preference point system comes into play, and we have no data on that, and we haven't looked at that. So I guess I'll bring it up, but recognize we don't have any data on that. So
I think that's fine. That's the impact on the preference point system. I don't think that has anything to do with allocation.
Sure.
So,
okay.
Commissioner Bray.
Well, just a point, we do have an allocation policy. It's a long-standing allocation, and currently, and I don't know where we're going to go with archery license, but any limited license is already under our allocation policy, which is 65, 35, 80, 20. So should through any of these proposals, the licenses become limited, that policy automatically takes place.
Fair enough.
So I don't see any reason to further that portion of the discussion right now. To Commissioner McDaniel's point, in the future, I think we may have to consider limiting licenses even further, and that's discussion to be had, but not at this time.
Mr. McDaniel.
And Commissioner Bray, my point about that, I agree with you 100%, is that if the discussion in the future were only about capping non-resident, we would de facto be changing the allocation.
That's right.
And if that's the case, you have to open up the whole allocation discussion, and that should just be really clear. That's really what we're talking about. If we start to move down that road about limitation, it should follow the existing policy unless that policy is changed.
That's correct.
Just the one comment I'll make for you guys, because I won't, and I look forward to not talking about allocations. That discussion is almost impossible to limit once it is opened up. You'll have to talk about everything, from finances to everything, right? So good luck with that one. Very good. Mr. Hildy.
Okay, go button. So the document that I sent along, I apologize to you up front. It's 8 pages long. I like to have 1-page, 2-page comment at most, but as I started to look at this, it just kept growing and growing, so my apologies, but I'd love to have personal discussions with you about this. We looked at all the alternatives, and as you examine alternatives, I think the key thing in that is you got to figure out up front, what are the consequences of that alternative? And so I'm not going to focus focus on those too much, but I hope to have those discussions with you at some point before your final vote. What this document does show up front is really our preferred preferences, and as we look at the archery season west of I-25, in the CPW alternatives, it identifies September 2nd as the start date, and we've always had a 30-day season, and so that would be the loss of one day, and I recognize that's for alignment with bear, but we have 41,500 archery elk hunters, we have 11,000 deer hunters to align with bear, and maybe we move to over-the-counter licensing for bears, but it doesn't make any sense, and our request would be we'd like to retain the 30-day season. On the early deer season, it seems to be widely supported from Parks and Wildlife. We would like to see an early deer season. I think it would reduce crowding, and it would also add a youth component so that they could get out into the field before the start of school seasons, obviously dependent upon school district and timing. The other major difference within our alternatives are we had lengthy discussions with Scott Wade in the Southwest around the declining calf-cow ratio issues, and certainly we understand the bull-only perspective on that, and we want to reduce our take, but our big concern and what we think the consequence of that will be is that hunters are going to move in the OTC system, and if we have 35,000 hunters in the OTC system today, and 10,000 of them pick up to leave and say, I'm going to Grand County, it could have a very undesirable and problematic consequence. So really what we favor, rather than bull only, is we would prefer that for half of the season, the archery license for elk be either sex, and then the last half of the season it be a bull only proposal. I think if you talk to the biologists, they might say it will accomplish the objective of reducing our cow take, it will establish fairness with the rifle method of take, and so that would be our preference. In terms of, I'm not going to talk about a cap, but as you look at crowding and growth, and as you look at the appendix on the back page here, you know, the growth in one segment has been 16% over the last 5 years, while in another segment it's been 1.6%. And then lastly, in our proposal, and looking at my time here, we outlined a number of things to deal with crowding complaints, and we have a fairly lengthy crowding complaint statement in here, and certainly one of those ways to address that would be by pushing the go button on that public access expansion working group, and then there are several other methods, the early deer, and then examining List B and List C licenses and how those might contribute to crowding out there, and then there's a few other things that I've mentioned. If there's regional issues and they're over-participating, we'd love to discuss those and be a part of that process. So thank you for the time, and I'd entertain any questions.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Steve, you mentioned a couple times about the deer and the elk hunters, the archery hunters, as in essence two different populations. How many of the deer hunters also will hold an elk license and hunt both seasons?
I've never gotten specific data from Parks and Wildlife on the crossover, if you will, but if you examine, we have 11,000 deer hunters. That's a statewide number. Some of those deer hunters are on the Eastern Plains, right here in La Junta. You know, west of I-25, maybe that number's 8, maybe it's 7,000. And I can tell you, within our own organization, we have mule deer hunting fanatics, if you will, I don't know, and they primarily and solely are in pursuit of mule deer, and there is that segment out there that finds that more appealing than elk hunting. You know, I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, maybe the agency can tell me, do some whatever factual research about this crossover effect, who holds a dual license, who doesn't, because I'd like to understand the effect on overcrowding. The only other question I had for you is, you know, when some of the feedback we got from the public about shortening seasons and lengthening breaks, but your proposal and some of the comments, in essence, lengthens archery season, adds more days in the field between deer and elk. So that would is opposite of the objective of kind of decreasing the pressure and the stress on the herds. And I realize you're talking about it as a positive to overcrowding, but it kind of defeats one of the objectives I've been hearing via the agency, the feedback we got from hunters themselves. So what's your thoughts about that? It seems like archery is going a different direction than these alternatives we're hearing or seeing from the agency with regards to rifle hunting.
Yeah, I would say two things. In participating from beginning to end in BGSS, I've heard the commentary on herd health, and we need to do this for herd health. And so certainly our deer are herding right now. And as we look at the herding deer herds, and as we look at opportunity and the CWD management plan specific to deer, and as I testified in Grand Junction, you know, I think the CWD plan calls out that when we need to reduce deer herds, as we did in May, a large portion of those licenses will be issued for a rifle method of take, maybe in third and fourth seasons. And so we see that as the right thing to do, perhaps biologically, and then you can also look at our take, and then you sort of alluded to all the hunters in the field and what the impact is. And so I don't think we have any studies on that, but I will say I've asked a number of biologists and DWMs, and I think I even asked you, Commissioner Bray, and one of the key indicators is, you know, what is the body condition of the animals that are harvested? Because we look at that data, we see those animals, we check animals, and everything that I've heard, and this is just anecdotal, it's not science, it's not a study, but everyone has said to me, surprisingly, the body condition has been really good. And so, you know, the two things, on body condition, it appears good. On the deer, we may lose that license opportunity. And then I hear it on elk, but then I also see the data from May that says we have 287,000 elk, we have 42 elk herds, 21 are above objective, 5 are below, and the rest are at objective. So, I mean, I'm not a trained biologist, but I do look at that from a common sense perspective and say, what's the issue? I mean, I believe CPW biologists. Does that answer your question?
Kinda. I guess one of the things we heard via public comment, stress on the deer and elk herds moves those animals from private or public to private land.
Okay.
We're going to add 10 days, or your proposal, add additional days. I won't give you the exact number. That would seem like that would increase that propensity for those animals to move to private land before rifle season began.
Here's my response to that, and I hear that a lot too. Archers are pushing elk. I think the key indicator there is to look at the first rifle success rates. And so the data that I was given by Craig and his staff over 5 years, and I could share that with you, indicated that in that 5 years, first rifle success rates, and it was elk, it was anywhere from 23 to 30%. And so again, just from a common sense perspective, I hear we're moving animals, but the data suggests they're being found in first rifle. And then if you look at second and third rifle success rates, success goes dramatically down. I think it was 11% in success in second rifle. And why is that? Well, they've heard rifles going off, whereas archery is a fairly quiet, our goal is to remain quiet and sneak around the woods. And so I think as you look at the data, that's my interpretation of it. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. The director could answer this, but I think it was in the 90s, there was a study done in the White River, and it did show that archers pushed the elk off onto private land, and that's when we went totally limited. And I didn't like it at first, but it actually works really well.
Yeah, and our concern, again, with limitations is what's the impact to the preference point system? And I've outlined it in the document. You're going to send 35,000 hunters with probably a lot of preference points going after 6,500 licenses. And I know where you're coming from, but those guys who are saying, I like limited right now, might have buyer's remorse very quickly when they can't draw a tag for the next 5 years. That would be our take.
I went to 3 different meetings and, on the big game season structure, and some of those guys, actually overwhelmingly, they all said in archery season they'd be willing to do a draw. And most of them said if we can only hunt every other year, they would be happy with that also. So I know it'll change the preference point creep, but there was definitely people out there who wanted to see it change.
Yep, I understand that, and, certainly there's different opinions out there, and, all I see is in our member survey of over 4,000 family members that I think it was 75% wanted to hunt annually. And the exciting news to me, and thanks to Danielle, we're doing that secondary survey, and I think it's going to do a much better job of identifying how important is it to you that you hunt every year.
Commissioner Garcia.
So Steve, in alternative 3, which is the split season,
Yes.
obviously part of the logic behind that is overcrowding. Now, what's different, and you referred to sort of a modified split season that you're recommending, but the difference obviously is in alternative 3, you get a choice. In your alternative, you could hunt both.
In my alternative, it's a 30-day season, and there's just a regulatory language that says you can't shoot a bull in the second half of the season. In alternative 3, everybody loses half of the season, and, if you're a weekend hunter, you get 4 days to hunt in that alternative.
Commissioner Bray.
I'm a little confused as to why your organization is against alternative 1. To me, it's pretty similar to status quo, with the exception geographically due to biological concerns, we may have to limit some cow tags. But to me, alternative 1 looks like a pretty fair compromise.
There's similarities, and I think we're just clarifying we'd like a September 1 start, which I think in Grand Junction 2 meetings ago, you suggested September 1.
Well, sure, I do support a 30-day season, but I'm not going to get lost over 1 day.
Yeah.
And come on, September 1 or September 2nd, it's still a long season.
Yeah, and we want to address the biological concerns. It's just going about it slightly differently, and not only are we looking at the biology, if we're going to send 5,000-10,000 hunters packing, going somewhere, where are they going to go? I think they're going to go to JT's region just because that's where cow-calf ratios are good, and it's where the other over-the-counter units are located. But there's similarities between our proposal and alternative 1. You are correct.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Navarre, you're next. Welcome, Paul. Always nice to see you again.
Thank you, Chairman Howard and Commissioners and Director Prenzlow. Welcome to the opposite side of the aisle, sort of. It's nice to see familiar faces, and I know this is a challenge for many of you who have not been through the big game season structure. When I was the division liaison back in the early 2000s for 6 years, I went through 2 of these, so I'm well abreast of what goes on here and the decisions you have to make for all types of methods of hunt. What I would like to do today is talk about alternative 3, cutting the seasons in half, splitting the seasons into 2. The board came up with some bullet points, which I'd like to read to you, of why we don't think this is a great idea. My parents told me years ago that all ideas are good, some are just not as good as others, and I sort of rank this one as maybe at the bottom of the ladder rung. So the first point I'd like to make is the CBA board and our members have held a 30-day continuous archery season, and we hold that as our highest priority for decades. And as discussed here, a loss of one day isn't going to change that, but we'd certainly like to maintain that season. I'm not aware of any other states that have a lesser than a 30-day season or a split season. Maybe New Mexico might have a smaller length season, but it's a continuous season. Montana has a 30-day season. Wyoming has a 30-day archery season. We'd like to stay within that realm and maintain that. Colorado Parks and Wildlife continually suggests a simplification of the regulations to eliminate public confusion on regulations and in the brochure. We feel that alternative 3 is by far the most complex and confusing to the public proposal that we have seen. As analyzed by the Board of Directors of the CBA, from input from our members, and on other hunting blogs, which I'm a member of, like Colorado, or like bowhunting.com. Confusion is that there are no data out there to support or any evidence of how hunters would be manipulated or assigned, whether it's the first half or the second half. All we know that it's going to be over the counter for the first 2 weeks, and it's going to be limited the next. So how will that all be balanced out? At current regulations, we have no idea how the 42,000 bow hunters in Colorado disperse themselves. I would say, well, it's 10,000 per week, but do we really know that, and would splitting the season solve anything? We feel that this proposal could lead to further declines in hunter participation and recruitment. And we know that's very important since hunters provide 60% of the division's funding, and we're all supportive of that through our hunting and fishing licenses. At some point, you send both residents and non-residents elsewhere, or you could encourage them to drop out of the system because of a shorter season like 2 weeks and the confusion that is around it today. We cannot find any benefit how this proposal would decrease perceived crowding and complaints, improve hunter satisfaction, or aid in recruiting or retention of any hunters. We know that women in the outdoors and bow hunters have increased 100%. We don't want to discourage that. Through the CBA and other organizations, we have encouraged youth for many years to get involved with bow hunting in Colorado. That's why it's been a growing participation matter of take for years and across the country. Bow hunting is very, very popular. While we see maybe other types of hunting, big game hunting, decreasing in some states, bow hunting has increased. Colorado has a jamboree every year where we entertain 1,200 of our members and some non-members that want to come and join the CBA in 3 days of shooting and fun and camping out. That's how we're recruiting all members of society. CBA adapted a Becoming a Bow Hunter program for anybody who wanted to become a bow hunter in Colorado. And we encourage that for everybody to get involved in hunting and the outdoor activity. No doubt this proposal would cut all bow hunter availability seasons in half. And as Steve mentioned, weekend hunters, at least a third of our members only hunt on weekends. Maybe they leave their house with their kids and their family on Friday night, get up to hunt Saturday, hunt Sunday morning, they have to come home. So normally they had 8 to 10 days during a 30-day season. That's going to be cut down to 4 to 5 days. That is frustrating for a family who wants to bring their kids into the outdoors and go camping and enjoy the outdoors and maybe get a chance to go elk hunting. 30-day season is the answer. Giving a hunter's application options, we see limited demand for spending points on this type of hunt for the proposed limited hunt codes. It may even accelerate point creep. We don't know that yet, but point creep has certainly been an issue for all these years. As Steve mentioned, and some of the wildlife commissioners have mentioned, bow hunters are frequently accused of moving elk onto private refuge. Statewide first season success rates disprove that, as Steve mentioned. Elk are there. Elk are being harvested up to the 30% centile. That said, a 2-week unlimited season followed by a limited 2-week season will lead to more complaints and dissatisfaction, we feel. Bow hunters will not want to spend points on the second season given the better choices available to them. I was aware of the White River study, and we at CBA addressed that many years ago. That was one of the first areas. I remember in 1988 I came out and hunted the White River, their area, and it was over the counter at that time. And later it decided to go limited draw, and they did studies in their division, and they came to the conclusion that in the upper White River, 30% of the elk did move for some reason. Could have been bow hunters, could have been a lot of participation even back then going on. Maybe that cow elk just let her herd down because the grain or the fields were being harvested down there and there was better food.
Paul, can I ask you to kind of come to a conclusion, because
I will.
I've got to manage my time.
And south of that area, only 15% of the elk move. So there is some variation in movement in certain places. So even though Steve wasn't able to give his alternative 5, it is in your list, and I would really like you to consider that as a proposal and for consideration for the next 5-year season structure. And so thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have in the next couple of minutes.
Questions or comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Enjoyed
you,
it.
and thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ingram. Ken, I have your letter. Did that go to all the commissioners, or?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hi, Ken Ingram, Colorado Wildlife Federation. Just a little bit about us and a little bit about me, and then we'll talk about big game season structure. Colorado Wildlife Federation, again, has been around since 1953. We're we have a diverse board. We have some ex-DOW people that made a career, and we like that kind of diversity. We have intensive discussions on things that make sense. Wildlife issues just continue to happen. And me, for 40 years, all I did is buy licenses. For the last 15 years, I decided I need to give back, and I've been on four DOW and Colorado Parks Wildlife Committees, representing sportsmen, including the Big Game License Allocation Committee years ago. I don't think there's very many experts in license allocation. It's very complex. I don't consider myself an expert, but I'm a student out there. But it's very, very, very important. This is serious stuff. It's always contentious. Commissioner Bray, you were in the room when we had our big game license allocation debates, and when you're sitting across from T. Wright Dickinson and having debates, you know what it's all about. And so, again, this is contentious. It's regrettable. It really is, because we're sportsmen. We need to support sportsmen regardless of our manner of take that we talk about out there. I've done all three, although, quite frankly, I'm more muzzle and rifle hunter, but I'm not adverse to archery at all. Here's the way we feel and we looked organizational at the alternatives as set forth, just the 4 alternatives. And in that, we think that, within anything, there's something that jumps out as being more important. And that we felt like the most important alternative of all 4 of these was reducing hunter crowding during the early season out there. It's not anti-archery at all. It's just about what's happened with hunting opportunity and its evolution out there. Today, even with Parks and Wildlife numbers, I'm reading 50,000 archers in the field, 11,000 muzzleloaders, and archery is the only category of manner of take that's up. Rifle hunting opportunity that my dad and my granddad did are down 18%. Muzzleloading is down 16%, and I don't quite understand why. It's limited. It's 100% limited muzzle, and archery is up 42%. And it's not necessarily bad. I'm not faulting archery in and of itself, but we have to take a look at what are the issues of crowding and how do you address it. Crowding isn't just people. It's also impacts to herd health out there. We like these are preliminary perspectives. We want to see what comes out as the preferred alternatives, which they aren't on the deer and elk from Parks and Wildlife in July. But preliminarily, we like number 2 and 3. We know it's controversial. Number 2 is limited across the board. It places the most management authority for Parks and Wildlife to manage populations and hunters during September. Number 3 itself has a split season. It has bull only in the first 15 days, and it has then limited licenses for the next 15 days or so out there. And it's kind of a compromise, really, and I can understand why that would be supportable, and it probably addresses a lot of the issues of crowding, perhaps. But again, those are our preliminary perspectives out there. We have other perspectives, though, too. One, we don't like an early elk season in October. Another one added on, what are we doing to the elk rut? Is it important that we throw another season on top of the rut out there? So we're not supportive of this October 5th rifle season, first couple days of October. There's something about the quiet period. I'd like to see the biologists' perspectives on the quiet period, but I feel, and we feel, that the quiet period is very, very important for elk. We need to give them some time for adequate breeding and some time to kind of regroup. Hunter pressure moves elk, okay? It does. I don't care whether you're carrying a knife, or you're carrying a rifle, or you're carrying a bow. If you're in the forest, you can move game, and we know that as elk hunters that we move elk out there. But we're not supportive of that. One of these alternatives too was that we try and provide more. And that actually is consistent with, in other words, if you don't have that early October rifle season, you're helping increase the time between seasons. And that's one of the alternatives out there. Rifle hunters, probably could have a shorter season if they have to. It's already been segmented. When I first started hunting in Colorado, 1970s, we had 3 weeks to hunt. 3 weeks. I would give a ton to be able to hunt 3 weeks again. You could go to school, you could go to work, you could get healthy, you could wait for weather. We've been impacted, and now we're into 5 day for the first rifle season. We're into 7 to 9 day seasons for the other 2 primary seasons, the second and the third season. We only hunt about an average of 4 days, the rifle hunters out there. So if there's a perspective that we need to increase time breaks, I think everyone needs to have some skin in the game out there. All manners to take ought to be able to offer that if it's necessary to have longer breaks. Because what's most important, folks, is the resource. The resource is deer and elk and bear and antelope and out there. So, those are my comments out there. I regret, as a sportsman, that we have contentiousness in these big game season structures. This isn't the first time, and I hope that we can all come together and make decisions that make sense for Colorado. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Questions or comments, commissioners?
All right, thanks
Thanks very much. Okay, is there any discussion that we would like to do on this topic? Any direction to give to staff? I will not be here the next time, but Chairman Zimmerman will be, or Acting Chairman Zimmerman will need to know what you would like, I think, so. Commissioner Bray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised we only had 2 public comments, but my preliminary thoughts are, when it comes to the archery stuff, I'm sympathetic to. I'm not anti-archery at all. In fact, I'm fairly pro-archery. But in all due fairness, Steve, your proposal doesn't set very well with me, personally. I think the alternative one, as staff has presented, is the closest thing to status quo, but still gives our managers to manage biologically within regions. I don't like a one-size-fits-all policy for the entire state, and we have a lot of that. This would allow, if we need to reduce or limit licenses in, say, the Southwest or wherever, some units, we could do that. We wouldn't affect other areas. And it's not set in stone we do that. I mean, but it gives staff the ability to do that. So I still have another month and welcome other public comments in the next month before I make up my mind, but that's kind of where I'm leaning on that one. As far as the rifle hunts, and I'll also go back, I'm not real crazy about an early archery deer season on the Eastern Plains. These bucks are in full velvet at that time, they're sore, I just think it's too early to start hunting bucks. That's a personal, for any method to take that. When I get to the rifle seasons, I don't support an early bull season either. I think, number one, it goes against, in the event that we do move archery season to the full month of September, it eliminates the rest period, or virtually eliminates the rest period. Number one, due to all kinds of factors, I think it's fairly common that our rut for bulls is later than it used to be. I think it moves into that first part of October. I can see it all the time. And I don't think we need to be hunting bulls with rifles at that time. I know we do already in our quality units, but that's a whole different ballgame. I don't think the same factors at play. So I wouldn't support an early rifle season. I do really appreciate staff's attempt to increase the breaks between the seasons, and I think you've done an admirable job. My personal preference, I think it's alternative 3. I really like that one, except I would still keep the second and the third season equal. I would propose they both be 7 days and still keep the breaks. And you'd still alternate on a Saturday and a Wednesday, so you'd still have a weekend in each season. Personally, I would like to see 2 7 days. I think a 9-day season is a little bit too long. I think in an over-the-counter bull units, 5 days might be a little too short for the general public, so I'd compromise at 7, but other than that, that's just my thoughts. As far as bear, I'm willing to go with the split September season. I'm all for bear harvest, so whatever will get us in bear harvest is fine. And all the other seasons, moose, pronghorn, I think it's very well said. So that's my comments at this point. I reserve the chance to change my mind with it.
I can comment. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, I'll start with I reserve the chance to change my mind too, but, I think it was really refreshing to get the North American model recited to us again today, one of which is trying to be science-based and the stewards we are of wildlife. With that in mind, it's pretty difficult with all the different factions we have inside the state to balance all that, and I get that. I'd start with, and again, just my early thoughts, I'd start with archery. I'm with you, Robert, in alternative 1, being probably the one that I lean toward. I too, though, some of the principles we have about feedback we've gotten with regards to shorter duration and longer breaks, I think needs to apply to all parties. And so, I kind of understand on the elk, would we go 1st to the 30th to give 30 days, but frankly, I would align deer with it, 1st to the 30th, and there'd be no August deer hunting. And so the archery hunters would lose a few days, just as the rifle hunters are. On the 2nd, that's west of 25. East of 25, and I've said this before and chatted with Danielle, I don't think we're science-based. 90% of white-tailed does are bred the last week of October or the first weeks of November. This is the only big game species we allow rifle hunting during breeding season. And we kind of treat them as a second, I think as kind of a second-tier species here in the state. They're the most popular big game species in the United States. But, you know, we have mule deer, and they're our iconic deer species, so we kind of treat, I think, whitetail differently. So, but I think that, and we have a lot of days to hunt them, so, you know, my feeling, which I've expressed to Danielle, would be to eliminate the October rifle season. I would also eliminate the archery December season. And to manage the herd numbers, have an additional, you know, doe rifle either later in December or later in, or first part of January. If you looked at that structure that I'm talking about, it is the predominant structure in the West and the Midwest for whitetail. We are an outlier state in our season structure for whitetail deer. There's no state that aligns with Colorado with regards to management of this species. Yeah, I don't feel strongly about that though at all. On season's choice on moose, my only concern was really about preference points. You know, there's difference in preference point structure between rifle and archery, and so if somebody thinks they're getting close or, you know, have a better chance in archery, although it's still just a lottery with the number of hunters, and then you throw in the rifle hunters and everybody would be in basically the same pot and can choose their season, wouldn't that affect the one who's been choosing archery versus choosing rifle? I don't know. I mean, I don't really have a preference about adding season choice. I think it's a great option, but are we going to impact preference points and dissatisfy folks who've been putting in, for example, for archery for 20 years versus somebody who's been putting in a rifle for 25 and now they're in the same pot?
Danielle, that sounds like a to-do there for you.
Well, I can try to address that question. Right now, you just apply for a moose license for a set of units. You're not applying for an archery moose or a muzzleloader moose. Once you draw a moose tag, you are the one who decides what method you want to take. So this season choice change could lead folks that normally would choose rifle, but they also have a bow, to want to go and start in the archery, and then maybe go muzzleloader, and then maybe go rifle. But it's not really going to affect preference points from the way that I see it, because we're not allocating licenses per season. We never have for moose. It's a floating quota. But
Okay. When that goes, what is it, Rosanna? Never mind. So.
It sounded really good, though.
I wanted to talk about it.
I think it's, you know, just one great work, I think, with regards to responding to the comment around how do we manage bear as a species? How do we increase the opportunity for hunters to participate in hunting bear? And then really like what you're doing in terms of extending pronghorn as well, add additional weekend, which a lot of hunters only hunt weekends, so now they get two choices. So that's my feedback.
thank you.
Mr. Garcia.
So on the archery, I would like to first, Danielle, I want to thank Danielle for taking the time to talk to me the other day on the phone. That's very, very helpful. Saves a lot of time for me asking too many questions here. But on the archery, I believe personally that we are down to 1 and 2. And so for the bow hunting people that were all worried about 3, I don't hear anybody up here talking about alternative 3. And I know it was something we did talk about early on, and we will talk about, but I think we're down to 1 or 2, and I think that's something that we can spend some time tomorrow. I think even 2, Commissioner Bray, if we geographically can adjust, I think that might be something we want to look at. On the rifle, I think we heard loud and clear at the Sportsman's Roundtable and everywhere else that we need bigger breaks, and I think alternative 3 gives us that. And I personally like your idea of maybe taking a look at not having a longer second and a shorter third season, but equaling those 2 seasons out. But I think it gives us the idea of having that longer rest period, which I think is important. And I agree on your position, Commissioner Bray, on the early season, both archery and rifle is, just don't see it. I would like to have more discussion, actually, about the moose. I think there's some concerns, some letters that we got that I would like to talk about, having the cow moose be separate and split through the seasons as discussion. I would like to have maybe a little bit more talk tomorrow about, but that's where I stand. So, again, Danielle, thank you for all your work.
Of course.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman Howard. Okay, on the archery season, I could live with either one or two, but I have to say if we go with alternative one, we're not really addressing the overcrowding, I don't think. And that's a big issue that we've heard everywhere. So I think we should think about that. On the rifle seasons, on alternative 3, I like Commissioner Bray's idea about the second and third season of 7 days each. Because it's an over-the-counter season, there's more hunters out there, and I think they do need a little bit more time. So I think that would be a great idea. And on the moose, I like the idea of they can hunt a season and then continue on, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime tag. We should give them every opportunity that they can have for that. And the rest of it, I'm okay with. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Vehil.
And I would tend to agree completely with Commissioner Haskett. That sounds really reasonable. And the idea of taking the 14 days and make it, instead of 9 to 5, 7 to 7 is a lot better. It's just, the simpler the better.
Any other comments or questions? I would just, tomorrow, since we're going to, oh, sorry, Commissioner Bray, go ahead, please.
Just one comment, and it goes back to Commissioner Adams's point a while ago. On the archery, alternative 2 would have a bigger fiscal impact, and we don't have those numbers, and we can only kind of guess what they might be.
And I do have some preliminary data on that. I thought she was asking about a 5 versus a 7-year season structure. So we did run some preliminary analyses on what completely limited archery elk.
Okay, because I do agree that alternative 2 is more drastic, and it would address the crowding a little more, but it would have a larger fiscal impact. It just would, because they're limited licenses.
Commissioner Haskett.
My one concern about that would be, are we managing the wildlife, or are we looking at the money? And I think we're managing the wildlife and looking at the dollars last. There was one other thing I wanted to ask. The surveys that are coming in now, we're having a good response. Can you send those out to us, kind of, and update us a couple times before the meeting that we could look at those?
It's a SurveyMonkey survey, so I can send just an email with kind of the same kind of preliminary data like I shared with you today, but I can't really share the survey, unfortunately, very easily with other staff or commissioners, but I can write it up for you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I just want to press back on a couple of my fellow commissioners. I'd like to talk about that early deer season, that bow season tomorrow a little bit. I'm not completely convinced on that, and I'm also somewhat sympathetic to the bow hunters. If we cut them back in another way, is that another way to kind of balance it? So I'm not arguing with you. I just like, perhaps if we could work that into tomorrow and discuss that a little bit. I think that'd be my swan song for the bow hunters. Anything else?
Would you like me to share any of the data on the different alternatives for archery? If that's still of interest, I do have some preliminary information.
Yes, absolutely, the more information we can get, the better.
That'd be great.
Will she be here tomorrow?
Commissioner Adams.
Will you be joining us tomorrow?
I will be here all day tomorrow.
Just curious if we could have those conversations, and that's open to the public, right?
it's a workshop, so it's open to the public, but not, they won't be participating, so.
Okay.
But they will be here.
Just curious. We can.
Great. Anything else for Danielle?
Just one quick, on the 7 to 10 year horizon, I'm all for extending, maybe go slow, maybe 7 years or 10, but I think with the caveat, if situations arise, unforeseen situations arise, and staff's seen a real problem, they can come back and fix it. I mean, you never want to have an absolute, but I support a 7 to 10 year horizon on a season structure with the caveat that you can fix major issues as they come up.
Great.
Thank you all for that great feedback.
Thank you, Daniel. What's up, Mr. Black?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Director Prenslow, and Commissioners. My name is Travis Black. I'm the Area Wildlife Manager here out of the Southeast Region, Area 12. Welcome to Area 12, by the way. My office is out of the Lamar area, and today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the John Martin Reservoir and how we manage John Martin Reservoir. Kind of a unique property, and I started with that slide up there to show that map and try to explain why it is somewhat unique. It's a state park and a state wildlife area that is 100% owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have other properties that are core properties, but as far as I know, this is the only one that's 100% kind of core property. And that adds some different challenges for managing these properties because we have to follow those kind of federal mandates and whatnot of those properties and those property owners. So you can see the map up there. The state park is in the upper right-hand corner. In the purplish color and the green is basically the state wildlife area. The dam was actually built originally as a flood control reservoir, and also is used for irrigation water, storage of irrigation water for farmers downstream of there, and as well as the state of Kansas, I might add. They have a storage right in John Martin Reservoir. Water storage is heavily driven by the Arkansas River Compact Authority. They're the ones who manage that water within the reservoir. So you do see some fluctuating levels over time. During the drought periods, we've been down extremely low as about 3,000 acre feet in that reservoir. And during the good moisture years, really extremely high water, as you can kind of see on the map, floods back all the way by the little town of Fort Lyon. There's a congressional mandate that actually created a conservation pool in the reservoir. That's 10,000 acre feet for the protection of the fishery within that reservoir. There's an additional 5,000 acre feet that can be stored in the reservoir, but that 5,000, if you will, you have to look at it as being on top. It's subject to spill. So if the reservoir levels were high enough, that water would spill first and go downstream. You likely heard in 2017, Deputy Regional Manager Brett Ackerman worked with the ARCA Board to get a substitute water supply plan to provide water as a source for that conservation pool. And that was always a problem in the past. We had a conservation pool, but no way to fill it. And I think at the end of 2018, we actually have a permanent agreement now that provides a permanent supply of water to keep that conservation pool as high as we can over time anyhow. So that was a great step forward in protecting that fishery, and not just for fishery, but the other wildlife that utilize the area out there. Little history real quick. The agency back then was referred to as Department of Game, Fish, and Parks. First acquired a license agreement with the Corps of Engineers in 1968. So we've been managing this property as a state wildlife area since 1968. That agreement was renewed in 1993, and in 2001, the state park was created. And they took over some of the management where Corps used to manage the camping areas. Currently, we're going through the latest iteration of a license agreement with the Corps of Engineers. The existing agreement actually expired in 2018, but we got an extension on that while we complete this license revision process. Right now, we've completed everything that we can do on our side. That's been handed over. We kind of did an exhaustive rewrite of the management plan for this area, and it's up to the Corps of Engineers to decide at this point how they want to proceed forward. I would recommend or suggest that within the next few months, we likely will see that license agreement come back, and at that time, we'll do a REAP form and try to get it back in front of the commission for approval. Typically, that's been a 25-year agreement, so we don't have to do this very often, but every 25 years, we kind of have to readdress it. So that's kind of where we stand with the current license agreement. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, though, that we do manage this property, and the latest rewrite of that management plan is heavily driven by our strategic plan. And because it's a wildlife area, it probably hits more towards Goals 1 and Goals 6. Goal 1 primarily to protect and enhance water resources for fish and wildlife within the area, as well as conserving wildlife and wildlife habitat. And then Goal 6, providing access for outdoor opportunities. And I'll try to touch on those as we go through. Find my clicker, I apologize. And it's not. There we go. Now we got it moving. Sorry about that. So I kind of touched on most of this already. Like I said, it's owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The project area on the state wildlife area. Sorry.
It's okay, you were drinking. So, thank you so much. This is fascinating. This last one, though, curious about this provides connectivity to other CPW interests. Can you talk a little bit more about this last piece here, the bottom one?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And if you don't mind, Commissioner Adams, that's on my next slide. I'll kind of demonstrate that if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. So the project area that we manage as a state wildlife area is actually a little over 18,000 acres. The total acreage would be 18,667 under the new license agreement. As I mentioned, originally in 68, we updated it in 93, and now we're currently trying to update it again. So to your question, provides connectivity to other CPW interest. I'll click the slide over to try to illustrate that. Once again, the park is in the upper right-hand corner of that map, and you'll see the bulk of the pinkish kind of colored area there is John Martin Corps-owned property. But on the left-hand side, I'll direct your attention over there. You see a little black outlined area. That's actually the Fort Lyons State Wildlife Area. And Colorado Parks and Wildlife actually owns that piece fee title. So it's a separate property, but it's adjoined by that John Martin State Wildlife Area. And then if you look to the north, once again, you have a black line kind of separating between the colors there. That's a completely different state wildlife area to the north, and that's the Kearney Ranch State Wildlife Area. And that's an additional 13,000 acres. There's a public access easement on there, as well as a conservation easement on the Kearney Ranch. And then I'll direct your attention to the south and the kind of left-hand side where you see the little parking area symbols. That's actually state trust land, and we refer to that as the Keller State Trust Land. It's enrolled in the public access program. And so when I talk about connectivity, that's what I was referring to. It ties several properties together, all told roughly around 35,000 acres in conjunction with those other properties. Did that answer your question? Thank you. So I'll move on. I know we're probably running a little short on time, and I'll try to go through this pretty fast. So on the state wildlife area, it's very varied, very varied. That makes a lot of sense. It's varied habitat. And so I threw a few pictures on this slide just to try to illustrate that. The upper left-hand corner is what we refer to as the Keller Tract. That's actually farmland with habitat projects planted between them. You can see the tree rows back through there. We share crop that with a private farmer, comes in and farms that land, and he's required to leave a portion of the crops for wildlife benefit, but he still gets the economic benefit of harvesting the rest of the crop for his personal use. There's a lot of wetlands throughout the project site. There in the middle, you can see the geese out in one of those shallow wetlands. There's some upland kind of shrub grass type habitat, and that's on the lower left-hand side down there. And then there's these vast marshes down through there, primarily bulrush and cattails. And that's important as we get to the end of my presentation. I'll talk about T&E species, and I'll refer back to those cattail kind of sloughs in the area, if you will. There's also a lot of history in the area, and I tried to throw a picture of the Santa Fe trail crossing sign in there. Through the project area, there are those kind of historic sites, and we try to protect that history as well, which we're mandated to under that federally owned land. And then obviously the rest of the lake on there as well. So the area provides a lot of hunting and fishing access for multiple species for hunting. Believe it or not, there actually is elk on John Martin State Wildlife Area out here on the plains. There are some harvested on that property every year. There's an abundant number of white-tailed deer, mule deer, some pronghorn, especially on the southern and northern sides of the reservoir. There's a fair number of turkey, and it is a huge destination for waterfowl hunting, including both ducks and geese. There's a lot of small game species, fur bears, rabbits, quail, pheasants, et cetera, on the property as well. And it's a great, phenomenal fishery for basically any of the warm water species that exist on the eastern plains. So that includes largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, wiper, striper, sawguy, catfish, 3 different species of catfish, by the way, blue, flathead, channel crappie, and several species of sunfish as well. So it is a phenomenal fishery on top of all of that. So. We also provide a lot of watchable wildlife and other recreation on the project site. Currently, there's been over 415 bird species documented on John Martin State Wildlife Area alone. As I mentioned earlier about the ducks and geese, there's over 100,000 migrating and overwintering waterfowl that utilize John Martin. There's a bunch of eagles, actually bald-head eagles, that follow those migrating waterfowl, so you'll see them sitting around the reservoir in the winter as they prey upon those species. And there's also a bunch of different game and non-game species. Other recreation that we provide on the state wildlife area, which I should mention is primarily managed for hunting and fishing recreation, but on this particular project, there's camping, there's shoreline water sports, boating access, and a lot of sightseeing that occurs on the project site. Lastly, I'll end up with talking a little bit about species conservation. There are 3 species of concern on John Martin State Wildlife Area that we specifically manage for. 2 of those are threatened endangered species, which would be the least tern, which is an endangered bird that nests at John Martin, the interior least tern. And then there's the piping plover, which is a threatened species. Those 2 species drive a lot of the management decisions on the project site because they are federally listed and it's federal land. You know, both our agency and the Corps of Engineers are mandated to protect those species. The last species I'll mention is the black rail. That species was proposed as a threatened species, and the final listing decisions for that should come out in fall of 2019. I mentioned earlier those cattail sloughs, those vast areas of cattail sloughs. That's the species that we have a concern with in that particular habitat. They're very secretive little birds. We were out just the other night trying to monitor for them, and my hearing is terrible, so I couldn't hear them, but everybody else could. They're out there calling. And as it turns out, John Martin probably has some of the highest populations of black rails anywhere in the United States. Especially for a coastal type species, it was known along the eastern coastline. John Martin has a very robust population of black rails. We've pushed the maximum count number that's ever been counted for black rails at one night. So we're right there with everybody as far as the highest numbers of birds within the nation. So, excuse me. We also manage for what I'll call specific management areas. They're referred to as environmental sensitive areas by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Through this rewrite of the management plan, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers also did a master management plan revision and developed these environmental sensitive areas that protect either cultural resources, they protect wildlife sensitive habitat for these birds specifically, and the historical sites that are on the property as well. Inside of those ESAs, there's no vehicle access on the property, and that's kind of a new management change for us. In the past, we've allowed people to utilize those areas for camping and recreation. Now, we will be closing those to all vehicle access in order to comply with their federal mandate and protect those areas. We also have seasonal closures. Because of those two species, least terns and piping plovers, we have to protect their nesting and brood rearing areas. So we have seasonal closures that we put in place to specifically protect those. I mentioned the cattail sloughs already, so I won't spend much time on that, but we do try to protect those, that black rail habitat as well. And then lastly, the waterfowl seasonal closure. Every winter, we close basically the east half of that lake to provide a resting area for those waterfowl. That tends to hold the waterfowl in the area longer. The hunters don't kind of blow them out of the area. Helps with the local, economic development and whatnot, keeps hunters coming to that area for a longer time frame. So I know I'm running a little bit long, so with that, I'll end my conversation and answer any questions.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding like cattail slough, for instance, is there mitigation water being put on that by BOR or being provided for wetlands and sort of management, or is that all naturally occurring?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Schaefer, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. No, we do not put extra water on those. Those are kind of natural sloughs, old oxbows of the river. If you looked at the area in a much larger scale, there's a lot of farm ground to the north of there that's irrigated ground. So you get a lot of seepage that comes down through the strata, if you will, and comes back out. That feeds a lot of that water flow that we see through those sloughs.
Commissioner McDaniel.
A few years back, or I guess it was just last year and the years before that, a lot of drought and a lot of long-term projections about how long it would take to get to the reservoir back to a full level again. With this year's snowpack, any projections about where the reservoir will stand at the end of the year, quicker recovery, and any indication from downriver states about whether we'd be able to retain that water for any period of time to kind of get the reservoir back to its original, or I'll call it, better health?
Commissioner Daniels, I don't know that I have an answer for you, quite frankly. We're so subject to the water calls downstream of there. So as farmers and irrigation canal companies call for water, the Corps of Engineers manages the water. We do not. So they're required to let that water go for those intended purposes. If the state of Kansas calls for their, I believe it's the Article 2 water, we have to let that water go. And it is so variable depending on the year, as you mentioned. We've been down to those really low extremes, and we've been to those high extremes as well. This year with the snowpack, it's going to be anecdotal at best that I can try to guess. We hope that the levels of the reservoir will come up. But we asked that specific question to the Corps of Engineers, and we kind of got the same song and dance that I'm giving you. We really don't know. It's so dependent upon how fast that snow melts, how quick we have that runoff coming down. As I mentioned, it is a flood control reservoir primarily, and when you have those big, heavy flows, they can catch and hold that water until they reach their storage capacity. They can go above 340,000 acre feet, I believe it is, but then they have to let that out relatively quickly to get it back down to their 340. So I'm sorry, that's not a great answer, but I don't know how to answer it otherwise. So.
Commissioner Vigil.
Just to add to that, when John Martin gets a little bit low, the Corps just cranks open the gates at Trinidad Lake State Reservoir. So right now, I think they're releasing more water than is coming into Trinidad Lake, and that's coming downstream to John Martin, and irrigators in between.
Yes, Commissioner Vigil, that's correct. So at Trinidad Lake State Park, that Purgatory River comes down and joins the Arkansas River actually on the Corps of Engineers property on John Martin. So you have the confluence of those two rivers dumping into the same reservoir. So.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Kermer. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Howard, Director Prenslow, and Commissioners. Laura, can I have you keep the first slide of Travis's presentation up for just 1 second?
Can I get you to use the mic? It's just a little quiet.
I apologize.
There you go.
So I just wanted to point out, since you guys were in the Trinidad area yesterday, the Rural Creek portion of the reservoir, that lower leg, that south leg of the reservoir, is basically the size of or equal to the size of Trinidad Reservoir. So just to give you a little bit of perspective on the reservoir that we're dealing with, if John Martin is at full capacity or near full capacity, kind of gives you an overall view of what you're looking at for the overall resource there. And we can switch back when you're ready. So wanted to take just a few of your moments today to review kind of the overall management aspects of the John Martin Reservoir State Park. And as would be typical, if Travis and I are talking at the same time, we're going to cover the same topics. So I'm going to try to avoid going over anything that he already laid out for us, but there is going to be a little bit of double up there. So landowner is in U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife leases a state park, and recreation management of that state park since 2001 to manage 1,600 acres on land and roughly up to 11,500 acres on water, the surface acreage of that water. Currently sitting at about 7,100 surface acres. I didn't have the calculations with me today to be able to make that full conversion over, but we're in that same general area as last week when I was writing this up. We operate and rely heavily on the partnership with GOCO to aid in not only the capital development budgeting for the park, but also the operating funds in a portion to the state park. The Caddo Dam project began by the Corps of Engineers in 1939 and took a few years off during World War II and resumed and completed in 1948. I can't tell you exactly what that time frame that it was taken off was, but right in the mid-40s time frame for about 3 years. Purpose, as Travis said, was primarily flood control and irrigation storage. The state park capitalizes on the recreational aspects that are provided by that water being held. So tying into the strategic plan, we hope to achieve, or at least assist with the achieving of managing for world-class outdoor recreation opportunities at John Martin. Some of the unique features found on and near John Martin are part of that historically rich and culturally rich area of the state that is the southeast portion and the southeast corner of the state. Some of the features are the dinosaur tracks in the state wildlife area, petroglyphs in the state wildlife area and state park. The Santa Fe Trail site, we have a Daughters of American Revolution marker that is on the park with a portion of the Santa Fe Trail that runs directly through the state park. And there's many other historical features and cultural features around the general area, numerous attractions that are managed by the National Park Service as well as other state and local entities that take part of that historical background. So the park assists in connecting people to the outdoors and engaging our public in all forms of different recreation that occur. Recreational boating is very popular on the main reservoir, especially in times of high water. With some additional paddle sport opportunity down in Lake Hasty area, as Travis mentioned, we have a substantial fishery. I've talked to numerous fishermen in the last few weeks who are just enthralled with the amount of species diversity that we see and encounter on a regular basis at John Martin. Camping is one of the main activities that the park supports, as well as some hiking and leisure activities, the geocache, horseshoes, wildlife viewing, and those kinds of activities. During high water years, the reservoir can quickly become the largest surface area water in the state of Colorado. It did that for a brief time in 2015 when we saw kind of that unique scenario. Commissioner McDaniel, you were asking about the water forecast for this year. If what the Corps said in March was true, we would probably have a little bit more water right now based on what they were forecasting for the current runoff and everything coming down to the reservoir. At this point, it hasn't really got there yet, so we haven't seen those locally heavy rains enough to slow down the release. Basically, we're releasing what we're taking in from the Purgatory and the Arkansas at this point in time. With the current reservoir storage, we're at 155,000 storage acre feet, at 160,000, so not too far from where we are right now, and we are on our way down slightly. We do have 3 boat ramps that are active and in the water. Right now, the Lane 19 boat ramp, which is the boat ramp on the wildlife area, just closed within the last few days here due to concern for trailer damage or boat damage trying to load a launch from that. So that's quite a ways upstream from the state park itself, but is definitely an essential piece for the wildlife portion of our agency and getting hunters out and as well as fishermen out during the later part of the shoulder seasons of the year. Populations that we serve as a state park would include definitely all portions of Colorado as well as Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Nebraska. We see being this close to those borders quite a bit of regular recreational activity coming in from other states, which is a great boost to our local economy. Definitely assists with bringing folks down and supporting the tourism throughout this portion of the state. So working with our federal partners to accomplish any change takes time. As Travis mentioned, there's other processes that are encountered whenever we need to make an improvement or go to make a new building or some sort of change to the overall property. We have a lot of things that we run into NEPA process on, especially dealing with the state park and overall improvements to the facilities there. So that does extend our timeframes out a little bit. And we're working side by side with our local counterparts at the Corps to try to improve some of those lag times, do what we can to assist them with trying to help their leadership, I guess, allow a little bit more local oversight of some of those more mediocre projects that we're doing that won't cause as big of impacts. Recent improvements that the park has implemented were an ADA fishing pier at Lake Hasty, family shower facility in Lake Hasty in the Hasty campground, restroom upgrades park-wide, 2 phases of Capitol Road projects, which we are right on the verge of completion in the first phase of that as of today. Sewer plant repairs that continue to go on and on and on. We go back and forth on that sewer plant and try to make sure that it's up and running and in great condition, and then something else will break on us. So we're continually working on that to make sure that it's sound for the campground that it serves. Trail repairs and additions are proposals in the wings, and they are actually up and coming on the next round of funding for trails and state parks. We have proposals of new day use areas to help better position our visitors for those incoming and local day users that are coming out to the park just to enjoy it for a short period of time. And then we have proposed upgrades for the Point Campground that'll be working through our capital development process in this coming year. That's right. Thought I did it. We are also nearing our turn on the park master planning list. And that will be a portion that will help us to stimulate that public involvement to ensure that we're gathering public input on what the public wants to see at the park, what facilities are necessary, and what programming is important to the local group and the state as a whole. Some of the challenges we face, we're still trying to gain that understanding of how the recent updates that Travis mentioned to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers master planning impacts the park operations. He had mentioned that they established some ESAs on the state wildlife area. They also established an ESA in reference to those petroglyphs that are on the state park side of things. And they haven't come to the state park at this point and said that we have to make any changes or worry about any current fallout from that change. It's just something that we're going to continue to monitor and ensure that we conform to whatever they're looking at as far as trying to promote continued public use, but in a responsible manner. Due to the fluctuating water levels, and it is sometimes difficult for the management of the ANS side of the park operation, with the 3 boat ramps being spread out by approximately 6 miles of roadway. We have a very centralized location at the park, which at this point in time serves some of those distant areas, and are trying to work through the next point on that slide with our partners who have now been directed to assist and support CPW's ANS work along the Arkansas River Basin to establish what that program looks like in the future. We're still in the very early conversations with the Corps after their direction was received as far as what that will entail. Will they fund CPW to complete that work, or will they work side by side with us in the field? How is that going to look? So we're still working on how that's going to come together. And then lastly, the fluctuating water levels.
Got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Vigil.
Yeah, if you don't mind, sorry to
Sure.
interrupt.
Sorry about that.
Well, you were talking about ANS and the cost of that.
Yes.
Because of all the neighboring states that have boats coming in, are you finding a lot of ANS problems in your inspections?
Since the time I've been at John Martin, since 2013, and we have been lucky enough to not find any mussel boats or have any issues at this point in time. We do regularly decon vessels according to protocol, but it's not a significant issue as far as we're not finding those mussels coming in from other states. I think it's a matter of time, but at this point in time, we're fending it off. Going back, those fluctuating water levels are another aspect that are a challenge in a regular year. Travis mentioned, and our Southeast Region staff did a phenomenal job in putting some major work together and getting some permanent pool support and maintaining that permanent pool, which is 10,000 storage acre feet, which will protect the fishery. It will keep the east and west boat ramps, the park boat ramps, in the water for a year-round time frame, which is fantastic benefit to that. But right now, we're sitting at 155,000 storage acre feet, and we can go clear down to 10,000. So it's a very big change in the overall access, or providing of access to certain facilities is definitely a challenging management aspect of that park, and how will we continue to do that when we get into the drought years again and we're waning way down. Do we build at that point in time just to have it flood and be unusable for the users during the time frames of high water?
They do, just have really long boat ramps.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thanks. What is the trigger on the boat ramps being unusable in terms of that surface pool?
So if we get to, at present state, and we do have a correction in the wings waiting for this to happen again, if we get to 25,000 storage acre feet, the west boat ramp has approximately an 18-inch drop where the concrete meets soil. That can definitely cause some issues. So about 25,000 storage acre feet, maybe just a little above that, we have to start shutting that down to larger boats. And then as we continue to get closer to that point, we have to close for all boating from that boat ramp. The east boat ramp, I'm told, I've not seen it, thankfully, goes to the river channel, which is quite a ways out from where it starts. We do have a capital development project waiting as soon as we get back down to that 25,000 storage acre feet area to be able to go in and extend the west boat ramp down to the permanent pool, which would then allow access down to that point.
Comments or questions, commissioners? Commissioner Adams.
You may not know this, but curious to know what percentage of CPW managed parks or land is owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So specifically, I'm thinking this state park is being impacted by the new master plan. I'm curious how many others are also going to be impacted.
So that would be, we are in the Albuquerque district in this portion of the state. There's, might have some feedback from the room, but there's, I think, at least 2 other districts that impact Colorado as far as that goes, and only 1 other that I can think of at this point. So Trinidad State Park and John Martin State Park are in the Albuquerque office. Brad, I don't know if you know when the Trinidad master plan was updated. Was it at the same time? I think they were trying to push those at the same time. Okay. Yeah, Cherry Creek, Chatfield, and Bear Creek, which is City of Lakewood location, those are all in the Omaha district, so separate district and not necessarily on the same schedule as far as the master planning.
Got it. Thank you.
I think there are any other comments or questions, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for your time.
Next up is public comment. I have a couple blue slips here. Let me take Mr. Ingram first, because I think that's a fairly limited comment, if I'm not mistaken, Ken.
Ken Ingram again. You know, when you find people doing a really great thing, there's almost a duty to commend them for doing it. And in Denver, our organization has been trying to work with the Hispanic community for years and find ways of getting these inner city kids plugged into the outdoors. Well, recently, 2 people from Parks and Wildlife really made a big difference. Howard Horton and Megan Lacey. Megan is a DWM, and Howard obviously works in the fisheries, but this was a partnership where we teamed up with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Colorado Wildlife Federation, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Cabela's, and the City County of Denver. And we had this over in June, I believe, and it was over at Barnum Park, which is at Federal and 6th Avenue. You can't even see it if you're driving down 6th Avenue in Denver. And we had 200 people at this event. It was spectacular. We had whole families. Parks and Wildlife provided the stocking. They provided all the fishing rods. They gave these kids fishing rods. That they left with. So it was a very, very, very special day. We worked our butts off because we were changing outfits, baiting hooks, helping net fish, and the Parks and Wildlife kept the trout kind of surrounded in that lake because it's, to allow some reasonable success, but they caught a ton of fish. This was a major, major success. And, it's, I think Mark, excuse me. Mark Leslie needs to commend these 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
Mr. George. Welcome, Mr. George.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I tried to get on the agenda but didn't make it. Anyway, I'm a farmer and rancher from down in southeast Colorado. I'd like to ask how many people on this commission make your living strictly from the land? Who?
I do somewhat, not 100%.
Okay, well, I'd like to start by saying I don't feel like that's a fair representation for us private landowners when the majority or a big part of the wildlife is on private property. And there's only 2 people on the commission that represent the private landowners. But my topic today is prairie dogs. As some of us well aware, been down this road numerous times, I go to the Forest Service, and they say, oh, no, we just manage the habitat. Well, we have permits to graze this land. There's no grass because of these rodents. We go to the Division of Wildlife. Oh, no, we don't, that's the Forest Service people. It's been just a back and forth blame game. Nobody there for any accountability or responsibility. I've addressed this issue numerous times. So is there anything put in place to this day to address this problem?
Commissioner Zimmerman.
I have a question, sir. I believe at one point, perhaps a number of years ago, did former Director Rick Cables, didn't he set up a chance to meet with you and specifically discuss things that?
Yeah, that's one of the times I was referring to that this has been, and there's people here today that was attended that meeting, but nothing ever come of it.
Director?
John, I wouldn't say nothing came of that. I think we changed the regulation on shooting prairie dogs at your request on public ground. That was one thing that came up, and we met with the county commissioners in Baca County at your request and also at your house, and so I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but yeah, there is no clear delineation between our authority to go on Forest Service and remove or not remove prairie dogs based on Forest Service rules versus vice versa for us. But I would not say it's accurate that we didn't do anything. So I just make that clarification.
Well, sir, that prior to my meeting with the Division of Wildlife back in about '06, when shooting of prairie dogs was prohibited on public lands, at that meeting is when I was asked if hunting would alleviate the problem. And I said it'd be about like trying to put a forest fire out with a water gun. And at that point is when they brought back hunting. So hunting had already been in place, the way I understand it, from that time period forward. But from the meetings we've had here lately in the last few years, I can't tell anything has been done. I've got plenty of pictures here to prove what these things can do to the property, if any of you would want to see them. And I would be more than willing to take any of you on a tour and just show you what's happening to the land. If any of you was interested in doing it.
Yes, of course. Commissioner Zimmerman.
Sorry, full questions. So is there a difference between how you can manage the prairie, if it's private land versus Forest Service or if it's public land? Is there a difference there? Is that, because your concern, it sounds like, is on the Forest Service land, private land, or does that make any difference?
Well, I've got documentation here that gives the Forest Service the authority to take measures on the public lands, if I understand it right.
I'm sorry, but my question is the concern, is the land that you're, where the prairie dog issue is of concern, is that public land or private land or both?
Both. But one of my biggest issues is our property joins Comanche National Grasslands on about 3 sides, and then it joins some of this. I'm sure you've probably heard of the Southern Plains Land Trust and some of their people. And I have documentation here. You'd have to see some of their property and what's happened to it and the way they manage it. Not only their land, but a few years ago, they had 17 head of buffalo on this one section of land. They got tired of that lifestyle. They just packed up and left. Their well quit. 14 of them thirsted to death before we found them and hauled them some water. They had all been dead by morning. Now, that's some of the type of people that's telling, I'm sure, you guys on this commission of how things need to be done out there. I've been not only to our local people, I've been to our legislators, Larry Crowder, Michael Bennett, Cory Gardner, plumb to our governor, Hickenlooper, with this, not just talking about this, but presented them with pictures they took home with them, showing the devastation and the proof of what's happening out there. Nothing. Nothing. So I'm here again today to ask, is anything ever going to be done? I pulled up a study, I don't even remember now where I got it, there's been so many of them, but there's something over 500,000 acres, I believe, on the eastern plains, and I'm sure that figure's probably conservative. Well, another question I'd like to know, how many acres is going to be enough? How many numbers of these things is going to be enough that keeps cramming down our throats before something is going to take place, something's going to happen to fix this problem? If anyone has any ideas, suggestions, answers, we would love to hear them. When you have a lack of management, when the plague comes in, then it wipes out a big, big area. And thank God that is God's control measure. Otherwise, I can't imagine what this whole country would look like eventually.
Commissioner Vehil, you had a comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure what can be done about it, but there is a program to put ferrets on your land if your land is over 2,000 acres. Is that the number? It's something like 2,000 acres. You could put black-footed ferrets on there, and they kill prairie dogs. Now, will they wipe them all out? I don't know, but they will. They possibly could make a dent if you're willing to do that.
I've heard about this, and I've talked to our local NRCS people, and it's when they turn them out and then they go out and try to find them, they say you can never find them. I guess the predators just keeps them wiped out, evidently. I don't know much about that except what I've been told. Personally, I have no experience of it.
I mean, it's a try because there are some on south of Colorado Springs. It's the Walker Ranch. And from what I've read, I've never met the guy. I haven't been on his land. I've driven by it. He is pretty pleased with what the black-footed ferrets are doing. And Director, do you know his first name?
Gary Walker.
Gary Walker. You might want to talk to him. He's a big rancher south of Colorado Springs.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I've got to move on to the rest of the agenda, but I appreciate you talking to us. Oh, Commissioner Bright, sorry.
I don't have an answer for you, but I totally sympathize because I have thousands of acres of the little boogers myself. And it is frustrating. There is almost no control other than the plague. You can't shoot them. I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars on various baits and controls. I even hired a gentleman out of Grand Junction to come, and all he did is seed them. So I understand you got a problem. You do. And I don't know what role this agency can play. I really don't. But I know you got a problem. I know you're not blowing smoke because we have the same problem in our part of the world. And of course, this wouldn't apply to you. In my hay fields, I finally deep plowed them 3 years in a row.
Or you what?
Deep plowed them 3 years in a row and went summer fallow. I don't think that'll work for your rangeland, but that did some good. But all I'm here to say is I sympathize with your problem. I don't have an answer for you, but I'm willing to listen to any reasonable alternative. I mean, if we could create some kind of community fund to help get people like Dan Gates, private applicators or something to come out and help control some of your problem. I know that's expensive on your own because I've been down that road. So maybe there's a collaborative answer out there, and maybe CPW can play a role, if nothing else, provide the biology and the expertise, but I'd encourage to keep the dialogue going anyway.
Well, as a private landowner, I hear this all the time, you know, oh, it won't do no good to go up there, they won't listen to you. Oh, that's the government, you can't do nothing about it. And I say, well, who do you think the government is if it ain't us? And as far as going up and talking to them, if we don't get our voice heard, it sure ain't gonna do any good. We get pretty frustrated too with, you know, here's the Division of Wildlife, I'm going to call it their call to fame. I don't know if that's putting it right or not. I don't want it to sound bad. But you're supposed to manage the wildlife. Several years ago, they dumped a whole bunch of antelope out in southeast Colorado, and it become a problem. And people complained enough and got enough done, and the Division of Wildlife listened to us, and now they're issuing a lot more license, and they've taken care of the problem. We still got antelope, but nothing like the numbers we had. So we kind of feel like something could be done if people just wanted to step up and take responsibility for the problem. When it's supposedly your wildlife, when you can address the issue of issuing someone a license for shooting them without a small game license. And thank God that you guys came along and did put a hunting season back on them again. And that would help, but these little critters don't just stand up out there and let you pop at them all day long. The first pickup drive up and they're all to the hole, and the first shot they're all down. It ain't as easy as just shooting them and to take care of the problem.
Thanks very much. Appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks, John.
But there.
Next up is our consent agenda. You have a form of motion in front of you.
I move that we go into executive session.
No, let's do the consent agenda first.
Consent agenda.
I'm sorry.
It's all
For
right.
the consent agenda.
Second. You ready? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, second by Commissioner McDaniel. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the legal report. Do we need to go into executive session?
The last time we met, you asked for an update on the two items that are on the executive session agenda. We can do whatever you like.
I think they should be in executive session, don't you?
So we do have two items on the agenda, and the Open Meetings Act, which is Title 24, Section 6, 4023A2, entitles the commission to enter into executive session to receive legal advice and respond to feedback concerning claims and disputes. There's two on the agenda. One is the Sylvan Lake Dam rehabilitation contract account reconciliation, and the other is the Willow Creek Dam rehabilitation contract. So I was hoping to give you a sort of a status update on those two matters, and with that, I would ask you to request a motion to enter into executive session for those reasons.
Now, Charlie.
I move we go into executive session to consider the consent agenda.
No. Close enough.
What do you want?
Just a motion to go into executive session.
So made.
Yeah, we've got it. We have a motion from Commissioner McDaniel and then a second from Commissioner.
consent agenda.
You have to make your record.
Where's dinner and what time?
The La Junta Golf Course.
Let council make his record.
The map is on your...
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're back in open session. We had a brief executive session to discuss the items on the agenda, which are the Sylvan Lake and Willow Creek Dam rehabilitation projects. We entered into executive session pursuant to the Open
La
Meetings
Junta
Law,
Golf Course.
246402-3A2.
I'll send it to you.
Provide a status update on the final account reconciliation of those matters, and no decisions were made. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Okay, so someone needed to know where to go, right?
Yes.
Okay.